All my friends, killer low rider. y'all? We're good? Are we good? I had a weird morning. I had to discontinue there was a chase this morning that ended too fast, so I'm like, I'm all out of it right now, out of my routine. Everything look right? I missed anything? It looks like they're about to go on break right when I got here. What are they doing? Oh no, they're pushing the bench. Okay, if you missed it, by the way, welcome everybody. Joker, first one here. Thanks for being so fast, man. Ted Thomas. See you on both Twitch and YouTube. Thank you, sir. Moments in time. Good morning. Everybody else, everybody everywhere else. Good morning. Hope you have a great day. I probably won't be talking too much because I'm extremely flared up still, and yeah. Alright, so if you haven't heard about this guy stabbed a bunch of teenagers at a river. Whether or not it's self-defense, they're still trying to figure it out. But it was a bunch of drunk teenagers that were badgering a dude. And they say that he punched a girl first, and then that's why they all attacked him. Somebody died, 17-year-old died. And it was the third day of the trial. A little late on it. And there's a video of the entire thing. If you haven't seen it, it's out there. I gotta fix some things on him.
Your Honor, she may have stepped downstairs. We've got folks looking for her.
Okay.
We can take.
So while we're in between witnesses, if you want to stand and stretch, please do so. It just might be a moment or two before she comes back upstairs. What I'd like to do is get as far as we can, and then we'll break for lunch close to you. You'll let me know when the lunch arrives.
Maybe I got here just for a lunch break. Well, we can recap some of it, I guess. I just might mess the overlay up too, so I don't know what the fuck I did, man, but
Let's fight this one.
okay, I'll show it whenever they go on break. Bro, I got here at the worst possible time, didn't I?
Right. Ms. Kazraei Nazimpour, please come forward. Right into about the middle section here.
Oh, that's sweet. At least we have one witness.
She will administer the oath.
For break time. Hey, we got more likes than people here? Oh, never mind. False alarm. Not more likes than people here. I'm still a fucking idiot streamer.
Mr. Smesta.
It's not worth the
Would you
likes.
please say your name and spell your
Thanks for the
name
likes,
for us,
everybody.
please?
My name is Gabriella Kazraei Nazimpour, and how to spell Kazraei Nazimpour is Khazraeinazmpour.
How old are you?
25 years old.
What do you do for a living?
What?
What do you do for a living?
I work as a phlebotomist at Octapharma in Maplewood.
Where do you live? What town?
I live in Centuria, Wisconsin.
Were you part of a group with the Carlson family tubing on the Apple River back on July 30th of 2022?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I can't
Oh
hear you.
my God, lady, get a fucking hearing aid.
Do you have some hearing loss?
Yeah, I was deaf as a baby.
Okay.
Well, where's
were you
your
part of
fucking
the
hearing
group
aid
of
at?
people that were tubing down
I was
the
up as a
Apple
baby.
River,
Don't need that thing.
back on July 30th of 2022, including the Carlson family?
Yes, I was.
If I can approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Simon. Hey, no,
You go by nickname?
You can call me Gabby.
All right, whatever.
It's been marked as exhibit number 26.
2 hours is enough.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of me and all my friends on the Apple River.
Is it from that day, July 30th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
Which one are you?
I'm the one standing next to Q and Dante.
Is there a yellow label showing your name?
Yes, there is.
In that picture, are you drinking any alcoholic beverages?
No, I am not.
Have you been drinking that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember what you had to drink?
No, I do not.
Were you the one buying alcohol for all the kids, bitch?
If I had to guess, maybe 5.
There's a bunch of kids, drunk kids,
over the course of the day?
harassing an
Yeah,
older
throughout
dude
whole
at the
Apple
river.
tubing down the river.
That's what I've seen so far.
At some point, as your group is going down the river, did you come across a disturbance of some kind?
Yes.
What did you see yourself?
I saw a group of kids asking for help.
Did you know
Oh,
who
she
these
wasn't
kids
with
were?
them.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Could you figure out why they were asking for help?
They said that this guy was saying that he was a pet. I'm sorry.
Slow down. We got time.
They were asking for help because he said he was a pedophile.
All right. He said that or they said that?
That's the dude. Fuck you, kids, man. All
Did your
kids
group
that just
stop
go
when you
straight to
came
the
across this
pedo
disturbance?
shit
Not
deserve to
originally,
be
no. It took
slapped.
us a little bit before we did stop.
All right. Eventually, did you stop? Eventually, did your group stop?
Yes.
Seriously, if you look at a group of
Someone
kids
from your group go
and they
over
see you
to,
looking at them,
this group that's
they'll
asking
start
for
yelling
help?
at you. You fucking
Yes.
pedo, what are you looking
Do
at?
you know who that was?
Like,
It was Madison.
All right. Did you? What did you see Maddie do?
I saw Maddie ask this guy to leave multiple times, and he chose not to.
All right. Did he react to her telling him to leave multiple times?
Eventually, yes.
What did you see him do?
I saw him hit her in the face.
All right. At that point, were you on your tube or were you in the area? Where were you located?
It was probably in between the tubes of where my group was and then where everyone else was dealing with the situation.
All right. Do you know about how far away you were when you
dude,
saw
this
Maddie get hit?
is a very torn case. As you like look at the chat over here. People are for him. People are against him. You know what I mean? It's there's no telling what's going to happen with this guy.
the other person.
Maybe
That's
for
why I
me
was
and
like,
you.
this might be a good one.
Did you see what happened to Maddie after she was struck?
I saw Dante punch him in the face and he went down.
All right. Did you see where Maddie went?
I saw Madison was still standing behind, far away from the situation.
All right. Do you know, or were you close enough to see what hand he used to punch her?
His right hand.
All right. And did you see what part of her face that he struck?
The side right here.
And there's no
was it
video of
your
him
right cheek?
hitting her face,
It would've been
but there's a
her left
video
cheek, yes.
of almost everything
know
except
where
for
he used
him
to
actually
open
hitting her.
I don't fully remember.
All right. After Dante, you said you saw Dante punch the gentleman. Did he fall down?
Yes, he did.
Eventually, did he get back up?
Yes, he did.
What did you see him do when he got back up?
I don't really remember what I saw. I just blinked and then everyone was bleeding.
All right. Did you see him stab anybody?
No, I did not.
All right. I'm going to show you a still frame from the video. Are you aware that there was a video taken that day?
After the math, yes.
All right. Did you, have you ever seen it?
I saw it for the first time on March 18th.
All right. Your Honor, I'm asking to show it's slide 2993. We're ready.
Were these kids charged with underage drinking yet? Probably not.
So Gabby, on 2993, do you see yourself in that picture somewhere?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to us where you're at?
I am behind Riley holding the phones.
All All right, and what are you wearing?
I'm wearing a green swimsuit.
She's stabbed right now, right there.
When you say Riley, which person in this picture is Riley?
Riley's the one with her mouth open holding the side of her body.
All right, who's the person standing right behind Riley?
I have no idea who that is.
Was he part of your group?
No.
We're going to move ahead to 3024.
And he didn't just come up to them with a knife in his hand either. He waited until they pushed him down into the river multiple times, trying to push his face down into the water. And then he came up with the knife to stab the dude that was trying to push him into the water. And that dude just got interviewed. A big ass scar. He disemboweled the dude, man. The dude said he was holding his intestines in his hand, but he survived. The person that didn't survive got stabbed through his ribs and it hit his heart. They kept coming after him. Why the fuck, dude? If one person gets stabbed, it's time to get away from the guy with the knife.
24 from the video. Do you still see yourself in that video?
Yes, I do.
Was that you in the middle, still in the green bikini?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman that you didn't recognize with the sunglasses, where's he located in relation to you?
No relation. I don't know him.
I mean, but where's he located?
In front of me?
Who's that directly to his, would be his left?
With the swimsuit?
Right.
That'd be Riley.
All right. And so this, did you see this gentleman walking into the group?
Not that I recall, no.
All right. But you see him there now?
Yes.
Was he part of the group of children that, or teenagers that had been calling for help?
I do not remember.
He's definitely a teenager.
We're going to scroll through, and we're going to try to stop at 4511 here, if you can just watch the screen.
This guy he's talking about doesn't look like a teenager to me.
Just keep going, I'll tell you when to stop.
He knew one of them stole the phone from his group. What is that? I wonder who. And if you do, you got to see the video of this. It's actually pretty wild. The way that the kids react to the whole thing, the way that they instigate it, and how, like, after people are stabbed, the way the dude, I don't know, man. This is where we are today with our youth and videoing shit and acting all over sensationalized and oh my god, this isn't happening. Oh my, like anybody that's seen it knows what I'm talking about. It's like what are you doing? No one's helping the people that are stabbed. Everyone's just, the dude camera, he even flips it on himself for a second to like give his reaction to the situation because it's going to be a viral video, of course.
Okay,
Like kids push people so that there's a viral video, I feel nowadays, because everybody's got a fucking camera in their hand. They push people so they can record at the perfect time to get only the reaction.
Are you in that frame, if you can tell?
I think I'm behind the guy in the
We
black
lost
shirt.
everybody on Twitch? Well, fuck you too, Twitch. Fucking
Did you appear to
assholes.
be walking up to Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you remember that, or you just
7
remembering it
people here. I'm
because
a
it's on the
fucking
slides?
loser. Let's
'cause
just
it's
be
on the
real.
slides.
At the time, did you make a mental note of who is this person?
No.
I may have already asked you this, but you didn't see Mr. Miu stab anybody.
Correct.
At some point, did you realize that some people had been stabbed?
Yes.
Was one of those folks Riley Madison?
Yes, it was. She came up to me.
After
Simon,
when did
you
she
come
come
in
up
here
to
to
you?
console
Well, I was on
me?
the phone with 911.
Oh, thank you, Gwen. I'm better now. Thanks.
That's my next question. At some point, did you call 911?
Yes, I did.
While this incident was going on?
Yes.
When Riley came up to you while you were on the phone with 911. What did she look like?
She looked like she was having a hard time breathing and was bleeding down the side of her.
Uh, Did you see where Mr. Miu went after he stabbed these folks?
No, I did not.
Were you recording anything?
No, I was not.
Did you have your phone out for the purpose of the 911 call?
Yes.
Did you see people stop to render aid to folks who were injured?
Yes, I did.
Sustained.
Did you see anybody else stop?
Yes.
What were they doing?
They were helping us with everyone that was bleeding.
All right. Oh, we're ready. Gabby, I'm showing you it's a zoomed in view of slide 4511. Do you see yourself on that slide?
Yes, I do.
Whereabouts are you located generally?
I'm on with the green swimsuit, looked sunburnt like a lobster.
All right, are you to the left or the right of the gentleman in the yellow shirt?
I'm not good with my left and rights. I'm sorry.
Do you see a gentleman in a yellow shirt?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a person that's off to the,
I'm behind.
someone who appears to be on the telephone?
Yes, that's me.
All right, is
Hold
that
the fuck
what
on.
are you doing with the phone at that point?
I'm not good with my left and right. She's a phlebotomist. She has to make sure she does left or right arm on draws and shit and to write it down. And like, what do you mean? I'm not good with my left and right. I'm sorry.
On the phone with 911?
I'm lower
Do you
than.
remember how long you were on the phone with them?
No.
All right, I don't have any other
Sorry, I had
questions.
to come back for that little tidbit. What the
Now, in
fuck?
terms of your memory of what had happened, tell me if I have this right. You have a recollection of it up until what point?
What do you mean?
Well, I think you said you blanked at some point and have no and don't remember what happened after a certain point that day, right? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Probably the most I don't remember is when everyone was getting stabbed.
Okay. You do remember floating and hearing people. I think you said the group was saying that he was a pedophile.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that certainly made you feel a certain way, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, how did it make you feel?
Uncomfortable?
Okay. Concerned?
Yes.
And it got Madison Cohen off of her tube. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you heard, or you indicated, that Madison asked him to leave multiple times. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't hear Madison attempting to figure out what was going on, right? You just heard her tell him to leave. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, if we're being fair, she's yelling at him, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. She's swearing at him, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And if we're being fair, she doesn't have any information, to your knowledge, as to what's actually going on, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if I said she's jumping to a conclusion, in your mind, is that fair?
Sustained.
You would agree no one in your group had any information as to what actually had happened, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you don't see or hear Madison Cohen ask Mr. Miu his side of the story, do you?
No.
Okay. So she walks up.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't see or hear Madison Cohen ask Mr. Miu his side of the story, do you?
No.
Okay. So she walks up and immediately starts yelling at him to leave. True?
Correct.
Okay. And you'd agree, she doesn't have any authority to do that, right?
Objection. She wouldn't know what authority Madison might have.
Sustained. Relevance.
He can be wherever he wants on the river, right?
Correct, yes.
And she can be wherever she wants.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And when she's yelling at him and telling him, swearing at him to leave, you'd agree he doesn't react in a violent manner, correct?
Eventually he does, yes.
My question to you is, when all of this is, when she's telling him to leave and swearing at him and walks up to him, he doesn't react aggressively, true?
Yes, but he doesn't say anything either to us.
Doesn't act aggressively, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And he doesn't, he's not verbally aggressive either, right?
He doesn't say anything.
So that would be not being verbally aggressive, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you know there's 6 people, 6 of these people that are asking for your assistance, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then so more of you come over to help, is that right?
Yes.
Do you see Madison wave you guys over? Is that why you come over? Do you see that?
No. What do you mean?
There's been testimony and videos and stills of Madison waving, like using her hand like I'm using it now, waving your group over.
Okay.
Is that why you went over?
No, I just followed her.
You just followed Madison over? Okay. Do you get involved right away?
No.
Are you jumping to conclusions as to what has happened?
No.
Come on up.
Would you agree that Madison Cohen is in Mr. Miu's face when she's yelling at him?
Yes.
Okay. And you had said on direct examination that you observed Mr. Miu punch her, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that he used his right hand and punched her on the left side of her face.
Yes.
Okay. And that's how you remember it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You told the police that he smacked her across the face using his left hand, actually, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did say that,
Okay.
but that's not what happened.
So when you were talking to the police, you weren't telling them the truth?
No, I was. It was just, there was a lot that was going on.
Have you been watching this case?
No.
Okay. So do you have a specific recollection now, 21 months later, that Mr. Miu didn't hit her with his left hand, but hit her with his right hand?
Can you rephrase the sentence?
I can re-ask it.
Yeah.
Do you have a specific recollection now after about 21 months since this happened, that Mr. Miu didn't use his left hand, but in fact used his right hand?
Yes, he used his right hand.
Okay. And when you had said that he smacked her across the face, when you told
That's the drilling I was warning you about. Hopefully it's going to be mitigated.
when you told that to the police, is the word smacked and across the face, is that an indication from you that he's using an open hand?
Yes.
Okay. So when you tell the police that he uses an open left hand, now you're saying he used a closed right hand. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And have you watched this video all the way through?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that when Mr. Miu is standing in front of Madison Cohen, he's holding the knife in his right hand, right? You're aware of that?
Yes.
Bro, these fucking kids
And
are
it's your
lying.
testimony that holding this knife in his right hand,
I
he
think they're
still
lying.
punches her in the
It's
face
the
with his
second
hand.
one that's
That's your
changed their
testimony?
story.
Yes.
Okay. And that she was holding her.
In a row.
Yes.
Okay.
In the same exact story. Oh, he didn't
And
punch
you would
him.
agree
Oh,
that your
he actually
statement
did
to the
punch her,
police was
actually.
She was
Yeah.
holding the right side
He
of
did
her
punch
face,
her.
right?
Now they're all saying he
I
did.
don't remember.
Closed fist.
Well, if I told you that you indicated the male suspect smacked Madison across the face.
She's
using
nervous
his
because
left
she
hand,
knows she's lying, probably.
Your name, Gabriella, then advised that Madison walked away holding the right side of her face.
Very bad with my left and rights.
Oh, that's
So
why
it
she
was
keeps
with
saying
the right
that.
hand, though.
They're trying to get this dude prosecuted on murder, dude.
And I'm going to show
And they're working
you
together because they're all friends
I'm
now.
going to show you.
They talked about it earlier. This dude was like, yeah, well, I wasn't really friends with these people before, but now that this happened, we've been friends now, and I hang out with them and shit.
one or two stills, okay?
Bro, they all got their stories straight before this trial.
Okay. We're ready. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you know this. The guy in the yellow shorts is AJ
Brody, it has something to do with
yes.
Wisconsin
And he's
airing their trials.
walking toward
Not
Mr.
every
Miu and toward-
municipality allows the
Matt,
trials to be
right?
aired, maybe, possibly.
Is that fair?
That's it.
Maybe.
Okay.
Not really facing that direction to see.
You're standing there just watching what's going on, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and if I submit to you that this is
I think that's it.
moments before you're saying this punch occurs, you're not looking at what's going on, are you?
Not in the picture, no.
Okay. And you're holding a telephone?
Yes.
Are you recording on that telephone?
No.
Okay.
Right, it's a state thing.
When you walk over there,
It's up to the judges, I think,
when you
also.
walk over there,
right?
you know that Mr. Miu's alone, or you believe he's alone, right?
Yes.
Under the bottom of that.
Okay, may I approach it?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit, moved actually, as 104. I would submit to you, tell me if this is fair. You believe this is a photograph of Madison Cohen and Riley
Yes.
Madison, right? And this has been introduced into evidence as to the general location of folks as this incident was going on, okay?
Okay.
I think you are represented by GK there,
Okay.
okay? Do you think that's a accurate representation to the best of your knowledge as to when Madison and Riley were in front of Mr. Miu, where everyone else was kind of situated?
I don't remember where everyone was situated when it happened.
Okay. You were off to Madison and Riley's right-hand side though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told the state that you are, I don't know the distance here, but you're 15? That you told me. How far
Yeah,
away?
I'm not good at math, so I don't know.
You're a little distance
This
away.
bitch ain't good at
Yes.
anything. How is she a phlebotomist? I'm not good
There's-
at addition.
There's
I don't know my left, my right.
13
I
of
can't
you.
read.
Testimony, there's 13 of you when this happens. Did you say that's fair?
I'm deaf in one ear.
Yeah.
I'm a little retarded.
And the person that you've been asked about, meaning the person wearing the black shirt who kind of comes in at the end, who's blocking that picture of you, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see him during this incident, did you?
No.
Okay. To your recollection, he wasn't there to assist, meaning he wasn't present to assist Mr. Miu when this was going down, right?
No.
Okay. So, to the best of your recollection, it was Mr. Miu alone in the situation. True?
True.
Okay.
I said she might be a little
Tell me if
tarded.
this is fair. You remember Dante Carlson punching Mr. Miu in the face?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you remember seeing Mr. Miu fall down?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall Dante Carlson smacking Mr. Miu across the face again?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall A.J. Martin pushing Mr. Miu from behind?
No.
Okay. Do you have any recollection after that as to kind of what happened?
Like what happened during all of that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that's okay. I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting what you know.
Okay.
Ma'am, I don't have any other questions. Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Just a couple, Judge.
Yes.
No, I'm afraid. Gabby, defense attorney asked you a lot about which hand he used, what you told police. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So regardless of what hand he may have used, do you have any doubt that Mr. Miu struck Maddie in the face?
Oh, you did.
No, he didn't.
Mr. Trofficy had said
I don't believe it.
things to you like he wasn't acting violent when Maddie was telling him to get out of there and swearing at him and such. But then he asked you if you were aware that he was holding the knife when that happened. Did you see him holding the knife?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you some slides starting at 2504. We're going to scroll through from 2504. And before we start, do you remember this moment in time on the river? Or it looks like Riley's in front of him, looking at him?
No, I do not.
All right. Can you, as we scroll through, I want you to look and see what's in his right hand.
Judge, I'm going to object. She has no recollection of it, and the video is the picture.
Wait. I don't like speaking objections. If you want to talk, come on up and we can talk all you want.
Yeah, speaking of objections, it's like you're able to talk to the jury. You're able to, like, he doesn't want that. Mm-hmm. Are you my little turkey boy? Are you? Are you my little turkey boy?
Did you know he had a knife in his right hand?
No, I did not.
That's normal.
We're going to continue scrolling through. Eventually, we're going to see you in relation to these folks.
I don't know. I
And
don't
we
know.
stopped at 2563. Is that you?
Because the video only starts with
And at
him
that point,
walking
is your
up to
head
them.
turned off to where your
I think
group
that they
is?
were yelling
Yes.
shit at him probably
Had he
because he
punched
was
Maddie
looking at
at
their
that
group.
point?
They started yelling that he was a pedo. And he walked over to him and said, would like to say fuck you
Objection
to
noted.
him.
In this
And
circumstance,
they took it to the next level with a gang mentality because there's so many of them.
Did he
That's
punch
how our
Maddie
youth
while
are
her head was
nowadays,
turned?
dude.
No, I saw him
There's no
punch Maddie's
fucking
head.
respect
Nothing
anymore.
else.
Mr. Trofficy?
If you look at them, they'll call you a pedo and start filming you. It's fucking retarded.
This is fair. When you're saying that he struck Maddie was in his personal space, yes?
Yeah.
And I know there was a question about holding the knife. He never threatened anybody with the knife when he pulled it out, right?
Yeah, let's go direct.
Overruled.
You don't have a recollection of him showing that knife and trying to
No, I do not.
intimidate people with it? or
No.
anything, do you? Okay. That's all I meant. Thank you for your time.
He only pulled it out when they were pushing him into the water.
You may step down. Please see the coordinator in the back. She'll give you further instructions. It's a little afternoon. I understand lunch has just arrived, so we're going to break. Just to remind you, do not begin your deliberations. Do not discuss the case with yourselves or
Okay,
with
so
the attorneys.
let's go and watch this video here. Let's see, what's it called? Guess they're going on break. But these kids remind me of the kids that do like takeovers. You know what I mean? They like all meet up somewhere and they try to cause a ruckus, and they're you know what I mean, acting a fool. Dude, when I was 17, if I were drinking, I wasn't like, I might have been like, see, I can't imagine as a group of kids making a huge scene of me drinking the way these kids are nowadays. Like one of them, I think, even had you can see the can in their hand while they're doing their thing. Like, open drinking like that wasn't really a thing in front of adults. You try to keep it hidden, right? From what I remember, dude, if I wasn't 18, I'm definitely trying to keep it hidden from adults. I'm not going out and drinking in front of adults and then at the same time doing this. Is this the one?
In western Wisconsin,
has been following
I need to see the whole video. Let me see. Is this one? Maybe this is a prosecutor explaining it. Hey, graphic violence. Watch out. Sorry.
What is he on? Whoa!
See, do you see how they just started as he's coming up to him? Like, what happened to make this dude come up to them? I really would like to know that part. Because dude's not going to just run up to a bunch of kids and start fucking with them out of nowhere. I don't think so. I don't see that happening like that. If it is, I need to know, but I don't think so.
What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about?
And they all think it's a big fucking joke for some reason. Because because he's filming. There's the guy that's laughing is the guy that's filming. Because he's like, haha, I'm making a video, right?
Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, let's Scripting. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say?
He's looking for a phone or something, I think. Somebody said something in chat about somebody stole their phone. I don't know what he's looking in the water for right there. It's kind of weird. Unless he dropped his knife, but I didn't see a knife in his hand when he walked up.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that? For the culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go. It doesn't matter. Go.
See, that's where they start calling him a pedophile and shit. Simon, I'm eating. Get the fuck away from me. Jesus Christ.
He was looking for little girls. You're looking for little girls? Yeah.
You're looking for little girls. Like, all of a sudden, they start badgering him about being a pedo or some shit out of nowhere.
What? Weird us out. I even have that part on camera. Did I? Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. Is he gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you.
Alcohol in kid's hand. Looks like. Might not be a kid. Got a tattoo. Maybe you bought it for him. Oh, they're putting hands on him right there. They put hands on him first. All in his face. Everybody like, oh, that really pushed him over. He slapped him, pushing him into the water, pushed him down again. Now he's got the knife in his hand, probably. Yeah, he's already stabbed somebody now. I didn't see when it happened. Right here. Boom. Wait, no. Where the stabbing happened? Right there. That's the stabbing right there. He gets him right there because he's trying to push him down into the water again. And boom, this is the guy that almost gets gutted. Because he pulled it up into his intestines or in his hands, he said. I don't know how he survived. But then they're still coming at him. They're still fucking coming at him, dude. And everybody just runs away from their so-called friend who's bleeding to death in the river. You know what I mean? Everybody just, he's just like, nobody get his areas. You gotta film it though.
What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying! He's dying, bro! What? Oh my god!
He's dying. He's dying. He shows his own face. Like, why do we need to see your lips, bud? He's dying.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's like a movie to them.
Are you serious? Is this real? Oh my god!
This isn't real, see? It's a movie. It can't be real.
Oh my god! Is this real? Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this real?
Is this real? He's looking at the blood that's in the water. There's a ton of blood in the water, dude. I've seen the original video of this. He's swimming in it at this point. It's all around him in the water.
Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
Well, bud, guess what? That's what I'm saying, dude. I think the dude might actually get off on it because, he's not going to get as strong of a conviction as they're trying to get him. This is the guy that got stabbed in the stomach here. This shows his stomach. So was it worth it, buddy? Was it worth it to fuck with?
There's a little gap there because it hit my ribs, but
Fuck with adults?
okay.
Kids just need to stop fucking with adults, I think. Cause dude, you're seeing it here. We're seeing it here. We're having to shut down malls to minors. They have to have a wristband to show that they're over age to be able to be there after a certain amount of time, because of shit like this. Because kids getting stupid, getting together, gang mentality, and fucking with people. If it was a black guy, the kid filming was black though. But yeah, if it were a black guy, they probably would have been a little more leery about the situation. Or they might even been like, oh, he's black, we can't be mean to him, he's a black guy. Black people, we're not allowed to be mean to black people, that's a hate crime. But you can be mean to white people all you want. Like, what the fuck is that dumb shit? They automatically try to get you on a hate crime if it's a minority. Like, just from the shit that I've said online, I bet if I punched a black dude in the face in public because of some altercation I had, they would bring up my YouTube channel and be like, look, see? It's a hate crime. Look at how he talked about black people this one day. He was pointing out the statistics on black crime. See? He has a thing against black people. I mean, hate crime. So they're going to be coming back in a while. Don't know what else I could show on situation. Maybe these guys
I thought he was an effective witness. I know he got frustrated towards the end with some of the cross-examination, having to answer the question, but clearly he wore his heart on his sleeve there, attempted, he thought what was right in the moment to help the teenagers to at least try to separate the group, but again, the actions around him kind of dictated what would subsequently happen. Mike, before this lunch break, and something I'd like you to clear up before we say goodbye to you, is the spousal privilege issue between Nicolae Miu and his wife. You heard the sides kind of discussing it. She's going to be the next witness up. I'm just going to point out.
Oh shit! His wife's going to be next.
Miu in the last month or so has filed, and it looks like it's a completed closed case file now for divorce from her husband.
Oh.
I don't know if that changes any dynamic here, but you heard jailhouse phone calls. You heard conversations on the river after the stabbing. He returned to the group. What could be the arguments here? What evidence? What testimony from her could we expect to see this afternoon?
Well, I mean, apparently the judge has already been briefed on the issue, because I think it was brought up right at the, well, it's definitely brought up right at the beginning or the end of the morning session, and the judge is going to make a record of it. So we'll get a ruling from the judge about what's going to be allowed and what's not going to be allowed. But it's basically an attempt to shut her down from being able to testify very far about what, if anything, she was told, because they were married at the time those statements were made by him.
All right, there you go. You heard, again, if you were just joining us, 12:50, we'll come back and we'll hear arguments kind of on both sides. The jury won't be in the room for that. That should be on the camera, the live feed. Our live feed would be up. So
husband, wife,
we'll
privilege,
come back at 12:50. I appreciate you joining us this morning through this lunch period, and we'll see you a little later this afternoon. Thank you, Mike. Before we let you go, and we wanted to get back to some of the victim testimony from this morning. During Riley Madison, one of the 5
I feel like most of the
people stabbed on the river that day.
Most of the people that are supporting the kids in here are youth, right? Are probably like 20-year-olds or maybe even actually in high school still. I like any adults in here that think that it's okay for a mob of kids to start pushing a fucking dude into the water a bunch. Just because there's water there, you can imagine that shit was hurting, dude. It's probably there might be jagged rocks. There might be, I don't know. There's rocks in there for sure.
And I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, I was telling my friends, I was like, I think he punched me really hard. Like, this feels weird. And we both had looked down, and I instantly was bleeding. I obviously was stabbed like instantly.
He should have walked away, for sure.
I recall
best case scenario would have been him walking away from the whole situation. But he doesn't have to, though.
Holding down by his side, but I don't recall for sure if it was a blade or not. My friend instantly, saw that I was bleeding out and yelled to my other friends, "You need to call 911." And to be honest, after that, no idea what happened.
Should we have to back down to fucking kids fucking with us in public?
Around, just kind of like asking everybody, like, what do I do? Do I walk? Do I go find help? Do I lay down on a tube? Like, I feel like I'm dying. Like, what do I do? Everybody's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to do. I honestly didn't even know anybody else was stabbed.
No comment, y'all?
I was not paying attention to any of that.
I'm talking to myself, I guess.
Because I was so scared and just so worked up and anxious.
I just want to keep doing this
So
for
from
the
that
rest
point,
of the
I was put on a
afternoon.
tube, and my friends were kind of pushing me down the river. And there was another group, I think, that was maybe ahead of us. I don't know if they were ahead of us or...
Maybe you motherfuckers are too chicken shit to actually have
hold my wound
an opinion.
closed to stop the bleeding until the cops had came. And then when the cops came, they put me on the road, and I kind of laid there for a few minutes until the ambulance showed up. And then I was put in the ambulance and brought here and had surgery. All right. I was irritated to kind of hear,
Probably more like it.
self-defense thing. Because whether or
Hey,
not
Steve, welcome to the stream. You're surrounded with people that are afraid to have an opinion. Well, not in Twitch or not.
Make the first move.
Can't be there.
He still could have walked away. He could have done anything like that, and that's kind of what irritates me the most. I'm 5'5", 120 pounds. I can barely handle myself, so there's not a whole lot I feel like I could have done. Because to be honest with you, I thought I was going to lose my life too.
Well, if there's not a whole lot you could have done, why were you all up in his face and
like
shit,
said,
you dumb
nobody
cunt?
else was hurt.
How about that?
The only reason that
Think
I
about
think somebody
that?
was hurt was because I was laying on the road and I could hear my
back the fuck away from the situation and stop trying to be a man.
Say like, please don't help me. You need to go help her. Like, she is doing bad. You need to go help her. So everybody else that was involved, I knew, except for Isaac. So like on my left side, I was punctured a little bit in my left lung, and then he kind of messed up my diaphragm. So I actually have about 30 staples going from my belly button up my stomach, where they had to go in to fix my diaphragm.
Dude, this bitch still has a Bush wristband on her thing.
I'm pissed. I am
in the hospital.
Very, 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 very angry because I have to almost like relive my life and relearn how to live. I have to, I mean, I have to have people help me shower, go to the bathroom. I choke on water sometimes, like just like every little thing like that. It's just, it's insane that things can escalate so fast. And
I bet she thinks twice before fucking with a stranger. Next time, though.
The world is just getting sadder and sadder. It's a very,
that's
very
because more kids are being born.
It makes me want to stay home for the rest of my life.
There's no way that an outing on the Apple River should end like this, right? I mean, this is...
No. Shouldn't. I've been there a couple times before. I'm actually I'm from that area. So I don't live out there currently right now, but I am from that area, and I would never in a million years expect anything like that to happen.
And just a quick note from that edited story we put together. In her own words, you saw Nicolae Miu in handcuffs come in during a clip of video there. He remains jailed. For some of you who haven't followed the case quite as closely, he remains jailed, but of course during a trial he will show up in street clothes. The jury doesn't know he's currently in custody, but he has not otherwise been able to post bond throughout this process or bail in the state of Wisconsin, so he remains jailed. Just some insights into Riley's mind 2 years ago to today. I want to go back and play the entirety or as much as possible up until this 12:50 window of time. They talked about Central Time, so we've got about 30 or 25 minutes, I should say, till we expect to see the parties back in court to discuss the spousal privilege.
What's going on, Sister T? No one else is talking anymore. They've all decided that they have reached their talking quota.
Riley Mattson on the witness stand.
But they haven't, because I'm noticing that you stop talking, motherfuckers!
Leymattison.
And Riley, how old are you?
I am 25.
And how tall are you?
5'5".
And how much do you weigh?
About 110 pounds.
And were you about the same in July of 2022?
Maybe 115.
Hey, Mark. Don't forget about the Twitch, buddy.
Were you tubing on the river that day with friends?
I was.
And were you drinking alcohol?
I was.
You're prime.
Using any other substances?
I was smoking marijuana.
And do you believe you're intoxicated?
I do, yes.
Was that your first time tubing on the river?
I've been on the river before, but
don't waste your prime, Mark. You're not going to use it on me.
Friends, so
use it on
I've never
somebody.
Really been on that part of the river.
Okay.
I think Amazon pay the money.
If your medical records say, well, let's see. What do you remember at some point?
Ted Thomas said hi to Mark. Heck yeah.
Something catching your group's attention?
Not specifically mine. I was just kind of hanging out with my friends on the tube, and we had stopped. And so I kind of asked why we were stopping. And I heard somebody mention something about a group looking uncomfortable. I hadn't got off right away, so.
Did you walk over after some other folks?
I did. I kind of was like, what's going on? And then I had told Janelle, like, let's kind of go over there and see what's going on.
And what do you remember everything sequentially perfectly, or is it?
It's very choppy for me.
Okay. So what do you remember next?
I remember getting off the tube, walking up to Mr. Miu, and I just remember Maddie being there and yelling at him. I remember her being punched in the face, and then I remember being stabbed, and that is completely it.
So
why? What's wrong with your brain? Why does everybody have fucking brain problems that are being
Did you see or
interviewed?
don't you remember anyone else stabbed?
No.
Then do you know
Bro,
if it's because you don't remember? You
I don't
didn't
believe
see
these
or-
kids, man.
I think I was just focused on myself, doing what I was doing. I was not really paying attention to anybody else.
Right. No, I don't believe that. You got some dude coming up to your group, doing all that. Everybody's screaming and shit. You're just paying attention to your nipple? What are you doing?
Saw
look,
Madison
my
get
nipple's
punched. Can you
showing.
explain that in as much details as you remember?
I barely really remember that part. I just remember him staring at us and then not saying anything and punching her, and I was just like shocked, like, oh my God. And that right after that, I literally remember being stabbed, and that's it. So.
Dude,
with him punching her,
does your memory
any
get
more
that
details
fucked up
than
off
that?
being
Like,
high?
hand
Because mine
used
doesn't.
or how the punch was?
Not at all.
And
Hey, Mark coming through, baby. Hey,
you
Mark.
getting stabbed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. MVP of the morning. You are the one.
Nick's face very
Maybe even the
blank,
day. That could be
and
the only thing I get all day, Mark, and I do
lunging at me, but
appreciate
just
you for it. Thank you, sir, for your
kind of
generosity,
poking me, and
support,
I
being here with us. I love you,
held my
man.
side, and I was like, ow, like, Janelle, I think
And
you
not just
punched
because of
me.
that. I love
That
you for
really
just
hurt,
being here and
like,
hanging with us,
and I
dude. But
looked down,
that
and
is
I
the cherry on
was
top
bleeding
of
out
it.
and
Thanks, man.
holding my stomach.
I know you only
and
get one of those from Prime.
it
You
just,
used it
like,
here.
didn't feel
It's really
real.
special, dude.
Like, it was just
I'm
a lot
not
of
bullshit. I'm
shock,
not
and
flattering. I'm being
from there, I was
completely
walking
honest,
around the
dude.
river
Thank you.
asking for help, like just asking somebody to help me. I told Q that I felt like I was dying
you all.
because I just was losing so much blood, and every time I'd walk, I just felt like I was getting weaker and weaker. So another group down the
15
river had
months
put me
in
on
a
tube
row, man.
and kind of pushed me down to kind of get away from the scene. And
That's
then,
something.
they were holding my side and just kind of keeping me awake. And then when the cops had showed up, they took me off of the tube and put me on the ground. And I just remember like Janelle coming over, asking me to stay awake, and the cops trying to ask me what my name was, and then just being put in the ambulance and going to the hospital.
And when you touched your side, do you remember feeling anything?
Riley could be a guy's name, I
No,
guess.
I thought I was
Riley?
punched or something. I didn't really know. I wasn't really paying attention, and it really didn't hurt. But when I looked down, I was instantly like, I believe I was holding my stomach. I think Janelle was coming to help me to hold my stomach and hold
There's
my
a little
side.
bit of an Adam's apple there,
and then
isn't
just
there?
blood kind of going.
Something right
And I
there.
didn't-
What is that
I
right
didn't wanna
there?
look down 'cause
What
it
is that
freaked me
right
out.
there?
And I didn't really want to
Huh?
touch it either because I just didn't want to feel anything. So I kind of just barely held my hand on it. I just
Do
didn't
women
wanna
have
feel it.
that? Do you see that? Is that?
Do you remember telling law enforcement that you felt like something was coming out of the wound when you touched it?
I don't remember that.
Is that normal? Ladies, do you have that?
And did you have any? So after you were brought on the tube to shore, you said people were telling you to stay awake.
Yeah, like just asking me kind of asking questions and like my name, like who are you, just kind of what's going on, anything that would make me stay awake. And I just remember being super tired, and I'm like, I just want to be left alone.
Did you have trouble breathing at all?
Not right away, slowly but surely I did. And then once I got in the ambulance and actually got to the hospital, I felt like I couldn't breathe at all. But it took a little time before that to actually happen for me. I don't know if I didn't realize it right away, but.
And where were you brought, if you remember, when you were brought to shore? Were you brought to the grass, the pavement?
I was laid right on the blacktop.
Why is any of this
saying, "Oh my
significant
God,
for the
like, this
trial?
burns my back."
I don't get it.
I remember the bridge, so I know it was right before the bridge, but I
She-
don't
after
know
she
exactly
stabbed,
where,
what-
but I know it was up.
Aside
right on
from
the
what
dash,
she
I believe on the road
sees
that, the cops would
happen
drive
with the
on,
situation,
and the ambulance
why
and
is it
everything.
significant what happens to her after she gets stabbed?
And were there officers or an officer there with you?
I believe I had one officer helping me kind of put pressure on my side and talking to me, yes.
To make the jury feel sorry for her?
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Maybe.
Anyone that's been marked as Exhibit 68. Is that?
I think so too, Jessica. And it seems that they're lying because they're changing their story, right? Two of them at least have changed their story about the girl getting punched or not, and what hand she got punched with, and yeah, that's sus, dude.
Is that a photo? Or is that an image of you on the blacktop? Yeah. Should I move to admit
What's she
and
crying
publish
for?
68?
Seeing
No
herself?
objection. 68 is received. Go ahead and publish.
I'm gonna do it digitally.
She's crying about seeing herself stabbed?
Did you mean on your laptop?
Yes. I'll tell you when I'm ready.
I know, you're weird. So she's the one that pushed. Wait. He's not the one that said she got. Where's the one that supposedly got hit at? Is it this one?
Okay.
Why is she crying about this?
You can take it down.
I mean, are you still hurting? Bro, I swear, trannies are just emotionally unstable.
At some point, were you transported away from the scene?
Yes,
Do you remember how?
an ambulance.
Were you brought to a hospital?
Yes.
And did you go immediately into surgery?
I believe so, yes. I just remember the ambulance telling me there's going to be a lot of people asking me questions. And I just remember being put on a bed, and that's literally all I remember. I mean, them asking me kind of, who you are, what's your name, what's your birth date, and I wouldn't answer, and I just kept saying I couldn't breathe. And that was the last thing I remember.
Possibly.
Until after surgery?
Yeah, I barely even remember waking up from surgery.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Yo, shout out to all you Discord users. You're awesome. Seriously. If you're in Discord and I haven't given you a role, please let me know so I can. I'll do that.
33. What's that?
That is the incision where the doctors had to cut me up to put my stomach back in.
I'd move to admit and publish.
Do we approach?
Yes.
I'll sue him. I'll probably. Yeah, this dude's going to be in court for the rest of his life. One lawsuit after another. Because who knows what the statute of limitations are on civil lawsuits on this type of shit. Probably 7 years. Maybe even longer. But it's a violent thing. How long do you think it is? Oh, personal injury, 2 years from injury. If the injury was not discovered right away, then it's 1 year from the date the injury was discovered. This is California, though. That's the limitation for violent crimes. Well, that's something different. That's criminal court. But the other one I think was civil California.
Judge, we have no objection to the introduction and evidence of Exhibit 33 and Exhibit 79, and no objection to publication.
All right, so 33 is received and may be published, and 79 is in your hand?
Yes.
All right, 79 is received.
3 years, personal injury, 3 years in Wisconsin. So they still have time. This happened in 2022, July. Got another year. Hey, this is a good case, dude. I saw this the other day. I didn't know it was starting already, or I would have put it on yesterday. Like there are a lot of cases I passed up on. But this one, interesting.
And for the record, this is 79. And Riley, what are we seeing in this?
That is, the bigger one is the stab wound, and the little one is from a chest tube.
And how about in this one?
This is the one where they had to cut me open to get my stomach put back in.
Damn! So like here where the mouse is, that's from surgery?
Sexy.
That's all from surgery, and then the staples.
They cut around our belly button.
Over here?
Yep.
What's that?
The incision wound?
This stitch is right here. Is that the stab wound?
Yep, that's the stab wound.
The one we looked at?
Prior, yep.
Okay. Oh, and are you, in the photo, are you taking this in a mirror?
Yes.
So which side is the wound actually on?
On my left side.
So it's reversed in this photo?
Yes.
You can turn off the screen. And I think you testified that you remember him looking at you and then reaching over. Do you recall telling law enforcement you don't remember if you hit him or said something to make him angry?
I do remember saying that. I think I was trying to maybe find a reason why he did what he did to me. Or, you know, after he had hit Maddie, if I had maybe put my hands on him because he had hit Maddie. I think I was just finding a reason.
Do you, from what you remember of being stabbed, do you have any memory of actually hitting him or saying anything?
I don't remember saying anything, hitting him, touching him, nothing.
I'm going to go through some slides with you. There's some still frames from the video. All right, I'm on 2496. I'm ready. Riley, are you in that photo or that image?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your arm there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn off the screen? I'm gonna go to a different one.
All right. Breakfast is done.
All right, I'm ready.
Four eggs, half a cup of oatmeal,
All right, I'm on 2458, and I'm gonna scroll through.
3 tomatoes.
And actually, your arm again?
Yes.
Stopping on 2470. What are you doing in this image?
I'm not sure if I'm just touching his shoulder, if I'm going to push him.
You're not sure. You're not sure if you're pushing him.
$24.92. Have you removed your hand at this point?
Yes.
Did you see a push?
I mean, kind of like a little, I guess I don't know what I'd call it, but just kind of maybe
A
brushing
nudge?
his shoulder. I guess a push, yes.
Do you want to see it again?
Objection. Cumulative.
Sustained. Sustained.
There's another push. Whose hand's that? What's the other chick's hand? Oh, there's a
Pausing
knife.
on 25.
That's the first I've seen it.
31.
That early.
Did you?
Wow, I didn't know he had it in
see
his
the
hand
knife
that
in his
early.
hands when you're standing there?
I don't remember.
How long had it been there?
Is that your? Do you know if that's your hand or?
Dude, they
Maddie's
might get
hand?
on
It's
that.
Maddie's hand.
Okay. How do
It's
you tell the nail
premeditated
polish?
almost.
Yeah, I don't wear nail polish.
They're all fucking retarded. Look how stupid. The dude's got a fucking knife in his hand and they're all like, fucking pedo. Wow. Situational awareness 0. She looks like
And
she's ready
do
to
you see
kill
yourself in that
somebody.
image 2662.
I do.
So
To the
you
left of
push a guy
Dante?
down while he's got
To
a
the
knife
right
in his
of Maddie?
hand.
Yes.
Bruh. Okay. Okay. That's not the smartest move they made all day. Wow, they weren't even looking at his
Just
hands.
turn off the screen. I'm gonna go to.
Kids
Other
are
image.
stupid nowadays. It's solved. Now I know what the problem is. Fucking retarded. Nobody looked at his hands. Fuck, man. I mean, RIP to the dude that died, man. It sucks, dude, but bro, I feel like 200 years ago, kids had better situational awareness because we were closer to death at all times. The lawlessness was rampant. Now that we got cops and phones in our hands, everybody thinks we're safe or something.
We have the screen.
Nope.
This is 2861. Riley, do you see yourself in this image?
I do.
Like the phone's
Where
gonna
are you?
save their
I
life.
am standing right behind Nick Miu.
What color swimsuit?
Blue with flowers.
I'm gonna scroll.
Here it comes. He's gonna try to push him one more time. Oh, he pushes him down one more time, and he gets back up, and he stabs him. Oh wait, did she get stabbed? She didn't get stabbed first though.
Stopping on
She's already stabbed.
48. Do you see yourself in this image?
I do.
Holding your side.
I do.
And you keep scrolling. And you said one of your friends came to your aid after you were stabbed?
Yes, Janelle.
Is she in this photo?
She is. She is in the black swimming suit.
Okay, I'm gonna keep scrolling.
She must have been the first person to get stabbed. Because this guy, this guy gets stabbed right here. This is the guy that dies. No, that's not the guy that dies. It's confusing. We must have missed the first stabbing.
Do you remember retreating or recoiling from Nicolae at that point, or no?
What do you mean by that?
In these, I'll back up a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm on 3:30:17.
Like running away?
Yes.
Yes.
It is interesting that he even had a knife on him. Like, I wouldn't take a knife with me to go swimming.
You can turn off the screen. Thank you.
Or maybe there's wildlife out there to worry about.
Do you remember Nicolae saying anything at all when you were standing in front of him?
Not one word.
Did you have any indication, or did you see anything, hear anything to indicate if he was with a group?
I had no idea who he was. I didn't know if he was a part of the group we were going to. I had absolutely no idea.
If the guy wasn't ever saying anything, why was everybody attacking him? He never said anything to anybody?
I don't have anything else.
I didn't see him ever say anything.
Thank you, Judge.
This person says punch or not, doesn't matter. Stabbing with a knife isn't proper response of force, but it can be because they were pushing his face down towards the water, and there was multiple of them that could drown him.
You've made lots
So
of
it could
statements in this
be,
case. Is that fair
actually.
to say?
Yes.
I don't believe that guy.
A couple of times, correct?
Yes.
You've spoke to Care 11 News, correct?
Yes.
You spoke with Fox 9 News, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things I think you've consistently said in all of those statements to the police, to the news, is you're basically
I have a menacing charge. I've been charged with pulling a knife on somebody, so I've looked into this type of shit, dude. And it's close. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know.
I was drinking a lot. I don't remember.
I didn't have the right to, apparently.
Correct.
And the
He
reason
grabbed
that you
onto my arm.
consistently said that is because that's the truth, correct?
Correct.
You were drinking a lot, right?
Correct.
You were intoxicated, correct? You were also smoking the marijuana,
Correct.
and that, I'm sure, impacted your ability to perceive things as well as remember things. Agreed?
Agreed.
And I think what you've used different words to say, like, things are blurry, correct?
Yeah, I think I just have kind of like a specific patchy spot that I've been trying to figure out what happened in that little spot.
Sure. But the words that you used, I think you used on direct, like, you see chunks almost, right?
Right.
And then also, what I'm gathering is the chunks that you do see, those are blurry.
Yeah.
And then in between the blurry chunks, there's just blank spaces.
Correct.
Okay.
See, that's another thing altogether. Him having the knife out already. Like, none of them say that they've noticed it. So, like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Was he menacing by walking? Like, I didn't see it when he walked up to him, though. I don't know when he pulled it out.
Those blank spaces in your memory are because of intoxication, correct?
Correct.
Or perhaps because of, imagine that was a stressful event for you?
Yes.
Even before you were cut with a knife, you lacked some memory before that, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine some of that before that was a little bit stressful, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, the stress increased once you were injured, right?
Yes.
But nevertheless, the stress that you were under may have caused you to not remember certain
Okay,
things, correct?
Ted.
You've probably talked with lots of your friends about this event, correct?
We've talked, yes.
This was, and again, I'm not trying to judge, just in fairness, this is a life-changing event for you, right?
Correct.
And for your group of friends, correct?
Correct.
Imagine when you get together, you chat about it,
Yes.
right? People share their experience.
Yeah.
And maybe you help each other process what the experience was, correct?
I wouldn't say necessarily process it, just kind of
Take on other
getting there was
people's
more like,
truths
this
is what
I
you
remember,
did.
Like, you know, what do you remember? I wouldn't say we were trying to give each other answers, but
Understood. But you had gaps in your memory, correct?
Yes.
And again, you don't get into specifics, but other people, when you were talking to that were there, they had gaps in their memory.
yes.
And so sometimes you would share information with each other to try and maybe fill in the gaps, correct?
Sometimes yes, but I never really took what they said and put it together. I just remembered what I remembered in.
And I appreciate that. You've been very clear about that, but I just want to make sure that we know that you've got other information, right?
Yes.
And part of that is because you want to know what happened, correct?
Correct.
And there's still some things as you sit here today that you don't know, correct?
Yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah. All right. And just the human condition, at least for you, is you want to try to make sense of it, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes you, I would imagine, like the rest of us, you use deduction to try to put things together, correct?
Yes.
Even if you don't necessarily have a memory, you try to deduce what it is that happened, right?
Yes.
And so here in court, when we were talking, I'm going to try to focus on the memory. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because some of the things you might have said or you might talk about are from things that you think because you've deduced it. Would that be fair?
I guess.
Sure. Well, let's talk about this. Like one of the issues in the case is what happened to Maddie, right?
Yes.
And one of the first things that you told the police is you said, quote, I thought he slapped her because of, like, about this. Like one of the issues in the case is what happened to Maddie, right?
Yes.
And one of the first things that you told the police is you said, quote, I thought he slapped her because, like I said, it was just kind of not comprehending. You said that to the police, correct?
I don't remember, but
What?
I did, yes.
And first things that you told the police just kind of not comprehending, quote, I thought he slapped her because, like I said, it was just kind of not comprehending. You said that to the police, correct?
I don't remember, but
What wasn't
if I did,
comprehending
yes.
though? That he needed to leave? But he
Since
slapped
then, you've
her
said
because it wasn't.
she was punched, correct?
That is correct.
And today when you were asked, tell us the details of that, you were like, I just want to make sure I get it correct. I think you said...
She knew the details all of a
Not
sudden.
at all. I don't remember.
And we're going to cut away
Wait.
from Riley Madson's earlier
She
testimony.
said-
She one of the stabbing
did
victims
remember the
stabbed along the
details.
Apple River that day.
I didn't see that
And an
earlier,
encounter
y'all.
there with Nicolae Miu, the defendant. The sides have come back a little early. If you joined us
I
before
didn't know
lunch,
this was happening.
Judge Michael Waterman has to sort out some
So
legal
soon.
arguments here. Nicolae Miu's
This
now
trial,
ex-wife,
I
Sandra
didn't know it had
Miu, is,
started
about to
already.
be called
I
as a
saw the
state
video
witness.
for it
Apparently, there are some issues
yesterday,
about
the day
spousal
before,
privilege.
and I was
The
like,
defense
oh,
is
this
going
is
to
going to
claim
be
here.
a good trial.
My
I thought it was going to be like a
if you
year
were
from
listening
now
at
or
that
something,
time,
but it was already
was about,
happening
a
when I
couple
saw that
jailhouse,
video
maybe
on
several
Reddit.
jailhouse phone calls that were recorded. Obviously, the jail does record
My bad.
phone
I'm a
calls.
little
There's some
late to the
conversations
party.
between husband
But
and
we're
wife,
supposed to stay three.
as
You know,
well
it's
as
not too
some
bad.
conversations after the stabbing when Miu returns to his tubing group. I don't want to miss any of it right now. I believe the microphones are muted. I'll be quiet.
We're back on the
and
record.
Here we go,
You're
back on the
outside
record.
the
Judge
prison.
Michael
Oh yeah,
Waterman.
man! I have to
Miu is
do it
present
to
in the
the end
courtroom.
now. Dude, this is a good trial.
Of the next
The
witness,
last one I
see whether or
tried
not
to
spousal
start
privilege applies.
sucked. Tried to stop it. But this,
General
I know
rule is
that I
a
want to
person
complete
has
this
the
one.
privilege to prevent that person's spouse or former spouse from testifying about something that was
Just like with
said
Rittenhouse,
between
you
them in
know,
private. That communication has to be made during the marriage.
or the
So we all
Chaz
agree
Henderson.
that the Mius were married on July 30, 2022.
Yes.
They remain married today.
No, they divorced, I think, a couple weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. Were they married when the jail conversation took place?
Yes.
Can we agree on that much?
I guess I don't know.
Yes, we agree that they were married.
All right, so the question is whether or not it was a private communication.
Right.
So, because the defense is asserting the privilege, I think they have the responsibility for establishing it. So I'll let them start the voir dire. Mr. Anderson, you may ask some follow-up
Interesting.
questions. We'll see where it ends up.
Excuse me. So as a married person, you have some sort of right to privacy with a conversation or something? It's like some sort of lawyer confidentiality thing? I didn't know this. This is a thing? Dude, so this is like a reason why some people might want to get married, so they can tell each other secrets and they can't be forced to divulge the information in court? Like gay mobsters. Two gay mobsters getting married. Hey, you can't make me do it. It's my husband, eh?
Appreciate the opportunity to start. I don't know what
is that a thing though?
So it's hard for me to start because I don't.
Do you want to cede that?
That's why gay marriage could be a thing.
Right,
like,
Mr. Anderson?
whoa, we don't want, sir, you're on. We might not want gay marriage because we don't want the mobsters, Mickey and Rooney, marrying each other, and now we can't, get them to confess on. Just like, really? Damn, I didn't know that, dude. That's wild. So that's actually a reason why some people might not want there to be same-sex marriage. That's really interesting. As part of it, I didn't know it was even a thing at all. Ow! Wow! Yo! So that could be used by criminals somehow. And very interesting.
I think also they're trying to call her, so I want to be able to cross-examine her.
Again, we're not getting into the substance of the conversation. This is just to explore whether or not it was private. That's all.
Understood.
Okay. All right, and I'm sorry, Mr. Miu's wife's name is?
Sandra Miu.
Very interesting.
All right, is she in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Miu? All right.
I wonder what else I don't know about being married. They really do incentivize people to marry, don't they?
When she does testify, the defense moves any information about the divorce inadmissible as it's irrelevant. It's going to open up other reasons irrelevant to this.
Is there any relevance to their marital status?
I think it goes to bias or lack thereof because they're divorced now. The divorce is...
Here she comes. We'll talk about it later.
Is this him right here?
Ms. Miu, please come forward.
I think so.
Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. All right, Mr. Anderson.
Can you state your first and last name?
Sandra Miu.
And Sandra, you were on the river with Nicolae on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
And do you remember him leaving your group at some point?
Yes.
And then do you remember some sort of commotion?
Some sort of what?
Some sort of commotion or disturbance?
Yes.
Did he come back to your group at some point?
Yes.
And was your group pretty much all together then?
Yes, I think so.
And was Nicolae saying things when he came back about what happened?
Oh, shit. I just stabbed a bunch of kids.
I don't know if he did then or this is when he came back the next time.
Okay, so he left twice?
Oh.
So after the second time he came back, was he saying stuff about what happened?
A little bit, not much.
Did he talk about his knife?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And was that, when he was talking about that, was that when he was back with your group?
Yes.
So did multiple people hear him talking about that?
No foundation.
Sustained.
Were you guys standing in a group?
Objection, bag.
It's hard for me to understand what you mean by group, so.
Yeah, sure. How many people were in your tubing group?
I think there was about 8 of us.
And when Nicolae came back, if you remember, were you guys sitting down in your tube, standing together?
Objection, bag. My point is, I think it's about whether Nick was talking to Sandra. So when he says you guys, is he talking about the entire group? Is he talking about these two?
When he came back and was talking about what happened, was it to just you or multiple people?
I think it was just me at the beginning.
And then later?
I think he talked to someone else while we were on the tubes.
And you overheard some of that conversation?
Not much of it. I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Okay, but do you recall speaking with law enforcement?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you recall doing interviews with law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you remember if you told them about hearing what he was saying when he was talking to other people?
I don't remember.
Okay, but it'd be in the transcript?
It could be.
And so when you said he was talking to you, where were you? Were you by other people?
When he came back to us, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
What is the relevance, dude?
He was standing on the little sandbar. They were in the water.
And where were the other members of your group?
In the water.
What's the relevance of any of this?
How close?
It's going to be a headache.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
5 feet, 10 feet?
Probably 10.
Was Nicolae speaking loud enough for other people to hear?
Objection, no foundation.
Was he whispering, talking in a normal voice, animated?
I don't remember.
Who was he talking to while you were tubing?
Amy.
Objection.
I'm confused. Tubing when?
When you were tubing to the exit.
Amy.
Okay, and that's Amanda Torres?
Yes.
If other people talked about what Nicolae said when he came back, is that, if you know, did you tell them about it or would they have overheard it?
I didn't tell anybody.
Okay, so if other people knew what he said when he came back, it means they overheard what he was saying?
Objection, leading inaccurate.
Did you tell them about it or would they have overheard it?
I didn't tell anybody.
Okay, so if other people knew what he said when he came back, it means they overheard what he was saying?
Objection, leading inaccurate.
This is voir dire, so I'm going to give some latitude so we can get to the core of this. So overruled.
You didn't tell anyone else what he told you?
No.
Okay. And then while Nicolae has been in jail, you guys have spoken on the phone?
Yes.
And on those recordings, does it say these are being recorded?
Yes.
And that's at the start of every phone call?
Yes.
And at points, Nicolae has talked about the case?
He tried. I stopped him.
And sometimes he'd say something about the case before you could stop him?
But I didn't. All I kept saying, if you're going to talk about it, I'm hanging up the phone. I don't want to hear it.
Sure. And
he never got out very much.
No,
Couple
but
words.
some stuff he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
what did he get out?
I think that's it.
That's it? That's it from the...
So you were asking questions about the conversations that you and Nick had after he came back the second time and you're standing on the sandbar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
During that, you consider that to be a private conversation, correct?
Yes.
He was, you two were engaged, just the two of you, correct?
Yes.
And no one else was within 10 feet of you, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
Oh, I see why now.
After that,
what they're
there have
doing.
been times where other people talked to Nick between the time you spoke with him until he was arrested. Agreed?
Yes.
I forgot what this
You don't know
was.
what Nick said in
Figured
those
it
other
out.
times, right?
No.
Because you weren't a party to those conversations.
No, and
They're making it
I
a
don't
private
hear very well,
conversation,
so
she
wouldn't
won't be
hurt him. I wear hearing
a
aids, so I don't
witness.
hear. And I didn't wear them on the river, obviously.
That's what's happening.
So all you know about is what Nick told you when the two of you were alone.
Yes.
That's what you remember regarding Nick's statements about what may or may not have happened.
Yes.
The phone calls on the jail, I want to ask you about that, okay?
Okay.
You still consider those private, agreed?
Yes.
There was you didn't know for sure whether somebody was or was not listening live, correct?
That I don't know. I just know they say it's recorded.
What they do with the recording, you don't know?
No.
Doesn't say, okay, that's all.
Anything else?
You'd purposely tell him to stop talking sometimes because you knew somebody might be listening to those calls, right?
Only if he started talking about what happened, I do.
Okay. No.
Mr. Nelson?
The reason you stopped that is you weren't worried about somebody else hearing, you just didn't want to hear about the case. Fair to say?
Both.
Okay. Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Miu. Please have a seat in the back. Do you have other witnesses?
On this issue,
Yes.
I have a 911 call where you can also hear Nicolae talking in the background.
Well, that's different. I mean, as far as this question of whether or not the statements to Ms. Miu were private.
No.
Mr. Nelson?
No, we assert the privilege.
All right. The privilege has been asserted. It's a statutory privilege. As I mentioned, a spouse may prevent another spouse, the other spouse, from talking about private conversations that were made during the marriage. We're talking about two different conversations between spouses. One occurred on July 30, 2022, shortly after the incident. On this record, I'm convinced that it was a private conversation because it was engaged between two people standing apart as far as 10 feet away from others. I consider that to be a private conversation and will allow the privilege to be asserted for that communication. As far as the jail communication is concerned, that clearly is not private. Ms. Miu testified that she knew it was being recorded. If it's being recorded, somebody else has the ability to listen, and the conversations are taking place knowing that somebody else is recording and possibly could listen. So that conversation was not private, and the state may inquire about the substance of those conversations.
How does I don't know how the court wants me to handle that. I know it's very publicized that he's in custody. The jury probably knows, but I know we're trying to not make it obvious. He's in civilian clothes. So should I just not ask a time frame so they might think it's shortly after the arrest, or I don't know, or do I just say jail phone calls? Did you say this?
Well, what do you propose to say? You frame the question for me, and let's find out whether or not there's an objection.
Can I weigh in before that?
Well, you want to give him a shot? Give him a chance to, unless you don't care.
Oh, shit. Yo, he's being represented by one of Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyers. That's where I recognize this dude from, right?
I care.
Okay, let's hear what he proposes that he's going to say, and you tell me your thoughts after that.
Look at that suit. That's the first thing I noticed. I was like, hold up, who is that?
Well, your husband, well, actually, I guess we got to address that too, but when Nicolae was in jail, did you have conversations with him? And did you talk about this? Did he say this? And essentially leave it at that?
I would permit the state to lead, and I don't think that there would be any reason why they would need to go beyond between now and July 30th. Did you have conversations with your husband? Yes. Did your husband tell you X, Y, Z? If she says yes, she says no. If she says yes, we're done. If she says no, they play the recording. I mean, the fact that there's a recording, the fact that where it is irrelevant. The only issue is that there's a recording. Your Honor's already ruled on that, and if she doesn't agree with it, they can play the recording. But I don't think we need to know why they have the recording.
Mr. Anderson?
That's fine. I'll just say...
Use leading questions.
Yes.
And if she deviates from the script, then you're going to be able to impeach her on things that may be more sensitive. All right, what else?
I don't think there's any. My request is that we don't say it's a jail recording. It's a recording. It doesn't matter where it came from.
That's what I understood the agreement to be.
Okay.
Correct, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I'll just say, did you have recorded phone calls with Nicolae?
No, did you have conversation?
Okay, sure.
And in that conversation was X, Y, and Z said. All right, let's circle back on the relevance of the divorce. How is it relevant?
Well, for one, defense said in their opening she is his wife.
How is it relevant?
Well, for one, defense said in their opening she is his wife, present tense. So, I mean, I think they could have just...
I'm not his divorce lawyer.
Well,
okay, well...
also, I mean, it goes to bias or prejudice. And, you know, we're asking all these witnesses, what are their relations with each other? Are they friends? Do they still talk to each other? So they're divorced. The finances are done. She doesn't have a financial stake in this trial because the divorce is finalized. So it goes to bias or prejudice.
Who's saying she's biased? I mean, we're not claiming she's biased. Is the state claiming that she's biased and she's divorced? I'm not tracking the rationale behind the relevancy. Are they going to...
Well, let's put it this way. The relationship of the witness to the defendant is relevant. What is their relationship? That's where the relevance lies. You said that if we get into the fact that they were divorced, it's going to open up a lot of other issues. And what are those issues?
Well, I think I get to ask her, you didn't divorce him because you don't love him anymore. You didn't divorce him because you disapprove of his behavior on 7/30th. This was a financial decision. And other than the, state of Minnesota's financial, you still care and support. I mean, I think I get to say all of those things if they get into that.
Okay, well, I think the relationship is relevant. I don't think there's any unfair prejudice if the jury knows that they're divorced. And it'll be subject to cross-examination if you want to explore these other topics to rehabilitate. So if you want to ask that question, that's what you're going to receive on the other end. I just want to point out one thing, though. At the beginning of the trial, when I was asked to make an exception for the sequestration rule, it was represented to me that they were married. And now I'm learning that they're divorced.
I didn't know that the divorce was final. I am not his divorce attorney. I apologize if I was misleading. I don't believe she sat in the trial at all. So it was not my intent to. I did not know the status of their...
Okay, so if you get a divorce from somebody now, anything that you said you can't keep them from going to court? Is that what that means? A divorce takes that away?
All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
Oh,
I don't
maybe
think so.
not.
Mr. Nelson? All right, let's bring the jury in.
Maybe not.
Why don't you have a seat in the back, and then we'll call you back up to the witness stand.
She's
not.
I think his life was in danger. Well, I mean, it could be. If you're getting pushed down multiple times in the water, like if the river's flowing, there's rocks and shit down in the water. I don't know why he had a fucking knife on him, dude. Honestly, that's kind of weird. I don't normally carry a knife on me when I swim. Even if I was at the lake or something or camping, I wouldn't believe, but maybe. Gotta do that nowadays or something? I haven't done that in a long time, camping and swimming. He had it, I don't know, man. I don't know why he walked up to him. And apparently he left twice. Like, what happened the first time? Did he come back and get the knife and then go back over there? Like, that's something.
With the next witness. Who is that witness, Mr. Anderson?
Sandra Miu.
Ms. Miu, would you please come forward? Please face the clerk, raise your right hand, and she'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Sandra Miu.
And Sandra, do you work?
No,
What city and state do you live in?
I live in Lakeville, Minnesota.
And obviously you know Nicolae Miu.
Yes.
Where did you two meet?
At work.
And is that at Ritchie Engineering?
Yes.
Nicolae Miu?
Yes.
Where did you two meet?
At work.
And is that Ritchie Engineering?
Yes.
It does that.
Were you tubing with Nicolae on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
Were you with a group of people?
I'm sorry, what?
Were you with a group of people?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 12. You can take it. Are those the people you were tubing with?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit and publish.
Any objection to 12?
No objection. And Sandra, can you see that? Do you go by Sandy or Sandra?
Sandy.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just
Far
showing that.
left person, who's that?
It's Ariel.
And how do you know Ariel?
He's Ernesto's nephew, and Ernesto used to work with us.
Okay. How many times were you and Nick, or just Nick, close friends with Ariel, just met him?
We sort of were close friends with him. We'd go over to Amy and Ernesto's house, and he would be there.
Okay. And how about the woman next to Ariel?
I don't know her very well. That's Ariel's girlfriend.
Okay. And then, guy third from right?
I don't know him. That was the first time he had been there.
Okay. And then that's Nicolae next to fourth from right?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you in this photo?
I'm in the inner tube, in the middle.
Okay. And then, where's Ernesto?
Ernesto is in between Amy and Rosie.
Okay. Maybe I'll go back. Can you still see it?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. And who's Rosie?
Rosie is Ernesto's sister.
And how do you know Ernesto and Rosie?
I know Ernesto because we worked with him. Rosie's been over at his house when we would go over there.
Okay. How long have you known Ernesto?
I don't even know, 10 some years, probably maybe a little bit more.
10 to 15?
Yeah, I'd go 10 to 15.
Okay. You and Nick, would you socialize with them a lot?
Yes, we'd go to their house.
Would they come to your house?
Yes.
Okay. So decent, close friends?
Yes.
How about Amanda or Amy?
That's Ernesto's wife.
Okay. You knew her pretty well too?
Yes.
And Tatiana, did you know her?
I only knew her a little bit. I met her a couple of times when we'd go over to Amy and Ernesto's house.
Okay.
And same with Peachy. I only met him when we'd go over there, and I only met him maybe 3 times.
Okay. And that's what you know him as, Peachy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
When you were tubing in the beginning, did Nicolae have a knife on him?
I don't know if he did when we were tubing.
In the beginning, at the start?
He only did to cut the strings on the tubes. He went back to the Jeep, and I thought he put it away.
Okay. And as you guys were tubing, so you didn't see him put it there, you just thought he put it in the Jeep when he went back to the Jeep?
Yes.
And is that what he brought it for, to cut the string?
Yes.
So you could tie up at the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, Ernesto called Nick and asked him to bring it.
Okay.
So he could cut the string.
Did your group stop on the way? Did you stop anywhere on the way while tubing?
While we were tubing?
No, did you stop?
Before we got there?
Yeah, did you stop somewhere to eat or
No.
hang out on a beach or anything like that?
No.
Do you remember telling law enforcement you stopped and you were eating for like 30 minutes or so and using the bathrooms?
That was why we were tubing.
What do you mean? Can you explain that?
We were tubing down the river, and there was a spot that is covered where they must have played a band or something there once in
Okay.
a while. It was on the river while we were tubing. We stopped to eat.
Gotcha. You thought I was asking about before tubing?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. And did Nicolae have snorkel goggles with him?
Yes.
And was he snorkeling by a group of young guys at one point?
I don't know. He just took the snorkel and went out there.
Did you see him by a group of young guys at some point?
I did later.
Okay.
When the incident started.
And was there actually a couple times that Nicolae went over to that group?
That I don't know for sure.
Did you tell law enforcement that he went over there twice?
I know I think he went to that group, he came back, and then I didn't know he went back to that group until later I saw him over there.
Okay. So he had gone to the group of the young guys, came back, and then at some point he went back there, but you didn't see him go back there again?
No, I didn't keep a track of him.
Okay. How long was he back that you remember before you noticed he was gone again?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes, I don't know for sure.
Do you remember saying maybe 10 minutes?
I may have.
And then when he went, Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. He's a high-dollar lawyer. You can tell by his suit, dude. He's got the most fitted suits of all the lawyers in there. It looks like it was definitely made for him. All of it. They were like, sick. They were doing all the six with the putting the pins in it and shit. He probably had to go to Italy for it. He definitely didn't go to the Men's Warehouse. I guarantee it. You don't like the way you look.
And at some point, did Ariel's phone get knocked in the water?
I don't know how it went in the water, but yes.
Oh, so there was a missing phone, and he was looking for it with the snorkels.
In relation to the
Oh.
2 times Nicolae went over to the group of young guys, was it before the first time, after the first time? Do you remember?
Was what, before or after?
When the phone got lost.
Oh, it was before.
Okay. And was Nicolae looking for the phone?
Yes.
What were you guys doing, the rest of the group, while Nicolae was looking for the phone?
I don't know what they were doing. I was busy sitting in the inner tube because I had a hard time getting out of it. And I was just looking at the sky and the trees and just relaxing and enjoying my day.
You guys, I mean, your group was kind of by a sandbar, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when Nicolae was back at the group of young guys the second time, did something catch your attention?
I happened to, every once in a while, I'd sit up in my tube just to see where Nick was at. And the one time I did that, it looked like there was people around him, and all of a sudden I saw him on his hands and knees in the water, and somebody was hitting him.
Didn't you originally say that the first thing you noticed was all the young guys jumping out of their tubes?
I may have.
And it's that point that you alerted your group and sent some people over there? Or asked some people to go over there?
Yeah, I had asked 2 of them.
And who were those 2 people?
Ariel and Ernesto.
Okay. And again, Ariel in the group photos on the far left,
Yes, he's with the red, white, and blue.
and Ernesto is the only one without a shirt off in that photo?
Yeah, he's on the other side. It's like second from where I'm at on that side.
Okay. And so you saw, and just to clarify, this is the second time Nicolae's at the group that you see them jump up?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And do Ernesto, after you see the boys jump up and you alert the group, do Ernesto and Ariel start walking over there?
Yes, Ariel went first and then Ernesto went.
And then I think you said the next thing you remember was he was on his hands and knees in the water and somebody hit him?
Yep.
And then did you see anything after that?
I did not.
And how, at some point after, what do you remember happening after that?
They just brought him back.
And
I saw the police come and people were screaming and kid was by a tree, I guess. And later, because we stayed there for about 20 minutes.
And I'm going to get to that in a second, but I just want to back up a little bit. So you said they brought him back. Did Nicolae come back before or after or with Ernesto and Ariel, if you remember?
With them, I think.
Did you actually see Nicolae walking back from the group, or did you just, was he just there, like next thing you noticed?
I saw him coming. I didn't see him leave that group. I saw him, though, walking back.
And were you watching him the whole time he was walking back?
Not at the beginning when he left the group. I didn't see that.
And did you watch him? So I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
The last sheet of paper?
Yes.
One of the bailiffs, I think there's another pack just outside this door, leaning up against the wall. Let's take that one down. We need to mark it in any event.
So if this is the river, let's say this is the sandbar, okay, you with me? Okay. Where you guys are somewhere around here?
Yeah, right next to it.
Okay, in the water?
Yes.
Okay, like right here?
Yep.
Okay. And then do you remember where the young boys were, or young kids, or adults?
Yeah, they
whatever?
were on that side.
The other side of the river?
Yes, they weren't on the same side we were on.
And were they downstream a ways?
Yes.
Okay, so right, I mean, there's no scale, so
Yeah.
I'll just draw them generally here.
Where's their banana at,
So,
bro?
At some point, Nicolae walked back.
Always have the banana for scale.
And you said you didn't see him when he left at first. Do you know, like, if you know, I don't want you to guess, Like, when he was halfway, did you start to watch him come back when he was almost back to your group?
Probably a little less or a little more than halfway.
Okay, so maybe like around here?
No, the other way.
Lower? Oh, this? Down here?
Probably saw him about in there.
And did he walk straight back to your group from there?
Yes.
And you watched him walk back?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember... You met with essentially the people sitting at this table prior to testifying, is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember saying in that meeting that you weren't watching him when he walked back the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you know which one it is?
Yes, I probably didn't watch him the whole time.
Okay. And after Nicolae was back by you, your group, what did you see? What did you hear? Not amongst your group, but downriver.
There was a lot of commotion down there. I saw the police arrive. I saw someone, I didn't really see the person laying by the tree, but I saw somebody give that person CPR.
And let me ask a question about that. So the person who was getting CPR, was that on the other side of the river from you?
Yes, it was by where the other people's troops were.
So somewhere down here?
Yeah.
And did you see that CPR going on? You said you were there about 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think it was about 20 minutes. I don't know for sure, but it seemed like 20 minutes.
And was somebody getting CPR on the shore that whole time?
Pretty much.
Okay. About 20 minutes. Did you see... And the commotion, can you describe the commotion?
People were more frantic, it seemed. They were just going to people that needed help.
And what do you mean needed help? Did you see people who were injured?
No, just, like I said, I didn't see the one by the tree either. I'm just assuming, but no.
So what did you see to know they were doing CPR?
I saw somebody pushing up and down on the person's chest.
Okay. Did you see blood?
I did not.
And so you said you saw law enforcement arrive.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And do you remember seeing a couple of officers in the water?
Yes.
Is that what you remember as far as law enforcement that you saw before you guys left?
Yes, there may have been an ambulance, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember telling us in the meeting that you saw a police SUV, a couple officers in the water, and no ambulance?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. So, did anyone from your group, once Ariel, Ernesto, and Nicolae are back with you, did anyone walk over to where the commotion was going on?
I heard somebody did. I didn't see them.
prior to the incident, I'll call it, what was the atmosphere like among your group? Were you guys drinking, listening to music?
We were listening to music until the phone got lost, because that was the one that was playing the music on.
Okay.
Some of them were drinking.
Okay. Was Nicolae drinking?
He had about 2 beers.
About, just an estimate?
Yeah,
You were the designated sober driver home, right?
I was just drinking water.
And that was pre-planned that you would be the one to drive home?
No, it was not pre-planned.
And then after the incident, what was the mood like when you're tubing down the river?
Quiet.
And I'm not asking what was said, but while you're tubing down the river, was Nicolae talking?
I think he was talking to Amy, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I didn't look to see.
So fair to say when you guys tubed down, the person was still getting CPR?
I don't remember.
Was the scene still chaotic?
I don't think it was back then, no.
No, but it was before ambulances arrived, right?
I don't know for sure.
Well, you said you saw a police SUV, 2 officers in the water, no ambulances, right?
I don't know for sure. I didn't pay attention, but I told you before there was no ambulance, so I guess not.
Okay. You'd agree that when you told us that, we just asked you to tell us what you remember, right?
Yes.
You weren't crying or?
No, but, I've been trying to block this out, so even since I talked to you, I don't remember. I'm not going to sit here and read the transcripts you gave me. I don't remember.
Okay. I imagine, and I want to be respectful, I imagine this is extremely difficult for you. So, when your group left, you had to tube by the spot where the incident happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Since this incident, you've had conversations with Nicolae briefly about some parts of the incident, agreed?
Yes.
And Nicolae has expressed to you frustration with you and your group because you didn't hear him yelling for help, right?
It wasn't his phone, Bubba. He didn't lose it.
And he cast some blame on you and your group for not coming in response to his yells.
Pay attention, man.
Yes.
And you responded you couldn't hear any yells for help.
No, couldn't hear it, not over the water.
Not over the kids screaming. They were hysterical the whole time, even before the stabbing.
Nick's knife, you described it as, you believed it was a silver blade, black handle folding knife. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. It could have been.
You know, I'm taking the viewer count off the screen from now on. I'm not going to have it on anymore. I'm tired of seeing that shit. I'll do what you do. It's not going to affect me anymore, though.
Had a clip in
tired of that.
A clip on the knife, right?
Yes.
And he'd clip it into his lower pocket on his shorts.
Yes.
And Nicolae's right-handed, right?
He's right-handed.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that
all the time with this shit? Not anymore.
You heard
not
screaming?
Anymore. Never again. Fuck this.
I don't remember. I may have. I just don't remember.
You
would
it refresh your memory to see a transcript?
Yes.
Fuck what you do. Fuck what the likes either.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory?
No, but it says it, so I must have said it.
Okay. When you saw CPR being done on the shore, was the rest of your group looking in the same direction, watching what was going on?
I'm assuming so.
No foundation.
Sustained.
You were there for 20 minutes?
About, I guess.
Sorry, just wait till
Sorry.
address the objections, that's fine. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection.
I objected, asked and answered.
I hadn't finished.
All right, ask the question and we'll start over.
So you were there for, you estimate, about 20 minutes with the other people from your group. As you were there, did you make observations about the people in your group?
No.
No, you didn't see anything that anyone was doing or looking at?
No.
Where were you? Okay. And what about Nicolae? Did you see where he was looking?
No.
Did you see what he was doing?
No.
So Nicolae walks down to the, I'm talking about the second time now, the group of young guys. You see him get hit. When he's down on his hands and knees, he eventually comes back, and you're not paying any attention to what Nicolae's doing?
Leading.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Is it better without the viewer count on the screen? It's just tacky looking, ain't it? Like I care too much about it. It makes me care too much about it too. Seeing it all the time. What do you think? Oh, everybody gone now? I fucking delete the viewer count. It actually deletes the viewers. Holy shit. Like Bruce Almighty. Really? Y'all gonna do me like that? Nobody's gonna say anything?
So during that 20 minutes, were you watching, after everything you've testified about, during the 20 minutes you're there, were you paying any attention to Nicolae?
I don't recall. I must have at some point, I just don't recall.
That's fucked up. What do you mean?
Did Nicolae have any injuries that you saw?
I didn't notice any, but I didn't pay attention either.
And the people that Nicolae was downstream, were they bigger, smaller, same size as Nicolae?
I noticed some of them were skinnier, some of them were bigger. They were all younger.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they're all smaller than Nicolae? Nicolae's a big guy.
No, I don't remember saying that, but if I did.
Do you remember saying it didn't look like Nicolae got hit that hard?
I don't remember.
You got knocked down though. That's different to being hit. You're being pushed down into the water and shit. It's hard to keep your stability on rocks and river current, and it doesn't take much to push somebody over. But what's up, Andy? Yeah, I turned all that off, bro.
When Nicolae came back after you saw him get hit, did you go to him, render any aid, anything like that?
Did I what?
Go to him and render any aid or anything like that?
I just made sure it didn't have any, I didn't see any blood or anything, so I'm assuming he was not too badly hurt.
Okay.
You have to go to Twitch for the games. Like all those games are still on, but they're on Twitch only. Twitch perk.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Miu, can you tell us when you and Nick got married?
When?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was June 4th, 2011.
Why'd you marry him?
Because I loved him.
Still true today?
Yes, it is.
Over the course since, did you know him before 2011?
Yes, I met him. We started dating in 2008, and I met him at work a little before that, so.
What did he do there at your place of employment?
He was an engineer.
What type of engineer?
I think he said it was a mechanical engineer.
Okay. What did you do at the place of employment?
I was a supervisor of a department.
Of what department?
I was a supervisor of the packaging department.
Okay. And it was through that you and Nick grew to meet each other and then know each other, right?
Yes.
And it sounds like there's a group of other people that you guys got to know and hang out with from work, right?
Yes.
So you've known Nick since 2008?
I knew him a little before that, maybe 2007.
And during that time, you eventually married him and lived with him, right?
Yes.
You worked with him often?
I did.
You interacted with him at work and at home?
Yes.
Imagine you really knew this man.
Yes.
Would you agree that you know his character as to whether he's peaceful or violent?
Objection, Judge Quinn.
Yes.
Will she be allowed to say that he's not a violent man? Boom, boom, boom. Huh? What do the next level up do? What do you mean? On who? On Joker? Double OG at 200 hours? Yeah, I got kind of what is the word? Imaginative. Once we got to OG, I had a lot going on at the time, honestly. But the streaming was busy.
Do you have an opinion as his character for peacefulness?
I didn't think on my toes.
Nick is a very peaceful person.
I want to ask you some other questions about what you know about Nick, okay?
All right.
Was there a time when
Yeah, I mean, I had people with 100 hours, but once I started doing the protest streams with the riots and everything, it really started picking up with the hours. People were hanging out like the entire streams because there was a lot going on. Some of those streams are like 12 hours. A lot of them are 12 hours, actually. Because I would get up for the first protest on the East Coast to the last one ending on the West Coast. So, and most of those streams, if not like 99% of them, are unlisted. I would just unlist them right after it was done. J6 is actually privatized. It wasn't a very good one though. Wasn't worth getting another strike over though. Hey, is that footage allowed on YouTube now? Are they allowing J6 footage now? For a while, dude, they were strict on it. People were getting their stuff taken. Two streams, yeah, Upton. Yeah, man. It's wild. The reason why we're not having that now is because the right isn't in charge of the White House. If Republicans get in the White House again, we're going to see that again.
What are the numbers?
I'll go through them. I just wanted to publish and ask you when they're on the helm.
That's fine. We'll turn on the document examiner.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So I'm going to show you some photos and ask you some questions about those, okay?
Yes.
This is exhibit number 106. You see that?
Yes.
What's that a picture of?
It's a picture of Nick and I.
When is that from, do you know?
I don't remember the exact date. Probably about 2009, 2010.
Okay. And you might not know, but roughly where are you at?
I don't remember. We went to some park and for the day and just decided to take some pictures of us while we were there.
Did you and Nick often enjoy outdoor activities?
We tried to when we could.
Sure. And so is this unusual in any way for you guys to be out someplace in the outdoors enjoying yourselves?
No, it's not.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 107. You see that sticker? Who's that?
It's Nick and I and our little boy, Tiki.
Okay. Who's Tiki?
Our dog.
All right. And showing you then picture 108, there's 3 different pictures there. Do you see those?
Yes,
Is that Nick in all of those?
yes,
Is that Nick on the left-hand side and the right-hand side? Are those pictures of Nick working on some property you guys owned in South Dakota?
yes.
Nick, a bit of a handyman?
Oh, yes,
Does he fix stuff around the house?
yes,
Fix stuff around the yard?
yes,
Is he good with tools?
yes, he is.
Do his friends sometimes call him if they've got some sort of problem that they want fixed?
Yes.
He's the guy to go to?
Yes,
And does he solve it often with tools?
yes,
Have you seen him carry a pocket knife before?
all the time.
You see him, in this case, I think we've called it a utility knife or a pocket knife, but it's a small knife that he puts in his pocket, right?
Yep,
Have you seen him use that before?
yes,
Have you seen him solve problems around the house with that?
yes,
Solve problems around the outside property with that?
yes,
Have you seen other people ask him about, hey, Nick, can you do this? And he'll use the pocket knife to fix something or solve something.
yes,
Showing you what's marked as Exhibit 109. See those 3 photos there?
yes,
Is that Nick?
yes, it is.
Is that Nick in the hospital on the 2 ones on the
Oh
left?
shit, he has a heart
Why was Nick in
problem?
the hospital?
He had a quadruple bypass done.
Oh
When
shit!
was that?
Yo!
I think it was 2020.
That's gonna add to his
And
his use
you
of
see the one
force.
on the left and then the one on the right, he has some
Dude.
sort of red pillow that's on his chest. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the red pillow?
Damn.
So when he would sit up, he could hold that pillow against his
Right.
chest to help prevent the pain.
Okay.
He was looking for
How
the
long was he in
phone
recovery as a
underneath
result
them,
of
I
that?
bet.
Do you know?
thought it
I
was
don't
there.
remember. I know he wasn't in the hospital long because they try and get you out right away. I don't remember if he was home 3 to 4 weeks afterwards.
Now, you knew him well before 2020, correct?
Yes,
And then you knew him till today, sometime after the surgery, correct?
yes,
Fair to say that since the surgery, he's had some more limitations
yes,
on his physical ability, correct?
yes,
He wasn't quite as fit as he was before, would you agree?
yes,
And maybe this happens to all of us men when we get into our 50s, but appear to you that he lost some of his confidence in his fitness?
yes,
Lost some of his ability to think he could go off and do anything and that he's invincible?
yes,
This certainly humbled him to that degree?
yes.
And did he limit himself to some degree?
He did to some degree, yes.
Did he at some point tell you, like, I just can't do this anymore, or make complaints about his own fitness?
No, Nick never did that.
He wasn't a complainer?
Not too much, no. And he tried, if he could do it one way or the other, he usually did it.
Okay, all right. Problem solver.
Yes.
All right. Was he on any sort of like exercise regime that you saw him do, or is he just somebody that stayed like active working around the house?
It was just active working around the house.
He's not like a jogger, a biker,
No,
or a lifter, or anything along those lines?
no.
Okay. There were some questions about alcohol use. And before I get into that day, just in general, Nick a big drinker?
No, not real big drinker. Occasionally he will, but not very often. He'll have a couple beers after work.
Okay. On this day, were you concerned about his alcohol consumption on July 30th of 2022?
Oh, no, no.
Was he in any way, did you seen him impaired on other days?
Oh, I've seen him, yes.
On that day, was he in any way impaired?
No,
Were you worried about his intoxication level in any way, shape, or form?
no,
And in your group, was there anybody in your group that was just like slamming drinks?
no. They had beers, but everybody shared them. And I don't know how many they had, but there was nobody that was intoxicated in our group like that, no.
Okay.
Not like the kids.
Showing you what's been, I think we talked before about that other exhibit. Now here's exhibit 110. You see that photo?
Yes.
And, is that Nick on the left?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm gonna, Nick there, is that what he wore on the way to tubing?
Yes.
His shorts, they're camouflage shorts. Does he have a lot of clothing in which is, camouflaged?
Yes.
Okay, that's just kind of his, I don't want to say signature, but he's got camo clothes.
Yes, he does, lots of them.
Okay, and is it unusual for him when he's doing outdoor activities to wear some of those clothes that are made for outdoor activities?
No, it's not unusual.
Okay. Is it unusual for you to see him out and about in a camo shirt?
No.
And so that's what he wore there that day?
Yes.
We see in that picture there that he has a ball cap on, is that right?
Yes.
And I think there's some other, the original picture here. Exhibit 12, he doesn't have the ball cap on, is that right?
He does not there.
Were there times when you guys were on the river that day that you saw him with the hat on and with the hat off?
I didn't pay attention.
Okay, other than what's documented in the photos, that you don't have any particular memory?
No.
Was it unusual, would it be unusual for you to see him with a hat on?
No, that's not unusual.
Okay, he wears a hat pretty regularly?
Yes.
Okay, and then I think in both of these photos, he's wearing sunglasses, is that right?
Yeah.
Do you remember him wearing sunglasses on that day?
Yes, I knew he brought him with.
Okay. Again, fair to say that it was sunny out that day?
Yes.
Anything that you thought was unusual about your husband wearing sunglasses on a sunny day outside?
No.
Were there times that you saw him take the sunglasses off?
I didn't pay attention.
He brought some snorkel and goggles though, right?
Yes.
And there was certainly a time when he would, before this incident that we're going to eventually talk about, there were times that you saw him in the water using the snorkel and goggle, correct?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay. So has anyone ever showed you the photos or the video of him kind of just resting in the water with the snorkel and the goggles?
No.
Okay. Is that something that you've seen him do in the past?
Well, he goes in the water, but he usually doesn't bring the snorkeling and goggles with.
Okay.
He did this time only because I had mentioned that not to wear any jewelry because the water's cold, because he wanted to know why. And I said, because your jewelry falls off, your rings will fall off your hands because the water's cold.
Okay.
So he thought he'd bring it with and look for jewelry in the water.
Oh, okay.
That's why he brought it.
Okay. And that's something that you guys discussed prior to that?
Yes.
All right. You'd also mentioned prior to, in addition to the snorkel and goggles, you said, I think on direct, Ernesto called and asked him to bring the pocket knife. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Were you there present when you saw Nick answer the phone?
Yes.
And did you know who Nick was speaking to?
He told me who he was talking to.
Okay. And it was Ernesto?
Yes.
Not yet.
And at some point after that phone call, did you see Nick go and do something?
I saw him leave the room.
Okay. And then when he came back, did he have the pocket knife that he often has?
I don't know. He told me Ernesto wanted him to bring the knife.
I'm sorry. This is Ernesto talking? Sustained.
Did you eventually see Nick at the Somerset tubing parking lot using the knife to cut some strings?
Yes.
Were you surprised that he had his pocket knife with him to cut the strings?
No.
Okay. At other times during the day, did you see him using the knife to fix his shoes at all?
No, I did not.
So I want to ask you some questions now, focusing on really about July 30th, okay? At some point, there was a time when somebody in your party lost the phone, correct?
Yes.
And that was Ariel, correct?
Yes.
And there was a discussion about what you guys were going to do, correct?
Yes.
And eventually, Nick went off looking for the phone, correct?
Yes.
And when you saw him leave looking for the phone, you saw him with the snorkel and the goggles, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, when he left, he didn't have his hat on or his sunglasses on. Agreed?
Right.
And his shirt, had he been taking his shirt on and off that day?
He may have.
Okay. Do you remember when he walked away that time, did he have his shirt on or his shirt off?
I think it was off because he was going in the water.
Okay. Did you find it unusual when Nick decided to go help a friend and go look for a phone?
No.
Is that just kind of what Nick does?
Yes.
Is, when he did that, did you think you needed to keep an eye on him?
No.
Were you worried about him, like
No.
his behavior?
No.
Throughout that day, had you seen him cause any conflicts that day?
No.
Engage with anybody in a way that made you like want to control your husband's behavior?
No.
Were you worried about that in any way?
No.
You were just basically like, look for the phone, I'm going to sit here and relax in the tube.
Exactly.
And that's what you did.
That's what I did.
At some point, he came back and then he left again, correct?
Yes.
Do you know exactly what he was doing each time that he was gone from your group?
No.
You weren't keeping an eye out for him?
No. I would sit up in the tube once in a while just to see where he was.
Okay. And so this first time, you saw him down in the same area that you eventually saw him the second time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you couldn't hear what was going on?
No.
You didn't see any conflict, right?
No.
You just basically saw Nick in the middle, walking around or occasionally putting his face in the water, looking for the phone?
Yes.
That's what you saw?
Yes.
No conflict at all?
No.
Agreed?
Yes.
And then at some point, you said he comes back and then he leaves. Is that right?
Yes.
And some point during the second trip is when you notice, when you sit up in the tube, at some point you notice that there's something going on down there, correct?
Yes.
And it causes you concern.
Yes.
Causes you concern for the safety of your husband.
Yes.
Because you heard stuff, right? You heard like commotion noises.
I don't know if I heard anything.
Okay.
But when I sat up in the tube, I saw stuff.
And when you saw them, did you see him surrounded by other people?
Trying to think if I saw that. I don't remember if I saw him surrounded by people.
Did you see him raise his left hand and make a motion towards you or other people in the group?
No, I did not see that.
Okay. Had you seen that, would you have responded?
Oh, yes.
Is your husband somebody that takes calling for help lightly?
No.
You ever seen him in a situation before where he calls for help?
No.
This is the first time?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a situation before where you felt like he needed help?
No.
So what you saw, that must have been pretty scary.
Yes.
What exactly did you see that raised your level of fear so much that you said these other guys, they got to go down there?
I don't remember if I saw anything before, but I remember seeing him in the water on his hands and knees and getting hit.
Okay. Did he look to be in a safe space?
No.
And that's why you sent your friends down there for him?
Yes.
And you were worried about him?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked questions about what his injuries were. Why didn't you just wait to see if they drowned him?
Objection, Judge.
Why'd you send the help when you did?
Because I wanted my husband back safe.
Why didn't you wait until you wanted it to get more serious?
Why? You don't do that. I wanted him safe. I wanted him back.
You wanted to get him in a safe spot before it got so bad that it couldn't be fixed?
Yes.
And you were worried that it might get so bad that it couldn't be fixed?
Exactly.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson? Yes.
This person in chat says older people are supposed to know better. Who said it's a question mark? A statement or a question? So homie had a heart condition, so he might have felt more in danger, man, being pushed down like that. It's much more serious. Somebody who's just had quadruple bypass surgery or whatever the hell they just said. It seemed pretty serious. See, that's what I'm saying, dude. He probably was just out there looking for shit at the bottom of the river, and then you got a bunch of kids are calling you a pedo and shit out of nowhere. I don't know, man. Kids need to knock it off with that pedo shit. You know what? Why they're like that? Because they're over, like, inundated, or they desensitized to it from all the different platforms they go on as children. I don't even know what the fucking platforms are that they're doing this shit on, but it used to be Omegle was one of them. It's no longer around. They finally, America did away with Omegle.
Let's continue. Mr.
Yeah, but there are so many others, dude, that they're doing it on.
Direct, the thing that you
And they think that a large population is pedos or something.
There was the young guys jumping up, getting up out of their tubes, right?
Yeah.
There are too many of them for sure, but
that's when Ariel
I still think it's pretty rare.
I don't remember, I guess. I don't. I thought it was when he was in the water getting hit, but it may have been before that.
Do you remember what you said to law enforcement? If it was when the kids, or the young guys, however you want to describe them, got out of their tubes?
I don't remember.
And also on direct, you testified you never heard Nicolae yell for help, right?
No, I did not.
And would you agree smiling and going like this?
No.
No what?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, so you didn't see anything, you didn't see a visual call for help, you didn't hear a call for help?
No, like I said, I wear hearing aids. I can't wear them in the water, and the water's loud. I wouldn't have heard him.
Okay. When was Nicolae's surgery?
I want to say it was August of 2020.
So about 2 years before July of 2022?
Yes.
And you said the recovery was about 4 to 5 weeks?
3 to 4.
3 to 4, okay. And then after that, you said it didn't really slow Nicolae down. He still did what he did before?
Well, it slowed him down some because sometimes it took him a little bit longer. He always got everything done, but he just couldn't do it as fast as what he did before because he didn't have the strength.
Okay. Still did yard work, chores around the house, that kind of stuff?
Right.
Wasn't feeble? He wasn't feeble?
No.
Could still run?
Yeah, he just had the pain.
Okay.
Still run. Try to say he should have ran away. I ran away, man.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sorry, Judge, I was trying to, thank you. What I understand you saying is you didn't hear him call for help, correct?
Right,
And you didn't see him call for help, correct?
right.
But you would agree, had you seen him make a gesture with his left hand waving you, you would have considered that a call?
Speculation, it's a hypothetical.
She's already answered the question.
I wasn't done asking, I guess, when I'm not
Good point. Finish asking the question, but I think we've already gone through this.
just following up on his redirect, so
I know, but I think we've already gone through this, so I don't want to waste time.
try to be really quick. You would agree, had you seen him raise his left hand in a motion like this, you would have considered that from your husband, who you've known for that long, a call for help?
Yes.
Ask and answer, another speculation.
Sustained, and she's already answered the question again. Next topic, please.
You were asked some questions about when you actually raised a concern, so much though that you sent 2 men over there to help your husband. Remember that?
Yes.
And what I believe you first said on the first time was when you saw him getting hit, you sent the 2 people over, correct?
Yes.
But we came to learn that you may have been concerned even before that and sent people over to help him even before that.
I may have, yes.
You were worried, you didn't wait until he got hit, you were worried about it even before that, correct?
Yes.
You just saw a situation in which he looked like he was outnumbered by a bunch of young men, correct?
Yes.
And that concerned you?
Yes.
And that's why you sent some other people over there, correct?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miu. You may step down.
Judge, if I didn't already, the exhibits that I showed, I just moved for their admission. I believe I did before, but
Were those photographs admitted?
111 was not included in that, so I'll have to do that later. I just want to make sure the clerk knows.
Ms. Miu, please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next.
Miu Miu.
Are you doing? Want to keep going or take a break?
What is that? Nationality is MIU.
Keep going unless somebody needs to
Chinese.
use the restroom. Okay, everyone's good. Who's the next witness?
William Davis.
Shit, he's Chinese. Really Chinese.
Judge, I guess I should know for the record that Mr. Davis has requested that he also not be recorded. I know how the court feels about it, but I'm making the request.
Is he a victim?
No, he's a witness.
Statute allows an exception for victims.
So, fuck you. Come on down. You're the next contestant. Where's this guy? Get in here, fuckhead. Stick up your hand.
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Thug.
She will administer the oath.
That's a hate crime. Should not to do that. I'm sorry,
Please have a seat in the
YouTube.
witness chair.
Oh, Facebook. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, Facebook. I forgot.
Mr. Smestad.
Can we state your name for the record, please?
We're cool.
Lorian Davis.
We're cool. We're
Mr.
cool.
Davis, how old are you?
24.
What city do you live in?
Minneapolis.
Were you tubing on the Apple River near Somerset, Wisconsin on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you with a group of your friends?
Yes.
How many folks, if you remember?
It was 4 of us in total.
Were you drinking some alcohol that day?
Yeah.
Do you think you were impaired?
No.
At some point, did your group have contact with a group of teenagers having a confrontation with an older male?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
I don't remember the specific time, but it was during the day while we was on the river.
All right, and your group of folks, do you remember how many tubes you had?
It's a weird shirt,
We
right?
had like 4 strung together.
All right, I'm going to show you We have a video from parts of the river. I'm going to show you a still frame from that video. It's number 2670.
Okay, so Doug wasn't too far off then,
Hold on a
right?
second, once they're ready.
Bullseye. I'm Robin Hood, by the way. Not really. I don't wear tights.
Mr. Davis, if you can look at the monitor on the jury box there, showing you still 2670 from our video. Do you see yourself in that still frame?
Yeah, right there with my hand up.
All right, is that you standing up?
Yeah.
Blue shorts?
Yeah.
Is that your group?
Yes.
In the foreground, do you see a gentleman who's splashing down into the water?
Yes.
In this particular still frame, is your back to the person going in the water?
Yes.
All right. What are you holding up in your hand?
My phone.
Oh, he's the dude. He's the filmer.
Of yourself?
Yeah.
Dude.
At some point when you were recording that video, did you realize something was going on behind you?
Yeah, when I was recording the video, and I was showing the whole, when I was recording my video, I was showing my whole view, and that's how I noticed what was going on in the background.
All right. Did eventually you turn around and start actually recording what was happening?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first started recording, how many seconds or minutes was it after that picture where you're doing the selfie?
I'll say it was right after that, because I was on Snapchat, so I saved that video and then I tried to take another video.
All right.
I hope they make him watch this video.
I'm going to show you another still frame from our video.
Hilarious.
It'll be 3093, Judge.
Is that what they're doing? Please make him listen to himself. Because they were wilding out, dude. He says he wasn't drunk. He wasn't buzzed or whatever. Bullshit. You out there on the river with your friends drinking at that young age?
Larry, and still
be drunk,
3093,
probably.
do you see yourself in that photo?
Yes.
Are you standing or sitting?
I remember the
Standing.
time.
What are you doing in this particular frame?
I'm recording the incident.
All right.
Definitely not fucking with some adults just to fuck with them.
We're going
Back
to
in my
play
day.
Mr. Davis's video here. It's exhibit. Oh, pardon me. Did you get a chance to come to our office and review the video that you took?
Yeah.
And did you put your initials on the flash drive that your video is located on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Judge, if I can approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 21.
Oh, and they were smoking weed. Yeah. They were crossfaded.
Yes.
Are those your initials on there?
Yeah.
And the date?
Yes.
And I guess before we play it, I'll ask you a few more questions.
Oh shit, they're gonna
At some
play it.
point,
Oh yeah.
after you were finished recording, and we'll get to that part, did you tell law enforcement that you had a video of the incident?
Yeah.
And did you try to transfer that to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Was there a problem with the transfer?
Yes.
With the video that you transferred, is it garbled in some sense?
It's the video. It's like, what's the word? It's like blurry because I sent it from my iPhone to the officer's Android phone.
All right. After that initial transfer of the video, did you have an issue with your phone?
Yes, it had water damage.
All right, did you drop it in the river that day?
Yes.
Did you try to figure out a way to extract your original video out of the phone?
Yeah, I tried to do the iCloud, because with iPhones you got your iCloud storage, and with Snapchat I tried to see, but like with your storage on Snapchat, it'll back up to the cloud too. I tried to see if that was going to work, but it never worked.
Did you eventually send your phone in to try to be repaired?
Yeah.
Were they ever able to retrieve the original video you took?
No, they only got that video.
All right, at some point, did you tell the police where your phone was, where they were trying to repair it?
Yes.
And did you give them permission to take it?
Yes.
Dude, that means there could be more information that they didn't want everybody else to see, like them instigating the beginning of it. Like, why is he going up to them like that, man? What did he delete?
It's Exhibit 21. I moved to admit and publish to the jury.
Any objection to 21? 21 is received. Go ahead.
The first one they said it was, I don't know, man. It looked like he tried to do some shady shit with it before he sent it.
Wait till they
make them look like they didn't do anything wrong. Am I the only one that sees through his bullshit? There's something that happened before him come running up on him like that, dude. Because he just said it was almost instantly, but it looked like, wasn't he sitting down when this thing started? He comes up on it, like he might have been lower to the ground than standing up.
Judge, we're having some technical issues with the video here. If you can just bear with us. We're ready.
What? Oh, this is a different recording. It sucks even worse. This was different.
Mr. Davis, is that the video that you took back on
Black
July
guy number 2, I guess.
2022?
Sorry.
Yes.
As you were recording it, were you watching
Black
what was
guys
happening
can
at the same
swim.
time?
Okay.
Yes.
What did you see happen?
Judge a book by
I saw him stab. I saw him stab the light-skinned dude before, and like slice his whole stomach open, and you could see him like push the next person in that video, but it's like real blurry. That's pretty much it.
Were you able to tell the people that had been injured?
Yes.
Did you and your group make any efforts to assist these folks that were injured?
Yes.
What did you do?
Me and my brother, we had helped carry, it was a girl, she had got stabbed, and then we helped, there was another dude that got stabbed in like his arm, I think. We helped him, we walked him out the water too, because he was like hysterical.
Oh my god, with this chair though. I wonder if they've already interviewed the original video guy.
Questions, John?
Mr. Your officer.
So, Mr. Davis, you provided 2 interviews to law enforcement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. One on August 10th of 2022, and then another one on March 7th of this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand your testimony correctly in terms of the video. Are you saying that you recorded, there was more video that you recorded, it was just lost in the transfer?
Yes.
Okay. And is what was lost in the transfer, I mean, you've provided the police with information on what you said you saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked today about what you saw, and you said you saw that a light-skinned dude got stabbed, right?
Yes.
Did you see more than that?
Yeah, it was like a tussle.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get into that with you for a minute, okay? So what you've provided to the state in terms of what you say you observed, there's much more than that. True?
Yes.
Okay. And your, can I ask you this, is your memory of events, so you give two statements, one about 11 days after the incident, 12 days, and one 21 months after the incident. Which memory, in terms of the dates when you give those statements, is one better than the other?
Well, it'd be the one that was closer to the event, that would be better. But I gave a statement to the officer that day.
Okay. So if I said to you, memory's normally better closer in time to an event, would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the interview that you gave in March of this year, though, you told the police that you remember it like it was yesterday. Remember that?
I don't remember saying them exact words, but...
Officer or investigator O'Keefe said to you, you said you remember it like it was yesterday, though, and you say, yeah. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Now, and you had described, at least in your interview with the police, that you were really kind of paying attention to what was going on.
Yes.
Okay. In your statement in March of 2024, you say, tell me if you remember this, I remember he had a hat on. He had on. Like, he looked like he wasn't supposed to be in the water. Like he just came out of, the bushes. He just came out. Huh? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So is it your testimony today, under oath, that the person involved in this incident had a hat on and came out of the bushes?
No.
You told the police
I told them that, yes, but I don't, like you said, it could be foggy. I don't think that's what it was no more, though.
Okay, well, this is less than a month ago you had this conversation with them, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And were you intentionally lying to the police?
No.
Okay. So where do you come up with the idea that he came out of the bushes?
Because that's why I saw him running to the bushes after the incident.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. You tell the police he walks in the water. He had pants on and everything. He had a jacket on. Right?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
Well, the police say you said it. Do you deny saying it?
If that's what y'all got, I guess, yeah, I said it. I don't remember saying it, I should say.
You don't remember March of this year talking to the police?
Yeah, I remember talking to him. I don't remember saying he had a jacket and a coat on.
Okay.
I remember he had on a hat.
Okay.
And he had on shorts. Okay. I don't recall no jacket though.
All right, but you don't dispute that you told the police that?
No.
Why would you tell the police that?
Like you said, our memory is a little joggy over 2 years ago.
But you told him that you remembered it like it was yesterday. Right?
Yeah.
Do you?
That was a month ago I said that, though.
Okay. So a month ago you remembered 21 months ago like yesterday. In the 26 days that have passed since then, it's all faded.
I object argumentative.
Sustained. You made your point.
Okay. You also said to the police,
He even said faded,
he
Pablo.
came out of the bushes and he was taking pictures of the girls.
Yes, I said that.
You saw that?
No, I said that.
I understand you said it. Did you see it?
Yes.
So you saw Mr. Miu with his camera that afternoon taking pictures of little girls. That's what you're telling this jury.
Oh, no. No, that's what I said.
No, like I said, I understand
Oh
you said
my,
it.
yo.
Is it true?
He's being torn out.
Oh, I don't know.
Wow.
Why would you say it if you don't know if it's true?
It was a lot going on.
A lot was going on March 7th of 2024?
No, that...
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
Say it one more time for me.
I just want to make sure you understand, okay? On March 7th of 2024, you have a recorded interview with investigators O'Keefe and Justness, I think is how you pronounce his name. They speak to you about this incident, right? Yes?
Yes.
And on March 7th of 2024, you tell these law enforcement officers that he comes out of the bushes and that he's taking pictures of girls, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not true, is it?
I guess so. It's hard to say because like that's what I recall from the date that happened. That's what I was telling the officer.
Okay. You'd agree when you were interviewed by the officers back in 2022, you never said anything about him taking photos of little girls, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You don't remember ever telling them that he came out of the bushes either, do you?
I know I said that.
You certain of that, sir?
Well, no, it's over 2 years ago.
Okay. I just want you
But I believe that's what I told them.
Okay. And you didn't tell him that he was wearing a hat and a jacket and pants back in 2022, did you?
But also 2022, we were on the water, we were drinking and everything. What I saw was a scuffle and a man stabbing people.
Okay, you said much, much more to the
This is
police
great.
on your interview in March of 2024. You provided far greater details, okay?
Okay.
And that's the stuff that I want to talk to you about. You told the police he walked into the water fully clothed. That's not true, is it?
No.
You told the police he got caught taking pictures of little girls.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's not true, is it?
I guess not, no. Actually, can I say I don't know on that one?
Beg your pardon?
With the pictures and the girl taking pictures?
Let him ask the question and please give an answer.
Okay.
When this whole thing kind of starts, you're making a video, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I think back in August of 2022, you said that you were taking a video, and I don't want to get this wrong, You're recording your girl because you said she was kind of arguing with you. Is that true?
No.
No? So if you said that, that wouldn't be true.
Wait, you said I was recording my girl because she was arguing with me.
I can just tell you what you said and you can tell me.
Yeah.
I'm recording me and my girl because she has an attitude.
That sounds, yeah.
That sounds more...
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
Very good. So you were recording the person you were with because she had an attitude, according to you. Right?
But in a sense, I was still using this camera. So when I say I did that, it's like this.
Okay.
And that's how I seen what was going on behind me.
Now, okay. You indicated back in August of 2022, they asked you about what you saw when I said they had law enforcement. And you said, you know, we just drinking and stuff. I wasn't even paying attention. Is that true?
Yes.
So you weren't paying attention to what was going on, you were just, and that's okay, you were just drinking and stuff.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Great.
That was another thing that I said that was, yes. But I can't just say, you can't say I wasn't paying attention. If I noticed in my phone camera, I was still paying attention. That's how.
Mr. Davis, I'm not saying you weren't paying attention, that's what you said.
Right.
Okay. So in August of 2022, you say you weren't paying attention. In March of 2024, you said you remembered it like yesterday and were paying close attention. Which one's true?
Both of them. That's how I felt when I said it, right?
So you have the ability to not pay attention and pay close attention at the same time?
No.
Then how can they both be true, sir?
Objection.
You've made your point.
Okay.
You don't have to answer.
My last couple questions, and then I'll let you go. Your initial interview with law enforcement back in August, you indicated that you said the following: I don't recall like what the old man looked like or anything. I don't even know if it was an old man. Do you recall saying that? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. So back in August of 2022, you didn't, if I'm hearing or reading what you wrote correctly or said, you didn't remember what the person who was involved in this, if they were old, young, what, right?
Yep.
Okay. Have you, as this has been going on, the case, have you been following it, like on media, social media? I'm not just talking about the trial, I'm talking about from the time this happened up until now. Have you been trying to gather information from those sources?
No, the only thing that I ever seen was right after it happened, the little news article about the stabbing and stuff, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis, thank you for your time, sir.
Any questions?
Just one question. I know you want to clear about this. Mr. Davis, did you know any of these folks other than the people on your tube?
Didn't know nobody but my girl, my sister, and her boyfriend, my brother.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Strapasi? All right, thank you, Mr. Davis. The witness coordinator in the back will tell you where to go next. It's 2:45. This is a good time for our afternoon break. Let's come back at 3 o'clock. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We are in recess until 3.
And welcome back to our Fox 9 streaming center. I am Paul Bloom, joining you this afternoon after a couple of witnesses, some significant developments there this afternoon out inside that St. Croix County Circuit Courtroom. Judge Michael Waterman presiding over this Apple River stabbing trial. Nicolae Miu on trial, charged with first-degree intentional homicide, 4 counts of attempted first-degree homicide. We have just heard from Nicolae Miu's ex-wife. As well as another tuber on the river that day. Now, he was not part of the altercation in any way, shape, or form. This is a separate group. We hadn't really been told about a separate group being so close, but Larian Davis of Minneapolis, the 15th state witness, called, and he has some foggy, blurry cell phone video that was shot. Certainly after the encounter, not nearly the significance evidentiary-wise as Jawan Cockfield's 3.5 minutes. I don't know if it was 10 or 15 seconds or so. It played quickly. We have it queued up. I don't know if we could play it while I speak, but here we go. Certainly captures what I would describe as the injuries, perhaps even one of the stabbings. Here it is queued up on your screen as we take a look at it. Again, blurry. There was some talk about 2 different phones, one falling in the water, the video getting, obviously losing generational quality between phones, how it was passed, Snapchat, a little bit all confusing, but this is what you're looking at. That's A.J. Martin there, clearly getting stabbed. That's Larian's girlfriend. And again, we are looping it now, so it is quick. Obviously, you can see an altercation in the water, the aftermath, and again, the injuries that occur. With that in mind, why don't we bring in criminal defense attorney, trial attorney, Michael Bryant. Michael, you've been with us all afternoon. Or all morning, I should say now, joining us this afternoon. I'm just wondering your quick thoughts on seeing that video. Does that add anything to the jury's understanding of what took place that day?
Well, I mean, that was far more, it was blurry, but that was far more of a specific video. And, it's interesting the way that, it came out now, and the impact that, the jury gets to see a different version of it. So, we got to see, another opportunity for them to see it and to make some more conclusions and the things that they'll pull out of it. But that was quite the extra to me. I didn't know there was another one like that, but it was unexpected, and I think it'll add to the overall texture of what the prosecutor is trying to do with the case.
Can I ask you something legally about what I just saw? I mean, clearly this is a guy who's just in the river. It's quickly established through direct examination. He's taken a video. He's not pointing any fingers at anybody. I mean, sure, he sees the slash, maybe describes the act as being aggressive, but the defense really tried to go after some of his statements that he's made previously to law enforcement, what he thinks he saw, kind of quoting from a transcript from 2 different interviews he gave to police. Why do they want to go after someone like that so hard? Isn't just what he's presenting his video evidence? Why go after him and what he's told police? Why make it an issue?
Well, I mean, they're trying to get anything they can out of it, and they're trying to make sure they gain, any other points or anything they can do. But yeah, when it comes down to it, his big issue was the video, and they are trying to find something else as a defense to do with that. And when you do that, you're trying to either get the jury off the video to think about the video, or at least think about all the different things that happen, so that somehow maybe if you've got somebody in there that can figure out ways to get out of things, they'll use that or use one of those questions to build off of.
Perhaps creating more confusion, chaos. Like this guy, he's going to be 100 feet away with his cell phone ready to go, and he sees Miu running from the woods. That's not what happened. Are they sort of preparing perhaps to use that as a closing argument to kind of give an example of how confusing, how chaotic it was? Is that what you're kind of getting at?
Yeah. I mean, that's the possibility. I mean, they're trying to get anything they possibly can out of it.
Interesting. Let's go back to Sandra Miu, the ex-wife. The state called her. Obviously, at some point, she's going to testify, because if they don't call her during the case in chief, the defense will. Yes, they're divorced now, but certainly you could see Aaron Nelson there spun her into what I would describe as almost a defense witness, a propensity towards peacefulness, why he might have a knife that day, why he might have a snorkeling goggles. Was the state's hands tied? Do they have to call her? Does it matter where she's called in the overall trial? She seemed more defense witness sympathetic than she did for the state's case.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the problem when you call a witness that, isn't really for you. You're trying to get something out of them. But what happens is the defense gets the opportunity, or the other side gets the opportunity, to use the witness in cross-examination, which means they can lead the witness, where if they'd called the witness, you can't lead somebody that you call. What that means is you can't ask questions, that it suggests an answer. But on cross, you can do that. And so the defense was able to expand on that witness, and at times you thought, why the heck did the prosecution they didn't gain that much out of her? Why did they put her on the stand? Because the defense did a lot with her, and they got into character evidence and got into what kind of attitude he had that day, and did it look like anything was going to happen, and that she still loved him, and a whole bunch of other things that at some point you wonder, boy, is this really what you want with the way you had today built all around the scars? You had this video coming. Do you really want to put in the middle of that a whole bunch of defense case?
It seemed out of place, Mike. I just observed, from the live streaming center, it seemed out of place. Seemed like a strange time to call her, even calling her in general. I mean, perhaps the one point she brought up for them, I think I heard it in real time, was a jailhouse phone call where perhaps Nicolae said something to the effect like he was blaming the group for not responding to his calls for help sooner. Perhaps the state was really interested in getting that little nugget in there as they build their case, but to me, that's all I saw from Sandra Miu.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there's a lot there, and it's something that I don't know that it was as far as tactics go, if that worked that well.
And let me ask, I know we have the graphics to show us the tubing groups that are on the river that day. Again, Larry and Davis, this last witness, is outside of these tubing groups. So I want to call it up on our screen if we can, just to show the Miu group, and then Sandra in that group, Isaac's group there, and then the Carlson group. Mike, I don't know if you can see us, but it's just basically trying to separate out witnesses and who's with who and whatnot. I do want to ask you, one of the young men with Isaac that day, Owen Peliquin, he's the one that is set to call Isaac Schuman's mother from the river. He's one of that small group that has not yet been called. I am curious, now that we've gotten away to the ex-wife, now that we've gotten away to another witness on the river, do you think we're done with Isaac Schuman's group of witnesses, or could more people, even the Carlson group,
they already
the young
did
adults
this,
who are
dude.
nearby, would you see another
Filmer.
witness kind of involved in the altercation itself coming back, or do you feel like the state's case has taken a turn kind of a little bit further away from the actual physical confrontation with Miu?
I
Mike, did you lose me on that one? Can you still hear me?
I lost you when...
Okay. I'm just curious. We've gotten a little bit away from the physical altercation itself today in this afternoon's testimony with the ex-wife and then the person who took the extra video. Do you think we've now sort of, as the state's case moved away from the actual confrontation to another stage? Is that your gut? Or could we still bring back a couple of other people that we see in that in the main video?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that does make sense, and the point you make there does make a lot of sense. Correct.
And I know we talked a little earlier today about the jury makeup, male, female. You could kind of see how it could play a role in the way people take in this, the information, what they're seeing, the video, the claims of self-defense. We just had this spousal privilege issue developed again. It's 8 men, 6 female, 6 women on this jury. I will point out several in the older. I think that we've got 3 or 4 or 70 plus. So we have an older jury. Any sense on now seeing the wife, how that could influence male-female gender breakdown as we assess what the jury could be thinking?
It's a tough thing, especially with a two-week trial. I mean, I think you can read way too much into what happens in a particular witness or a particular time. But with the whole list of scars,
there's one in their 90s.
With the video they just saw, they've got a lot of information that's coming today that's got to have some impact. And you got to think that if at this point they haven't made a big impact on the prosecution, then they've got an issue there. But it all keeps adding up to the need that I think the defendant's going to have to testify to give his version of what he was thinking.
Yeah, I know you really have that strong belief that Miu has to testify. I certainly agree. Just talking about the claims of self-defense, Mike, as you assess the case at this point, we're almost 3 full days in. I think I have on my sheet here Mr. Davis, Larian Davis, who provided that video, is about the 15th witness. I told you we're probably going to see upwards of 50 total from the state. Just your thoughts on where we stand at this point. I mean, I know there's a long way to go. I know Miu's likely to take the stand, but just your quick assessment, if you will, if you're keeping score.
Well, it's hard because it all kind of adds on top of itself, and the impacts of today will primarily come down to what they saw with all the different people who got stabbed, and they'll start getting an opportunity. It'll be interesting to see if the defense does anything to try to mute these videos by putting the videos up and pointing this out or pointing that out or saying this is going on here, but they still need a witness to do that, and they're not going to have this person who just testified. He's not going to be back. So again, I think that goes to the point that I think a lot of this trial is going to hang on what the defendant says on the stand. And again, I remind people he's not required to take the stand. He's got the constitutional right to remain silent. I just think this is coming down to one where the jury's going to want to hear what was going on with you. And if it's believed he was scared and I thought I was going to be attacked and all these things are going to happen, they might have a shot.
And I'm glad you brought up that point. I am told, as part of our live stream, there have been a lot of questions. Is Miu obligated to take the stand? Does he have to take the stand? I know that's part of the ongoing dialogue for those of you for joining the live stream. And I think we've tried to clear it up a couple of times, but here on the air, thank you for doing that. Miu does not have to take the stand. It will ultimately be his choice. It could depend on how they see this case coming in, but you, like other legal minds we've spoken to, certainly believe he will, and his attorneys hinted at that during their openings, that the jury would eventually hear him, that he would tell them directly himself. Mike, after this morning's testimony, we had now heard from the 4 surviving tubers who were stabbed. You talked about the scars and the impact of just hearing directly from them. I'm just wondering now, as you look back at perhaps even A.J. Martin's testimony this morning, the takeaway from today on them. There are these claims of self-defense, but I think you also heard from people who were trying to be peacemakers out there in the water that day. Mike, can you hear me again?
I heard, but
the people who were stabbed, kind of you heard from 3 of them directly.
Sorry, I missed if you were done. The difference in the people that came out, I mean, you do have people, the different groups. You got people coming forward that were really what it sounded like when the bartender testified yesterday and his kids came forward. They were trying to settle things down, it sounded like. And the female that Riley testified that they didn't even really know everybody that was going going on at the point that they were showing up. So those are all going to be different factors the jury's going to have to look at and say, you know, is this a concerted effort by a whole bunch of people that are doing all these things all together, or are they all in part, you know, different people? And if so, then there may be some charges they'll have a much harder time finding him innocent on than the other charges.
And Michael, the way jury deliberations eventually work, will the jury have access directly to that 3+ minute video? Will they be able to go frame by frame in their deliberation room if there are those types of questions that arise?
It usually depends on what kind of capacity they have and the agreements that are made by the parties. Sometimes they have a computer that they're able to do that. Other times they're not. It just kind of depends on the courthouse, depends on the agreements between parties. But they can ask to have evidence reread. They can ask to look at, well, they'll get all the exhibits that come in. They'll be able to look at the exhibits. So there all are things. They'll probably get stills, is my guess. And we've seen a number of situations where stills have been offered, and so they'll probably have a number of those also to look at as part of this deliberation.
And speaking of those still frames, what do you think about their effectiveness? Obviously, that video moves quickly, especially once the stabbing and then really the physical confrontation ratchets up. I mean, we're only talking 20, 25 seconds. You know, they seem to jump around. Sometimes witnesses seem confused. Was this before or after? Why is your head turned? Well, the head could be turned for like literally a fraction of a second. That's when the camera caught it head turned. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Right.
They probably have to be used, but
is
it effective for either side?
Well, that's always a hard thing because you don't know for sure what witnesses are going to say. And you know, I think we've talked about that earlier.
I haven't even practiced it.
You know, that's part of the reason why the state has this list of witnesses they're for sure going to call, and other witnesses that they might call. And there'll be little things that they decide, you know, look, I don't know that we've got this completely to the jury, so we may call this person just to lay foundation. And foundation would be basically so the evidence can come in, or to add to the texture of the story so that they are able to understand what it is that
I have the support here
by the prosecution.
I'll have to go to a club or something that does
that.
that.
To really prove anything, the defense's job is to put as many holes in everything as possible and create chaos and point out all the different problems that are in the case and the reasons why they haven't proven their case.
And a good point there, Mike, and I've mentioned this earlier in our coverage this week, as you're seeing some of these witnesses on the stand really kind of get beat up by Aaron Nelson and the defense team. Just remember, Nicolae Miu told falsehoods, lied to police. He's going to have to, if he takes the stand, have his testimony repaired. And he, too, will be questioned, challenged on some of the things he told law enforcement that day and how his story changed. So don't think this is just directed at these witnesses right now. This is going to go across the board as both sides try to prove their cases. And as I wrap up with that thought, Mike, Judge Waterman has come back out onto the bench. So with that, we'll
I could hear his ear person tell him that they were back.
And join you, Mike, on the back end. Let's wrap up. We'll chat with you in a little bit. Thanks again for joining us.
All right, please be seated. We are back on the record. The jury is present. The attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. We're ready to continue. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Sheena Lowell.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Sheena Lowell.
Lowell? Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Lowell, please come forward.
Is this the black dude's girlfriend or something?
Yep, keep going. You're good. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
All right, come on, wake me up, people. Wake me up. Nobody's talking. We got Ted. I'm sorry. They just abandoned us, dude.
Last name and spell your last name.
Sheena Lowell, Lowell.
Sheena, where do you currently live?
Nebraska.
And did you used to live closer to the area?
Wisconsin, yes.
When did you move?
2 years ago.
And May I approach?
Yes.
So this is 26A. Were you with these folks tubing on the river on July 30,
Yes.
2022? And
It's a different group.
Did you actually take this photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
This is awesome.
Is that you kind of cropped in there on the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
I like how the defense
Were
and
you
like has these
in a relationship
pictures.
with Quentin at the time?
Cool.
Yes.
Okay. So that
Really
was your
helps.
connection to other
You know?
people in the group?
Yes.
Are you and Quentin, or have you guys separated since?
Yes.
And have
I
you
mean,
had contact with anyone
the
from that group
prosecution.
since you and Quentin separated?
Prosecution,
No.
I mean, has the pictures. I like it though.
Sheena, do you have any prior criminal convictions?
Yes.
How many?
3.
On July 30, 2022, were you drinking?
No.
You were sober?
Yes.
Hold up, what are they? What are the 3?
Do you
That's
just
fucked
never
up.
drink, or were you a sober driver that day, or?
I'm a recovering alcoholic.
Okay.
Bro, why'd she say it like that?
And at some point along the tubing route, did something catch your group's
Tone it
attention?
down. Come on, man.
We were coming around, it looked like a bend on the river, and a group of younger kids were screaming for help.
Getting out of line. That's the
And
second
what do you
time I've
remember
noticed you getting a
after
little
that?
crazy with your words.
I remember as we were getting closer, they were yelling, "Help, please get this person away from us."
She hadn't done anything.
Kids in our group got up off of the tubes, walked over to get in between to get him away from them.
And do you recall who the first ones that walked over were?
Madison,
And did Madison make contact with the gentleman or speak with the guy?
she was pointing downriver, just saying, "Get away, go, leave them alone."
Okay. And what happened after that you remember?
They all were basically doing the same thing, and then he punched her in the face.
Did you see which hand he used, right hand, left hand? Could you see from where you were?
No.
Okay. You just saw hand go to her face, but you couldn't tell?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you looking from profile or from straight on, or?
From straight on.
Okay. And now I'm gonna show you some, let's see. And have you ever seen the video of the incident?
No.
And when did you get to Wisconsin from Nebraska for your testimony?
Yesterday morning.
Okay, and you haven't, and you spoke with us prior to testifying?
Yes.
And by phone, not in person?
Yes.
So you still to this day haven't seen the video?
No.
After the guy punched Maddie, what did you see after that?
After he punched Madison, Dante punched him twice. He went under the water the first time. He came back up. Dante punched him one more time. And then it looked like he was punching them back, but he was actually stabbing them.
And when you say them, who did you see? And when I say he, you didn't know who he was at the time?
No, sir.
Now you know him to be Nicolae Miu?
Yes.
Okay. And when you said you saw him, you thought hitting people, who did you see him hit?
Riley, Dante, Tony, AJ.
And when he...
How does she know other
When you
names?
thought he hit Riley, could you see what she
Amazing.
was doing?
She was yelling.
Did you see her push or strike at Miu at all?
No, she turned around and started running.
And what about, what do you recall about seeing Dante hit?
When Dante was hit, it just looked like he was being punched, and he retreated also.
And did you ever see Dante hit Miu after those first two strikes you saw?
No, sir.
And when Dante was, when you thought hit, turned out to be stabbed, was that sometime after Dante had hit Miu?
Yes.
Sustained.
Why don't you, as best as you can remember, what do you remember about, do you remember this specific sequence?
No.
Okay. And I want to bring up some stills here. Can we bring up 1980? And do you see yourself in that image?
I do.
Can you describe where you are in that image?
Standing up behind the two kids.
And are you in the white bikini top there in the background?
Yes.
Was your hair light back then?
Yes.
And you're facing pretty much straight on towards the cameraman and the person off to the left?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to 2166? Where are you in that? Or do you see yourself in that photo?
Yep, in the same spot.
Facing straight on towards the cameraman, essentially?
Yes.
Can we go to 2564? See yourself in that still frame?
Yes.
And
Standing up between the tubes.
can we go to 3003? $3003. Do you see yourself in that one also?
Yes.
Same thing, looking towards the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall seeing where Nicolae went afterwards?
Straight back up into the woods.
Do you see him go towards the woods or into the woods?
Towards the woods.
And then when you saw him going towards the woods, did you look away before you actually saw where he went?
Yes.
Did something else catch your attention?
Yes, Riley did.
So you were basically standing by your tubes and watched everything?
Yes.
And you're stone cold sober?
Yes.
Do you remember, did the incident happen fast, slow? How do you remember it?
It happened really fast.
Is it hard to say exactly what happened first, second, third?
Yes.
You're sure you saw him punch Maddie?
Yes.
Sustained.
And did you tell these, were you interviewed by law enforcement shortly afterwards?
Yes, I was.
And did you tell law enforcement what you saw?
Yes, I did.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Trofficy?
Ms. Lowell, you say that do you hear this group of the six boys, young men, asking for help?
Yes.
Okay. And do you look over and see what's going on?
Yes.
And you see that there's one man there, right, Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Okay. And you say to the police that this guy was harassing them, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see him doing?
He was holding their tubes. He would not let them go.
He would not let the tubes go?
No.
Did you see Mr. Miu walk around the tubes and walk away from the boys downstream a little bit?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay. At that point, you say Madison gets off her tube and starts to walk over there. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall Mr. Miu walking over toward Madison?
No, Madison met him at the tube.
At the tubes?
Yes.
So you're saying that Mr. Miu didn't walk towards Madison at all?
No.
If I told you the distance from where you were, where your group was to the incident is about 131 feet. Sound about right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're 45 yards or so away?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And when Madison, so you say Madison walks over to Mr. Miu, she just starts yelling at him, doesn't she?
She put her hand up like this and said, "Get away from them."
Well, what she actually said on tape was, go, get your fucking ass, go.
Judge. What's the objection? Come on up, please, come on up. Members of the jury, again, the remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. What the witness says is evidence. So if the witness says something different than what the attorney says, you may disregard the attorney's suggestion entirely. Next question, please.
Hey, Bungle. Bill.
Ms. Lowell, do you hear Ms. Cohen say, go, get your fucking ass, go? Do you hear that?
I do not.
You see her pointing downriver to Mr. Miu, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see at that point Dante?
Yes.
Let me finish, okay. Next to Madison.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Dante pointing for him to go downriver as well?
Yes.
Do you know where or if Mr. Miu has a group with him?
No.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if the group is actually behind you almost, right? And he's got to go the other way, upriver, to get out of that situation, right? You wouldn't know that.
No.
Okay. And would you describe Madison Cohen as getting in Mr. Miu's face?
No.
You wouldn't describe her as getting in his personal space?
No.
She put her hands on him.
Do you see her put her hands on him?
No.
Well, you couldn't see much.
Do you know if she did?
Yes.
You know she did?
I know she didn't.
All right, so you're testifying under oath not only that you didn't see it, but you know she didn't do it.
I know she didn't.
Okay. Okay. All right, here you go. Yay! The fuck, you just fucked up, lady.
Did you see Riley put her hands on Mr. Miu?
Oh, maybe. No. Oh, no, she fucked up.
And you've testified that you saw Mr. Miu punch Madison, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You don't recall with which hand, is that fair?
That's fair.
Bro, he did it.
Do you see Madison come back to your group?
Yes.
Okay. Is she holding her face?
Yes, she came straight to me.
What side of her face is she holding?
Her right.
Do you have a phone with you?
I do. It's shut off.
No, I don't mean right now.
Yes.
Back then, I meant.
No.
Okay. On that day, it's okay. On that day, you didn't have a phone with you?
No.
Okay. There comes a time when I think Madison is calling 911, though, so she has a phone, right? To your knowledge?
We found a phone and hit a button to call 911.
Okay. Here's my question. Do you recall anyone taking photographs of Madison's face?
No. The police.
You saw the police take photos of her face? Okay. Can I ask you this? There's a gentleman on the end there with a beard. Is he the gentleman who was taking the photographs of her?
There were several police there, not just one,
Okay.
so I don't know.
Recognize that?
I believe I spoke with him once,
Okay.
but I've spoke with probably 6 or 7 officers.
Now she knows one of the cops are in there. It took her
The punch. It's been described
story.
various ways in court. Can you describe it?
It was just a quick punch as you would see somebody punch somebody.
So it's been described different ways. So it was just a punch, like straight on punch.
Yes.
With his right hand. No?
I don't know.
Okay. And at that point, you see Dante punch Mr. Miu in the face.
Yes.
And you see Mr. Miu go down, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you see Dante hit him again.
He comes back up and Dante hits him one more time.
Do you recall Dante hitting Mr. Miu while Mr. Miu was on his back in the water?
No.
Okay. Are you saying that you saw Mr. Miu rise to his feet and Dante hit him again?
Yes.
When that happened, did Mr. Miu go down again?
No. That was when he just started punching.
Okay. So, just want to make sure I'm hearing you. Mr. Miu gets punched in the face by Dante. and you see him go down. Yes?
Yes.
Then he rises up.
Yes.
You being Mr. Miu.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
He rises back up. Dante punches him again in the face, and then Mr. Miu, I think you describe it as gets to punching.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know AJ Martin?
I very briefly met him before our tubing trip.
Okay. Do you, from your vantage point, do you see AJ Martin come up behind Mr. Miu and shove him?
No.
Do you see Mr. Miu, as you describe it, punch or stab AJ Martin?
Yes.
Do you see AJ Martin, when that's happening, pushing Mr. Miu backwards into the water?
No.
Do you see do you see Anthony Carlson get stabbed?
Yes.
Do you see Anthony put his hands on Mr. Miu's kind of backside? When I say backside, like his back, shoulder area, before that happens?
No, because he was facing him.
Okay. I know you don't know or didn't know Isaac Schuman. Did you see the interaction between Mr. Miu and Isaac Schuman?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see the interaction between Mr. Miu and Dante?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that happens in this kind of like sequential events?
Dante was the second or third person.
Okay. So you didn't see Dante and Mr. Miu have contact after everything was done when Dante
No,
was there?
because they had come running to me.
Okay. So, trying to make sure I understand. In your recollection, Dante is second or third?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Judge. Ms. Wall, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Hold on a second. There might be another question. Mr. Anderson?
Yes. Shannon, you recall the questions I asked you on direct, generally? I'll be more specific. Your interview with law enforcement, has this gotten a lot more detailed, the questions you've been asked here, than what you talked about with law enforcement?
Yes.
So you're trying to remember back almost 2 years ago?
Yes.
You're trying your best to answer as truthfully as best you can remember?
Yes.
Given where you were about 130 feet away, your ability to see, would it have been affected depending on if there's other people between you and what's going on?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that you couldn't remember the sequence of events of when people were hit, turned out to be stabbed. Are you? So do you know for sure that Dante was the last one stabbed?
Objection.
No.
Sustained, but she's answered.
Bro,
Your
lady.
objection, just hold your answer. Okay, thank you.
Holy shit. What the fuck, lady?
Mr. Shaughnessy?
You fucking...
There was a group of people around that incident when it was going on. Is that fair?
Not until after the fight ensued. We were the only people at first.
I guess what I'm going to ask you is this, Judge Macroach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104. Okay? That
can we approach?
Yes.
Oh, if I can, I'll post the. Motherfucker. All right.
I'm going to show you, or I'm showing you what is exhibit number 104, okay?
Yes.
Now, if you look at 104, there's a G1. I'm telling you that stands for the group of boys.
Yes.
Okay? And G2 is the general location of where, I'm calling it the Carlson group, where your tubes were.
Yes.
These little dots have initials on them. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and those initials are the names of people that were involved in this.
Yes.
Okay? Do you recognize what RM would be?
Riley.
Okay. And MC?
Madison.
Okay, so I'm not going to quiz you, but you understand that's kind of where we're going.
Yes.
Okay. This has been, well, can I ask you this? Would you agree that, based on your recollection of events, that this is an accurate depiction of the general location of where people were at the time that Madison and Riley were standing in front of Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell me if this is fair. You're around G2. Can you bring that up there? Can you bring up 104? We have it.
Maybe use.
Can I just use this, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can you, I don't want to, can you see that okay? Is that okay, ma'am?
Yep.
Okay. So you're standing in the general direction of where it says G2, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you're looking toward what's going on, right?
Yes.
Right. And would you agree there are people between you and Madison?
A little gassy, man.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And having people between you and Madison could impact your ability to see specifics, right?
Yes.
Okay, and is that one of the reasons it was difficult for you to see how she was struck?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yes.
He slashed her for brushing up against him.
Shake his hand.
I bet the punch is a lie, dude. A lot of people think the punch is a lie. I bet the punch is a lie, bro. I bet the punch is a lie. Woo, 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 woo.
We're almost done. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. 1 second.
Now what? What are they doing?
This is frame 2166.
Is it the prosecution taking so long? It is. It's tub ass. You fucking lard ass. Sorry, I'm gassy today. It's the kombucha.
So, in that still frame, 2166, can you see Dante?
Yes.
Can you see
She's not
yourself?
the best
Yes.
lawyer.
And then can we have the Elmo? On this diagram 104, is Dante in between?
And he's big boned, okay?
Obstructing view from G2.
Let's give him a break.
Yes.
In that still frame, was he obstructing your view?
Yes.
Let's bring up 200.
Nobody's part of big boned people. Only fat people.
Bring it up. I'll let both sides clean it up from time to time.
I guess I'll re-ask it. Depending on what you're viewing, you know, whether you're looking at something to the left of this frame or to the right of the frame or directly behind Dante would depend on whether Dante's blocking your view or not. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Shafferson?
Can you bring up 2166 here?
That's this.
I get body shame all the time, dude, for being skinny. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I'm ready if you're ready.
People are too scared to fucking be made fun of nowadays. Get over yourself.
While you might have a clear shot without Dante in your way right there, you don't have any idea if anything's actually happening at that moment, do you?
No.
That's it.
Ms. Lowell,
You're
thank you.
not that
You may step
important.
down. Please see the witness
Whole
coordinator in
scheme
the
of
back, and she'll tell
things.
you where to go next.
And you look funny. Okay? I look funny too. I know the feeling. I didn't used to look so funny. I don't know what happened.
Who is the next witness?
Eric Williams.
That's one of the kids, he's still got a wristband on. He had it on for 2 years. He just wants somebody to go to prison. Oh, they're not happy about the camera being on
Mr.
them.
Williams, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Who the heck is this
The
guy?
testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
He wasn't in the
Please have
water.
a seat in the witness chair.
I didn't know shoes are white. Sheesh. You came in
Just messed up.
super fly.
Your Honor, I need 1 second here. I'm having a computer malfunction. Sorry.
I appreciate how everybody's got their own look to them. Even that
All right,
last
sir,
one.
can you state your name?
Eric Williams.
What town do you live in? How old are you?
47, 57.
Were you part of a group of folks that were tubing down the river, the Apple River, near Somerset back on July 30th, 2022? Was part of that group.
There's a lot of black people
Nicolae
in
Miu?
Wisconsin.
Did you know Mr. Miu?
I didn't know that.
How did you get invited to their tubing party?
Co-workers.
All right. Did you know all the folks that were in the group?
Yeah.
Oh, was Mr. Miu a coworker of yours?
No.
Was he the only person that wasn't a coworker of yours?
No.
All right. Had you ever spent any time with them before that day?
No.
At some point, as you're going down the river, did one of your party lose a phone?
Yes.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Was there any concern by the person who lost the phone?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did you hear the person who lost the phone make any comments about that?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Is your group of tubes, are they connected together?
Yes.
With rope?
Yes.
How many tubes did you have, if you remember?
Maybe about 8.
All right.
Big spender.
Were you able, as you were going down the river that day, to converse with the other folks in your party?
Yes.
Once the phone was lost, were you able to hear the conversation about the phone being lost?
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Miu at some point indicate that he wanted to go look for the phone?
Yes.
Did you see him do that?
Yes.
All right. At some point, well, first, did you see where he went?
Yeah.
Where did he go?
We went down River Road. I don't know how far it was. It's probably a good half, I'd say about 20 yards, 30 yards.
All right. Did you see him near any other groups?
Lonnie, man.
Eventually, did you realize that he was getting close to a group?
Oh. Seen him, I don't know if it was an argument, I don't know what it was, but I seen him in confrontation. And pretty much I was sitting there, looked away for a quick second. When I looked back, that's when I seen everything going down.
All right.
And rushed towards me.
Well, you're getting ahead of me, Mr. Williams. So when you saw him go off to look for the phone, was he wearing snorkeling gear?
Yeah.
All right. Did you have some concern about that?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation with the police after this matter occurred on August 3rd of 2022?
Yes.
And was that at your home in Inver Grove Heights?
Friend's house, yes.
And do you remember telling the police that you had some concern?
Objection, leading and irrelevant.
Sustained. I don't understand why his concern is our concern today. So that's why it's not relevant. It is a leading question.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Sister, are you here?
Via Cash App.
Dude. What? Oh, my thing is over there. Oh, my God. It's always something with this thing, isn't it? It's always something. I can never get this right. Oh, man, now it's gone already. On the alert box. This is T! Thank you so much. Dude, I didn't notice it. It's been 40 minutes now. I don't hear my phone when it goes off anymore, I guess. Hear that, or it was muted. I must just not hear it. Dang it. What are you doing, bud? Why are you doing whatever? You got food. Just tea. Thank you. Thank you. The extreme generosity out of nowhere at 1:08 a.m. my time. About 40 minutes ago. What's happening then? I always weird thinking people when I don't know if they're here or not.
Respect.
What? Simon, dude, what are you telling me for, bro? What? You got food, man. I brought it up to you a minute ago. You had some. Don't like it? Stop me out at me, because that's your food.
Mr. Smithstead.
Mr. Williams, if I showed you a transcript of your conversation with Investigator Sheppy from August 3rd of 2022, would that help you refresh your mind with regard to, or your memory with regard to any concerns you had that day?
Objection. He never said his memory's not refreshed. He's not been asked the question because the previous...
Did you have any concerns that day with Mr. Miu getting in his snorkeling gear and snorkeling down by these other groups?
Yes, I did.
And if you remember telling the officer what your concern was?
That people was going to think that he was up to no good as a predator or whatever.
What?
That's my thing.
Okay. You might be a little racist.
As you were keeping an eye on him, did you see him talking to two women?
No.
Did you see anything that may have happened between him and the two women?
No.
Did you see him involved in a fight with anybody?
I did look away for a second, and when I looked back, we did see a brawl in the water where me and Nesto started rushing towards him to help him out and break it up.
All right. When you saw that, was Mr. Miu in the water already?
Yeah.
All right. The group was one of the groups that he was snorkeling near. Did you see what the age was of the folks in that group?
And who was snorkeling with? Ask me the question.
When he was snorkeling downriver from where your group was, are you able to determine the ages of any of the people downriver that he was snorkeling by?
No.
All right. Do you remember having a conversation with Investigator Williams, or pardon me, Investigator Sheppy about that?
I might have. I don't remember.
All right. If I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
That's one.
What page?
I got approached, Coach.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, I'll ask you to read from the middle of the page down a couple of lines and let me know when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
What did you tell the police you thought the ages of the boys were?
Say that again?
What did you think the ages of the people were in the tubes downriver?
17 to 20.
Is that what you told the police?
Could be, yeah.
One thing I forgot to ask you, just, strike that. When you first saw the physical altercation occur, what did you think was happening?
I don't know. We just rushed down and helped him out, you know?
All right. Did you have a belief that Mr. Miu wasn't involved in the fight at first?
Seeing people on him, so he had to be involved.
Is it fair to say it's been, I don't know, almost 2 years since you talked to the investigators back on August 3rd of 2022?
Yep.
And you may not remember exactly everything you told them?
It's possible.
Do you have a memory of telling them what you thought was happening in the fight before realizing that Mr. Miu was involved in it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I think I may have told him that I was concerned about the young kids being intoxicated. We didn't want to stop by them. We want to stay far away from them as possible, but the pedophile thing, that's why I watched. I didn't want that, That's
Sure.
possible I could have told him.
What?
I didn't want to think, anyone to think that he was up to no good.
Sure.
He's looking for a phone.
Did you see Mr. Miu injuring anybody?
Oh.
No.
By the time you got down to him, was he already up on his feet and heading back?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
No.
He wasn't bleeding?
I didn't see anything.
At some point, did you realize that there had been some folks that were injured in the river?
Yes.
Folks that were injured in the river in the spot where he was involved in the altercation?
Laying along the side of the river, yes.
As you walked up to Mr. Miu, did he say anything to you as he came up to you?
No.
Did he ever say anything to you about what happened?
Never. We never spoke after that again. After that, everything was just quiet.
How serious were the injuries of the folks that you saw injured?
Objection beyond his opinion, I guess.
Sustained.
What did you see? Pardon me. What did you see as far as the injuries of the folks in the river?
Bad.
Did you call 911?
Yes, I did.
Did you call 911 more than once?
Probably about 2 or 3 times, but I'm not sure.
Why did you do that?
Concerned about the people on the edge, laying on the bank of the river.
Did you attempt to give other assistance?
No, I just went and met paramedics at the river, at the bridge, and kind of walked them back where everybody were,
With those paramedics, were there some law enforcement folks too?
Yes, there were.
And I think if I understand what you're saying, you sort of directed them to where these injured people were?
Yes.
Anybody else from your group do that?
No.
You're the only person from your group that came over to help?
I think so, yeah.
At some point, did you end up walking back to your group?
Yes.
Did anybody say anything to you about what you saw?
No.
Anybody ask any questions?
No.
Did you eventually float away?
Got on tubes and we didn't listen to no music. We just floated and just ready to get off the river at that time. We didn't want to be there no more.
Was there any kind of conversation as you're floating down the river?
Never, no.
At some point, did the officers think that you had some videos on your phone of what had happened? Had you taken some videos that day?
Yeah, I took videos, just our party together. And when we stopped, we took videos of each other, not of the. That's about it.
You didn't have any videos of this actual incident?
No.
Do you know how long your crew stayed in that area before floating down the river to the end?
Could have been about 15 minutes.
How long did it take you to reach the end of the trip from where this incident happened?
Probably about another half an hour. 20 minutes to half an hour.
What did you do once you got to the end?
Turn that tubes in and just prepare to go back to our cars, get on the bus and go back to our cars.
All right. At some point, was there more contact with law enforcement at the end?
Yes.
Did you witness that?
Yes.
All right. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Von Williams, I've seen it written both ways.
Williams. Yeah, well, it's Eric Von Williams, yeah.
So your middle name's Von, but your last name's Williams?
Yep.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, Mr. Williams, I'm Aaron Nelson. I represent Mr. Miu. I want to ask you some questions, too, okay?
Yeah.
You were with Nick that day, right?
Right.
There's been some pictures that I think have been, maybe can I get like 106 through 110, please? There's been some pictures of your party of 10 people or so on the river. Have you seen any of those photos from that day?
Yeah.
Yeah, 110. Can I have one more, Judge?
Yes.
So that's Exhibit 112. You see yourself in that picture?
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah.
And next to you is Nick Miu, correct?
Yep.
And in that photo, you see him wearing sunglasses, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember that day? Did he have sunglasses on most of the time?
Yes.
Were there times that you saw him, you said he saw him with a snorkel and goggles, right?
Yes.
And he certainly went up to look for the phone, and I'm going to get to that.
Yes.
Prior to looking for the phone, had you seen him resting in the river or using his snorkel and the goggles anytime in the river?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay. Had you seen him at times without his sunglasses on during that trip?
No.
And then here's a photo 110. This photo, you see Mr. Miu with a hat on? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
That's all right. Were there times that day that you saw him with a hat on?
Not sure. With the hat on?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'll be honest, I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was, do you remember not having the hat on or having the hat on, or you're unsure about either?
I'm not sure about either.
Okay, that's fair. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 111. Does that appear to be another photo of your group?
Yep. Yes.
Move for the admission to 111.
Any objection?
No.
111 is received.
And you see Mr. Miu in that photo there, he's got sunglasses and a hat on, correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. You're not in that photo?
No.
Right?
No.
Okay. So sometimes people would wander off from the group maybe and...
Dude, I have a fear of this happening to
Or
me.
you're just perhaps just not in that photo. You might be just behind the person or taking the picture.
I can't remember.
Okay.
Super fear. I'm slowing the roll up a little bit lately.
In all of those
One
pictures,
reason.
we saw Mr. Miu had a shirt on. Is that right?
Right.
Do you, and then I believe when he went with his snorkel to look for the phone, do you remember, was his shirt on or was his shirt off?
I do have worries. It was happening, bro.
Did you have a shirt that day?
Yes.
Did you sometimes take your shirt off?
No.
Okay. You kept it on the whole time? Did you snorkel at all?
No.
Did you get in the water and swim?
No.
Okay. There was, your group of people was generally people my age, your age?
Right, yes.
Okay. Some people were having a couple of beers?
Yes.
Did you observe, were you intoxicated?
No.
Did you observe anybody in your group that you thought was intoxicated?
No.
Were you worried about anyone being loud or obnoxious or rowdy or anything along those lines?
No.
You'd said that you had, I think, and I want to really make sure we get this, you were concerned people were going to think he was up to no good, that he was a predator. You said that, right?
Yes.
I want to really get into that, okay, a little bit? Mm-hmm. That's something that you had in your own mind, right? Yes?
Yes.
And that's a concern that you had when you...
People are going to think that he was, not that he was, not that he thinks that he is.
You didn't think he was up to no good,
yeah,
agreed?
Right.
No.
You agree?
I agree.
You didn't think he was a predator, you agree?
I agree.
You had no reason to believe, based upon what you had seen him do that day, that he was preying on
little girls. Because of how kids are,
you agree
that they might think that.
And...
Yep.
But you, like a lot of us, are able to kind of think about what are other people going to think, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And I would imagine on the river that day you saw other groups of people, right?
Yes.
And some of those other groups of people appeared to be intoxicated?
Yes.
And some of those, you said young people, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And you look about my age, like, how old does somebody need to be to not be considered young by you?
How? You said how old?
Yeah, so when you say young people, do you mean like littles, or do you just mean like 25 and under?
Teenagers and 25 and under 30.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So it's not like they're young.
No.
So the people that you saw on there, you saw some people in this age group, and teenagers, 20-somethings that were intoxicated, correct?
Yes.
And based upon your observations, you were kind of worried about some of those people, right?
Yes.
Based upon your life experiences, you know a group of drunk young men might not be people you want to be around, correct?
Yes.
And that was a concern that you had, right?
That's a concern we all had.
Sure. Mm-hmm. And that you're like, look, drunk young people, when they get together, bad things can happen sometimes, right?
Right.
And that's why you were trying to be kind of more conservative, like, let's just stay together here. Let's not mix ourselves up with these drunk young people that might be dangerous.
We had made agreement not to stop by young people, stop a little farther down the river.
And why were you personally, all you can talk about is you, why were you concerned about not stopping by young people?
Intoxication.
Okay, and why were you're worried about young people that were intoxicated? Do they cause problems sometimes?
They could. It's a possibility, but
do they have conflict sometimes?
It could be conflicts.
All right. Do they sometimes, are you concerned about their decision making when they're intoxicated and in a group of young men?
I'm just worried about
young women too. Shit. Oh.
What Nick was doing, looking for a phone. I didn't want anybody to think
sure.
he was up to no good.
And if there were non-intoxicated people, you wouldn't be worried about that, correct?
I'll still be worried about that.
What was that?
I would still be worried about that.
But you were more worried because they were intoxicated.
Right.
And I imagine you were more worried because there's more of them, correct?
I'm checked, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You had said, I think you'd said before, we were out there with his wife and these young guys, they're quick to test us. That's what you told the police, right? I think you're talking in general, not that day, but in general, did you feel as if sometimes young men as a group are quick to test you older men?
Well, yeah, I do remember that conversation that day.
You did say that.
Talked to me, yeah.
And that's because in your life experience, sometimes young men get a kick out of challenging perhaps an older guy, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. Just an answer if you are able to.
Yeah, I ran into it a couple of times, so
Yeah.
yes.
And that's why you were concerned,
Yeah.
right? When you saw Nick come back, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say he was quiet?
It's quiet. Nesto grabbed Nick and walked him back, and I kept going forward.
Okay, so your interaction with Nick there on the river was very brief, right?
Nick, well, with everything that went down, me and Nick didn't talk.
It sounds like you're walking in this direction towards Nick, and then Ernesto gets there first, is that right?
Right.
And then Ernesto grabs Nick and helps Nick get back to the group in some manner, right?
Yes.
You don't know because you're not looking at him, right?
No.
Because you continue on in that direction to go down to see what all the yelling and the screaming is about, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And at some point, 15 minutes or so, you eventually go back to the group where Nick is, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, Nick is sitting there quietly, correct?
Yes.
You don't hear him say anything, agreed?
No.
Do you make observations of his person?
Yes.
He appears to be somber. Yes?
Quiet, yes.
Have you heard the expression white as a ghost before?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, I did.
Did he have that look about him?
He had a look, I just say he had a look, and yes, he did.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
No, I personally, no.
Okay. Would you know what that looked like if you saw it?
Probably would. Yeah.
He looked like he was in shock.
Object, Your Honor. Foundation. Sustained. Wait for the next question.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad, anything else?
Oh, really? Where'd you hear that from, Steve? Apparently these kids on this fucking river are always causing trouble with people. For what he's acting like. He said that they were made a pact to stay away from him.
10. Do you have a short witness? Is there any administrative matters that we can tend to? I mean, offering exhibits that need to come in?
Yes, and probably other things we can talk about outside the presence.
Anything we can do in the presence of the jury is my point.
Oh. Not that I can think of.
Mr. Shravasi?
No, I can't. I don't think we're in that position at this point, Judge.
All right. So given the hour, I think we will simply adjourn. We'll send everyone home. I'll give you the same reminders as before. No talking about the case. Do not begin your deliberations. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. Do not visit the scene. Do not speak with the media, the attorneys, the parties, the public about the case. And do not read any media accounts or engage in any social media accounts about the trial. We will get started tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please come back at that time, and we'll get a prompt start to the trial. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Bro, that's 6 in the morning for me, though.
Please be seated. Your are outside the presence of the jury with the attorneys and Mr. Miu.
It's at the worst
We do
time
have
of the morning
at
for
least
me.
one illustration on the easel that needs to be marked. And I think we have another one over here, clerk, that too has to be marked. So we have a record of what it is. Mr. Anderson, I can't remember who you used the one with the clerk. So you'll have to connect the dots for us.
That was Anthony Carlson.
Tony. Yeah, Tony Carlson.
So the Tony Carlson illustration is Exhibit 77?
Yes, although, yes, it was used during that. I believe I objected, Your Honor, sustained. So, I mean, you can certainly mark it, but I don't know the...
The objection was to drawing Isaac on there, not everything else.
Yeah, I mean, it was used during the trial, so I just want to have it marked.
Sure.
I don't know what value it will have, but I just don't want to lose sight of marking things that have...
Judge, and I don't think I've offered the group photo of Nicolae's group.
No objection.
Offer.
What number is it?
No, we're just labeling A. What's the small one? 12. Right, 12A, Judge.
All right, so 12A is the blow-up of the group shot of Mr. Miu's group, correct?
Yes.
And which illustration is this?
This is the one I did with Sandy Miu.
80? Okay, so I'll have that marked. All right, is there any other exhibit that needs to be addressed?
No, thanks. Well, can I ask the clerk, are there any that you have, we've talked about so far that haven't been admitted and received?
Give me a second, just check my notes. No, there's...
Mr. Strafasi, any exhibits that we need to attend to?
I think we marked them all.
Got them all?
Yep, I think so.
Is this something you wanted to talk about outside the presence of the jury?
Well, I don't know if you want to put on the record the objection. There was a discussion at the bench.
Do you want to make a sidebar record, Mr. Nelson?
I think it was Mr. Trofasi with the third round of questioning maybe is probably the...
No, I think the one we're talking about is Mr. Williams and his concern about Mr. Miu's intentions being misunderstood by others. We had a lengthy sidebar about that, whether it was relevant or irrelevant.
Yeah.
And you made an objection.
I objected that it was irrelevant. Your Honor listened to arguments and eventually ruled that it was minimal probative value, but enough to be relevant, and so we did what we did.
Okay. Anything you want to add to the record, Mr. Anderson?
I think our point was there's been significant challenges against the children's credibility and that they were just, they jumped to conclusions, but then we have an adult who had the same concerns, so I think that's why we thought it was highly relevant.
And that's what persuaded me, was drawing the connection back to the Schuman group, and it validated their perceptions or concerns. Again, it had minimal probative value, but it was relevant. We weren't dwelling on that topic, so I don't think there's any unfair prejudice to the defense. Something else?
No, I was going to just articulate my argument, but probably not necessary.
All right. Okay, we will resume tomorrow, 8 a.m. We're in recess.
There's a lot left.
Give me, you guys want to grab it?
Yeah, I just want to make
Some of these people we might be able to eliminate, but there's...
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You, of course, have been watching the Apple River stabbing trial in St. Croix County Circuit Court in Hudson, Wisconsin. The 17th state witness just finishing up on the witness stand, Eric Von Williams. He was tubing with Nicolae Miu and friends on July 30th, 2022. You heard his testimony, sharing some insights from that day and his reaction to it. I do want to call up our graphic that we have ready to roll that kind of shows these groups of tubers. For the first time, we heard from members of the Miu group today, this third day of trial. And again, these are the basically the three major players in this tubing, deadly tubing encounter. Of course, on the bottom of the screen there, the Miu group. Isaac's group is the Stillwater teenagers in the middle of the river that have that confrontation with Miu. Isaac Schuman, of course, killed there. And then the Carlson group, the young adults, 4 of them end up stabbed as they come over initially.
Which one is the bar owner
to try
guy?
to shoo Miu away from those Stillwater teenagers. Interesting to hear from Eric Von Williams. I thought he provided a little bit of support for his friend in terms of Miu's attitude that day, but he did raise concerns about putting on the snorkel gear, what it would look like. I don't care if he's looking for a phone or not. He testified, but what others might think, even using, I think, the word predator.
Yeah, but not what most others would think. What the teenage fucking dudes are gonna fucking think for no reason. Not, you know what I mean? So, oh man, does that give them a right to fucking harass the shit out of him?
A predator there, as it related to Nicolae Miu donning the snorkel and goggles to search for that lost cell phone. That was being used by the Miu group, we learned today, to provide their music. So if it's provide their music, you could see why perhaps once it disappeared, it might have become significant for Nicolae to think about going to get it. It was interesting hearing earlier in the day something.
Even if it wasn't for the fucking music, you know what I mean? Like, use your phone, and some dude's got
certainly seemed more friendly.
Some dude just happens to have brought them specifically for looking for lost things in the river. And he's like, hey, I can use this for that now. Da, 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 da. Look what I got, guys. I'm going to find it. You know what I mean? And they look at, like, bro, make everybody paranoid as shit to even, like, do anything anymore. Don't want somebody to think I'm a pedo. Like, dude, I grew up in a water park, pretty much babysat me for a few years when I was younger. And there were people with snorkels and masks. They sold them in the gift shop even at that place. But I wasn't thinking, hey, there's an adult over there with a mask on swimming around. He must be a pedo. Pedo! You know, that would have never happened back then, dude. It's so weird that that's the first thing they go to now. And even so much so that adults are like, hey, you know what? They're probably going to think he's a pedo. Like, it's kind of crazy. It's getting kind of crazy, man. And I think it's because they're so desensitized to pedos because of all the platforms that they go on the internet. The internet allows pedos to run rampant. They're where the kids are. They go where the kids are. So these kids are seeing tons of pedos. And so they think that the world has tons of pedos because they're coming to where they're at. So, and at the same time, they're like desensitized to just calling motherfuckers pedos because of that. You know, you're a pedo because they are fucking pedos. You know what I mean? But most people aren't, and that's where we're at now. So the adults are even thinking like, hey, they're probably going to think that because that's what kids think nowadays, and they go straight to that. But it wasn't like that. 40 years ago or 30 years ago that I didn't remember it being like that, dude, at all.
To questioning by the defense.
It's not where I went with it.
She said she had sort of encouraged Nicolae to bring snorkeling gear, basically along the lines that the Apple River is cold. People tend to lose jewelry. She told him not to wear any jewelry, but perhaps he'd want to bring the snorkel and goggles to, I suppose, look for jewelry lost in the river that day. So perhaps explaining why he had that snorkel gear ready to go and would then subsequently.
I can't find the video you're talking about, Joker, with the other
attention of those Stillwater teenagers drunk. Apparently some chirping begins, and as Jawan Cockfield has testified, Miu said something about looking for little girls, and that really ratcheted things up. With that, let's bring in Mike Bryan one final time.
Looking for little girls. Hold on.
Gear ready to go, and would then subsequently apparently draw the attention of those Stillwater teenagers drunk. Apparently some chirping begins, and as Jawan Cockfield has testified, Miu said something about looking for little girls, and that really ratcheted things up. With that,
who's Joanne Cockfield?
One final time. Up there's the close-up of the Isaac.
How's that? Their name's not even on the list.
Let's bring in Mike about looking for little begins, and as Jawan Cockfield has testified, Miu said something about looking for little girls, and that really ratcheted things up.
Oh, you know what? I bet he said some sarcastic shit to him. You know what I mean? It must have been one of the... Was it... Joanne, that was the dude that was filming, the black dude. He's lying. I bet the guy said something sarcastic, or he's lying about it completely. Looking for little girls. Fuck out of here. There's no way, dude. I don't believe it. Why would he say that even? That's just stupid.
Snorkeling gear basically along the line.
Bro, oh wait, I need to see his. His isn't. His is, yeah, the victims are able to not be. Wait, was it? Yo, I didn't see that. I might be on it because they have a full day on here somewhere. Where'd it go? Day 1 full. So is it in there? Or did they cut him out? I haven't seen a witness yet. What is happening? Is this the guy you're talking about?
I did.
Owner. Oh, this is a dude. I don't know where he starts though. Where does he go in? No one's there. Oh, they're there. That's where you...
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
I did it.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Stephen Kaufman.
And how do you spell your last name?
Kaufman.
And
this is him, right?
Steve or Steven?
Steve.
Steve, what do you do for a living?
I'm the owner of River's Edge Campground.
What is River's Edge?
River's Edge is a campground.
God dang it. Is this the guy?
Wedding reception facility.
Okay.
With the
and
bar?
where is it at?
The exact address?
No, just is it in Somerset, the township?
We're in New Richmond.
Okay. And
stat. What?
Permission to approach.
Oh my God, where's that data at? Is this him or not? Oh, is it Steve? Where's Steve at? Somebody get Steve.
I'm handing it. It's been marked as Exhibit 25. Is that
Sorry,
a
man.
map of the route tubers take from your campground?
Yes.
And permission to publish, Judge?
Any objection?
Objection.
All right, you may.
Move to admit also.
Any objection? 25 is received.
Just so. So the arrow on the top right, is that where your campground is located?
That is correct.
And is that about where it's pointing where tubers, enter river?
It would be just to the right or upstream of that arrow. So the arrow would point about where our bridge is, and so just to the right more. In this map, it shows a little island there. It'd be right next to that island.
Okay. You want to actually just come circling on here? Okay, thank you. And,
wow, that's a whole thing out there.
Hideaway, what's that?
Look at it. It's all over the place.
That is
Floaters,
another
haven,
campground and
tubing
facility.
camping.
Is that a common place where tubers will stop if they leave from your place?
Yes.
Tubers.
And
I'm a
is
tuber.
there, what's there for, why do tubers come to stop there? Is there a beach, bar?
They have a bar there, yes.
Okay. And then is the exit where tubers get off of the river identified on that map?
It is.
And is it about where that arrow is, a little off?
No, that's about correct.
Okay. And that, you see where that arrow is that says incident location?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that location of the river also?
I am.
And does that bridge, that 35 bridge, have another name that people call it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you heard it referred to as the Sunrise Bridge or no?
I have.
Okay.
Because there's a campground that used to be called Sunrise Park, and
Okay.
so that's why they call it that.
All right. And
Is this the right guy, Steve?
and then the exit is the Village Park exit?
Correct.
This whole river route, is that in St. Croix County, Wisconsin?
It is.
If you know, how many tubers about would you get on a typical nice weather Saturday in the summer back in 2022?
River's Edge that day we had approximately 12 to 1,500.
On July 30th, 2022?
That particular day, I thought your question was on a nice weather Saturday.
Okay.
But I don't know the exact number for that day, but I'm believing it was in the 1,000 range.
Okay. And when tubers rent, do they rent tubes from you?
They do.
And would you normally see families, is it known to be kind of a party scene, family scene, mix?
I love mixed. River's Edge really strives to get as many families as possible, but yeah, we get mixed.
Okay. And when groups tube together, do they often tie their tubes together?
Correct.
Do you guys sell pre-cut string for tubers to do that?
We do.
And you did back in July of 22 also?
Correct.
What? Come on, bro. So what? Whatever, dude.
About how
So we shouldn't have had the
long
knife
does it
because they
take to
have
tube from the
pre-cut.
start to the exit?
Takes about 2 to 2.5 hours on a normal day. Of course, that can fluctuate with river levels and the speed of the water, and that would be without stopping.
Okay. So it depends on how fast the current is.
Correct.
And then it depends on how long and how often people stop.
Correct.
And do you happen to know about how long it takes
Didn't
to
you find the video,
tube
Bill?
from
It's
the
online
35
everywhere.
bridge to the exit?
It's about 30 minutes.
Okay. And how about from the highway bar?
Well, you missed. Okay, he had just recently, within the past like year or so, of that, had a quadruple bypass surgery, and had been in the hospital for like 3 weeks to a month. Also, so there's that too.
The 35 bridge.
We have similar time. You can see on the map it's about similar distances.
Why you might have felt more
say 30 to 45 minutes for both of those.
And were you working on July 30th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you get word of an incident on the river?
I did.
Do you remember what you were doing?
I was on my way to the exit just to check on my staff and check on, we collect the tubes from the tubers and just do a normal check-in, and Mike Cappers happened to be there at his bus stop and told me about it.
And so you guys, for both, and Mike Cappers is the old owner of Hideaway?
Correct.
And so you guys would both, tubers would go down through the river, either through your place or through the Hideaway, and then all of you would pick up at the Village Park?
Correct.
You have buses going back and forth?
Yes.
And where did you go then once you heard about it?
I went to where he told me the incident had happened, and so I was on my little moped scooter and I drove to the incident.
What was the scene like when you got there?
A large police presence and an ambulance, and
calm, orderly, chaotic?
I wouldn't say it was chaotic. People were moving at a rapid speed, but it seemed organized.
Were tubers still coming through?
No, we had directed everyone to get off at the Hideaway location. By the time I got there, we had already had people directing people off of the river.
And is that something law enforcement asked you to do, or did you just figure you should, if you remember?
I think it was a little of both.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a description of the person who had stabbed people?
I did. When I got to the scene, I ran into a couple who I assumed were husband and wife, and asked them what happened, what was going on. And they said they were tubing with their children. A little upstream from them, they heard some shouting, and by the time they got there, this had happened, and they don't know exactly what had happened. There was a gentleman that they said was, middle-aged man that left the scene.
At some point, did you get a photo of the person who was alleged to have done the stabbings that was going around?
I did then, so maybe 15 to so minutes, 10 minutes later, then Mr. Cappers texted me a photo that had, I don't know where he got it from or how he got it, but said this is a picture of the person.
Did you forward that photo on to your staff?
I did, yes.
And did you also have a friend with you that day?
I did. He wasn't with me, but he was at this location when I got there. So.
What was his name?
Carl Schilling.
And then did you either give or show him the photo?
At that time, no.
Did you tell him?
Because we didn't have it yet. I had left before I got the photo.
Did you send it to him at some point, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. You might have, you might not have.
You're right.
Your friend's name was Carl Schilling, the one that was in the area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that whether Carl or a staff member later alerted law enforcement to somebody matching the description at the Village Park exit?
I am.
Was that Carl and one of your employees?
Correct.
And I should have clarified, Carl and an employee, two different people.
Correct.
Because Carl's a friend, not an employee.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys, I forgot to ask this before, do you rent tubes for just people and also for like cooler tubes?
We do rent a cooler tube. It's just another tube with a basket or a space for people to float.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Carl Schilling, I want to ask you some questions about him, okay?
Yes.
Was he the guy with the baseball bat that went hunting for Nick Miu?
I wasn't with him, so.
Okay, but you heard about that. You're aware that he grabbed a bat and went hunting for Nick, right?
I heard that he had a bat, yes.
Okay. And that at some point while holding that bat, he confronted Nick Miu?
That's what I heard, yes.
At the exit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you some other questions just about the Riverway, okay?
Yes.
You own some property, correct?
Yes.
But the river itself, that's public space, agreed?
Agreed.
Everyone, if once you're on the river, anyone can use it, correct?
Of course.
No one has more right to be on the river than anybody else, right?
No, sir.
You agree?
I agree.
And certainly no one has more claim to a particular space than anyone else, agreed?
Agree.
What if he just set up shop?
Stay in your lane, I would imagine.
Living in the river.
And roads have designated lanes, is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree that there are certain responsibilities to do certain things in a particular lane, right?
Sure, yes.
The river, there's no designated lanes, are there?
No.
Sometimes everyone's going in the same direction, hopefully.
Correct.
But as far as lanes and designated spaces, it's a bit of a free-for-all, right?
It is a natural river, and
In the
water's
space,
gonna take you. The water will guide you where you need to go.
Sure. But the people that are on the river and have the ability to move amongst themselves on the river, they're free to go wherever they want on the river, right?
Yes.
And sometimes there might be some groups that are more dominant than other groups on the river, right? That happens?
Checked on relevance and speculation.
This is staying on form, it's vague. Can you be more specific?
Sure. You rent tubes to lots of different groups, right?
We do.
As you said, some are perhaps younger teenagers, young adults. Yes?
From 6 to 106, yes.
Yep. And some are grown adults in their 40s or 50s, correct?
Of course.
Sometimes you rent to a group of 2 people, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you rent to a group of 6 people.
Correct.
Or 10 people.
Yes.
And it all depends upon, there's different sizes of different groups, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your experience, sometimes there have been some groups that have been larger and louder than other groups?
Sure.
And sometimes there's other groups that might be quieter than other groups, right?
Sure.
Maybe depending on the group that you're at, you might have different goals or objectives for the day, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure, again, you're not encouraging you, but you're aware that there might be some groups that their goal and objective is to go there and get drunk, right?
Sure.
You're aware of that, right?
I am.
And then there might be other people that are just there to enjoy a peaceful day with their friends, right?
Yes.
And sometimes these groups interact, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that the larger and the louder groups don't have any more right to be in a particular place than the quiet groups, do they?
No.
Do you give any messages to the renters of your tubes to say, like, look, if you see a loud and a large, loud group, you need to back
Probably
away
should.
and give them distance right away? No. Individuals have the right to be there just as much as everybody else, right?
Correct.
So on the river, it is simple as, does might make right? If you're just larger and louder, you get a right to that spot or not?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Yeah. Those are the only questions. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything else?
Since we're asking hypotheticals, I guess. If nobody owns any of the river, it's public.
Correct.
You also wouldn't want somebody harassing another group of tubers?
No.
Nothing else?
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. You're free to leave. Is he still under subpoena?
Yes, sorry, yes.
He's free to leave.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
And that's gonna be one of the kids.
Judge, this is just a blown-up version. Do you want me to just write 13 on it or put a separate sticker on it?
So the 8x11 is 25?
Or 25, I'm sorry, yes.
Mark the blow-up as 25A.
Yeah, it went from a slap to a punch. They were saying that it was a slap in the beginning, and then they went to saying it was a closed fist punch when he hit her. And
we can take care of that perhaps later.
that's why they all started attacking him. I bet he was pushing her away because she was starting to put her hands on him.
Nelson.
Yes, get your hands off me. Oh, girl, fuck out of here. Maybe. I mean, people get
Mr. Nelson,
fucking
please come
defensive. Start screaming at them, talking at their
Stop right
pedo
there.
and shit for no reason.
You can look closer. Turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
Whose pants are wet in the back?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Bro,
Judge,
the hell? It's
before we
disgusting.
begin, we have an agreement on a couple exhibits.
Okay, what's the agreement?
The agreement is that Exhibit 2, the video of the main video would be admitted, as well as the individual frames, which is marked Exhibit 3.
Is that correct, Mr. Terafasi?
Yes.
All right, so Exhibit 2 and 3 will be received.
And then
That's disgusting,
we have
Bobo.
an agreement that now, before we start taking testimony, we'll publish Exhibit 2 of the video.
You're going to play the video?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, you're about to see the video that they have been referring to. Please pay attention. Please listen carefully. Parts of it may be difficult to hear. The video that you're about to see is evidence, so you may consider this along with the other evidence during this trial. Mr.
Can we get the lights a little bit?
Yeah, maybe just turn down a bank or two over the monitor.
Dude, it's still cold in Wisconsin.
No, they did over there, maybe?
I don't know where
No,
that
try a different bank.
temperature is from. It's a Minneapolis station.
How's that? Is that okay? Everybody see?
Look, see, this dude's still sitting down.
That'll
They're all sitting down.
do it.
Why does he come up to him the way he does? Unless there's something before this.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Where's your way? Oh, God! You up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Get away from us! What?
What is he looking for right there?
He's on camera. Guys, let's tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes! For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for a little girl! You're looking for a little girl? Yeah! That's exactly what he said! Women us out! I even have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid! What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We trying to have fun. Is he gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you! We don't want this one, bro!
This is like a horror movie almost.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying! He's dying, bro! What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, it's going to show all of it on this one.
Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my god! Who is that? Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this real? Is this real? Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this real? Wait! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my god! Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
They live life like it isn't real, actually. That's the problem. Oh yeah, why haven't they went after who bought him alcohol, actually? Because if it weren't for that, none of it would have probably happened.
Can you say your name for the record, please?
Ryan Nelson.
And how old are you, Ryan?
18.
What do you do for a living?
I work in the trades.
Are
you a drywall installer or something?
Yeah, drywall finisher.
Work in the trades.
Stillwater.
They work in the trades.
Were you familiar with a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was one of my best friends.
How long were you best friends with Isaac?
Hey, Patty.
Since middle school.
Do you recall the day of July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you with Isaac on that day?
Yes.
Were you with him when he was killed?
Yes.
How old were you back on July 30th of 2022?
17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No.
What grade were you in?
Summer going into senior year.
On July 30th of 2022, had you made some plans to spend time with your friends that day on the Apple River near Somerset?
Yes.
What was the plan? How did the day start?
Well, we texted the night before and made plans to meet up and I'll go tubing on the Apple River.
Where did you meet up at?
Stillwater High School.
Who was in your group that day?
Me, Isaac, Owen, Jawan, Landon, Alex.
Judge, I can approach the witness.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 62. You recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of all my friends over there.
Fair to say it's a composite picture?
Yes.
Are those pictures of you folks from the river on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Are those photos from after the incident with Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Does that explain the looks on your faces?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury. I have a blow-up.
Any objection to 62?
No.
All right, 62 is received. Go ahead and publish. The other side might be easier because it doesn't have the paper.
When you got to Stillwater High School that day, was the plan to all ride together over to the Apple River?
Yes.
Who drove?
Alex Vang.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 62 there that you're holding on to. Can you identify the folks in the picture for the jury? From left to right.
Alex Vang, Juwan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, me, Ryan Nelson, Landon Wire, and then Isaac Schuman.
That's Isaac in the hat on the right?
Yes.
Is that what you were all wearing on the river that day?
Yes.
You may have already answered this, but who drove from Stillwater over to the Apple River?
Alex Vang.
And you all went in his vehicle?
Yep.
Where did you go first?
We went right up to Park where we got the tubes. River's Edge, I think it's called.
You rented tubes there?
Yeah.
You remember how many tubes you rented?
One for each of us and then one more for our stuff, I believe.
All right. When they give you the tubes, are they connected together or do you connect them together there?
You had to get a wire, like a twine to connect them together.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you make sort of one big raft out of your tubes?
Yes.
After you rented the tubes, did you get on the river right away or were you hanging out in the park?
No, we went right straight to the river.
All right. Do you know what time it was when you got on the river?
Not exactly, probably roughly around noon.
Judge, if I can approach the witness again.
Yes.
Brian, when you rented the tubes, do you remember who paid for them?
No.
All right. Do you remember getting a receipt?
No, I don't.
All right. I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27B. Can you take a look at that? And specifically look at the backside. Whose name's at the top?
Alex Vang.
Who's that?
He's one of my friends. He's on the river.
All right. At the bottom, there's a time for when you rented the tubes. Can you tell us what that is?
12:39.
You didn't see this that day at all?
No, I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit that exhibit. I don't know if there's any objection to it.
Any objection?
Well, there's no foundation, Judge.
Sustained.
We'll wait till.
That's fine.
Thank you. Once you got on the river, did you folks bring drinks with you?
Yes.
In a cooler of some sort?
Yes.
What were you drinking?
Beers and seltzers.
All right. You're 17 at the time?
Yes.
Do you remember how many beers you had?
I personally had about 3 to 4.
Were you or other folks in your group smoking marijuana?
Yes.
Was Isaac Schuman smoking any marijuana?
I don't think so, no.
As you're going down the river, did you eventually have contact with the defendant, Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you know where it was when you first saw him?
Where the incident happened.
Sure. Were you near any landmarks that you can remember?
A bridge.
What was he doing when you first approached him?
Well, he first approached us. He was snorkeling by our tubes.
Did you ask him what he was doing?
Yes, multiple times.
And what did he tell you?
He didn't say anything.
Did he ever tell you he was looking for a phone?
No.
Do you ever remember hearing him saying anything about looking for little girls?
No, not me personally.
All right. Ultimately, did you approach your group?
Yes.
Maybe he didn't want them knowing he was looking for a phone, because then they would start looking for it and maybe steal it by like feeling around for it with their feet or something. I don't know, man. Who knows why he didn't say what he was doing?
When we played the video
maybe didn't hear him
before your testimony.
Yes.
The first part of that video, did you see Mr. Miu?
Maybe he didn't know that they were even talking to him because they were all talking. You know how kids do.
The legs of a couple of your friends in that video, the first few seconds of that video?
Yes.
That's your raft of tubes?
Yes.
As Mr. Miu is running up on your group...
I mean, like they might not have went up to him and asked him, like, hey, excuse me, sir, what are you doing? Or even if they did do that, it'd be kind of weird. I don't know, dude. Like, what the fuck? Why should he have to announce what he's doing over there? It's a river. It's muddy as shit anyway. It's not like, what are you going to be looking at? You can't see shit through that water. Could you? Maybe if you're right on the ground or right up against something. It looked muddy.
Did he say anything about why he was running towards you?
No.
Did he say why he was grabbing onto your tubes?
No.
Were you able to see
That
on the
part
video
was
that he was
weird.
reaching towards where the legs were of the two people in the tubes that you can see in the video?
Yes.
Did he make physical contact with those folks?
He didn't make physical contact with me, so I know.
Did everybody bail out of their tubes once he ran up?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
Concern when you saw him running up and grabbing onto your tubes?
Yeah, a lot.
Did he say anything at all after he grabbed onto your tubes?
No.
Were you sitting or standing in your tube when he ran up?
Sitting.
Did you get up?
Yes.
Why?
I was scared.
Were you trying to get away from him?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him?
Yes, we asked him what he was doing and we told him to leave.
Yeah, we started screaming, pedo,
Fair to say
pedo.
you were raising your voice and yelling at him?
Yeah.
Like we saw in the video? Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear Isaac Schuman?
It's a little threatening when you
threaten
surround
Mr. Miu in
somebody
any
like that.
fashion?
No.
Did you yourself have any kind of knife?
No.
Did you see anybody in your group with any kind of knife?
No.
Is it fair to say you were calling him some names?
Yeah.
Why were you doing that?
We had no idea of his intentions and we asked him and he never ever stated them.
So he's a pedo off the rip.
At some point, were you
Right.
yelling for him to get away?
That's how that works now.
Did another group on the river come over to investigate what was going on?
Yes.
Did you know any of those people?
No.
Did you see where they came from?
Just the other side of the river.
They do
Were they
it
adults or were
to
they-
get a rise out of somebody, is what they do. They do it in the streaming world too. People will fucking point, if you're a fucking pedo, they do it to get a rise, and they got a rise out of him, and this is what happened.
Kids?
Young adults.
Older than your group?
But that's after they smacked him around and shit too, though.
Once this other group came over, was it women or men, if you remember?
I believe 2 girls approached first.
All right. And what did they do when they approached?
Also told them to leave.
There's no
Did they
evidence.
leave?
No.
Why isn't there any evidence any physical evidence of him hitting her. There's all this other video footage from 2 different angles. No footage of him hitting her, though. And then they changed their story. We're about to get to that, aren't we?
Once these other folks came over to tell him to leave, did that change your level of concern with what he was doing?
Yeah.
In what way?
It was a little confusing and also concerning why he wasn't leaving. He could have just removed himself from the situation like everyone asked him to.
Did he ever tell you why he wanted to stay near your group?
No.
Is it fair to say that at some point you and your friends were laughing at him?
Yeah.
And why were you doing that?
We thought he was just really weird, to be honest.
So that's it too. If you think somebody's really weird, they gotta be a pedo. That's it. Yeah, you're not. See, they could have been like, you're a weird man. But no, they go to pedo though, because they know that that'll get all the other adults to be like, what's going on over there? What a pedo. Pedo, no one gives a shit if there's some weird dude over there, man.
Remember how many folks were in the group that came over to help you guys?
Bro.
Do you know how many times you told Mr. Miu, or you and your group told Mr. Miu to leave you alone?
More than I can count.
All right. Your Honor, we're going to show still 1219 from exhibit.
Why is he acting like he's trying to work up some tears all of a sudden? What's going on? He did a hard blink.
All right, Ryan, do you see the picture that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
That's still number 1219 from the video. Can you tell us who's in this picture?
Isaac, Owen, and then I can't quite tell who that guy on the left is.
All right. Is Isaac, which one is Isaac?
Purple shorts.
Is he wearing a hat or not wearing a hat?
Wearing a hat.
What is Isaac doing in this picture?
Holding Owen. It looks like arm towards Owen and looking at Mr. Miu, maybe.
The person on the right, who's that?
Owen Pelican.
He was also in your group?
Yes.
This dude's jacked looking, man.
It looks like saying something to Mr. Miu.
All right. Where were you when that, if you remember, where were you in location to this picture, or in relation to this picture?
Is that the guy that died?
Near Juwan and Landon.
Back behind the tubes?
Yep.
Juwan's the person taking the video?
Yes.
Bluetron?
1279. Now we're going to show still number 1279.
Yo, Joker, can you calm down a fucking little bit? Stop glorifying the shit, man. It's getting old. We get it. Somebody died. You could get stabbed and shit.
Video.
Fuck, man.
What does this picture show?
Isaac with his hands raised.
You two are both starting to piss me off. Knock it the fuck off, you drunk ass motherfucker. Steve, go lay down or something.
Mr. Miu.
Are Isaac's hands open or closed in fists?
Open.
Can you tell, or do you remember what he was doing with his hands at that point?
No, just looks like he has his hands raised.
All right. I'm going to show you now still 1297 from the video. Who is in this picture?
Me.
That's you on the left?
Yep.
Holding onto the tubes?
Yes.
Mr. Miu on the right?
Yes.
Is that Isaac, part of Isaac's arm in that photo?
Yes, looks like it.
All right, do you have anything in your hand in this photo?
No.
Referring to your right hand, your left hand you can't see, right?
Yeah, I didn't have anything in my left hand either, though.
All right. 2596. Showing you still frame 2596.
Oh, it was a snorkel that he was looking for. That's it.
You
I was
tell us,
okay.
what that is?
Me.
All right, and on the right, who's that, if you know?
On the other
I
side.
don't recognize her.
Is that one of the folks that came over to
Yeah.
help you out? Do you have anything in your hands there?
No.
At that point, you appear to be smiling.
Yeah.
while you were having this argument with Mr. Miu and trying to figure out what he was doing,
but this also goes to show that if they really thought he was a pedo or some shit, would they really be laughing and having a good time about it? It's just like the Omegle mentality. This is how fucking little shits. He's probably an Omegle kid that grew up with that shit, looking at it when he was like 13 years old. You're like, pedo, ha ha ha, and like joking around. Dude, that they do this shit. They joke around with them. They even will tell people to bust their dicks out, dude. They did it to me on stream. They didn't know I was streaming. Like every now and then, I would like talk to a kid for a second, just tell them, no, this place isn't for kids. What are you guys doing on here, man? You really, dude. And they're like, sometimes they're like, show us your penis. It's like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, that's what's out there. That's what kids are doing nowadays for fun. I'm not playing. I wish I was playing. It's horrible.
Did he look to be frightened?
It's a big game. The pedo game.
What facial expression did he have?
He was smiling.
While you were having this argument with him, were you able to tell whether he had anything in his
Oh,
hands?
they really are all football players?
Did you ever see him holding a knife?
How do you know that?
No.
Fair to say the video shows that the incident happened pretty fast.
Yeah.
While
they're not scrawny,
two women
though.
were talking to Mr. Miu,
So,
what happened next? What did he do?
He punched one of the girls in the face.
You remember which one it was?
I believe the blonde one. Not 100% sure though.
And looking back at the photo that we have up, which is 2596, is that where you were standing when he punched the blonde woman in the face?
Relatively, yeah.
So fairly close?
Yeah.
Steve, where are you getting all this info from?
Mr. Miu punching the blonde woman.
All right, Joker,
had
go
you
ahead,
seen
still alive.
anybody strike him in any fashion?
No.
You didn't see anybody punch him?
No.
Right.
When you say he punched the lady,
You never saw anybody punch him.
is it possible that he was flailing his arms to protect himself or something along those lines?
It looked like he struck her definitively with his right hand.
The hand that he had the knife in?
A woman was punched. What happened next? Did someone...
I believe her friends tried to come to her rescue and push Mr. Miu to the ground and hit him and pushed him again.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Did you see him in the water?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times he was hit when he was in the water?
2 or 3 maybe, I believe.
Right. At some point, did he get on his hands and knees?
Yeah.
What happened next?
He got up, swinging his knife and stabbing everyone.
All right. At that point, did you know that he had a knife in his hand?
Yeah, well, I know until I saw the person standing next to me who had his whole stomach cut open, and yeah.
The person who got his whole stomach cut open, was he holding any kind of knife?
No.
Did you see anybody in the group that came over to help you have any kind of weapons?
No.
What did you do after you realized that the one gentleman had his belly slit open?
I was in shock. I didn't really know what to do. I tried to tell my friends because I'd make sure they were seeing what I was seeing, and then I went and stood in our tubes.
You left the general area?
Yeah.
Were you aware that Isaac had been stabbed?
Not for like a minute.
Eventually, did you realize that Isaac was down?
Yes.
Did you see him in the water?
Yes.
Did you see a wound on his body?
Yes.
Where was it?
His upper chest.
Was he bleeding?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you and then the rest of your group or were attempts made to help Isaac get to shore?
Yes.
Who did that?
Owen and Alex.
All right, and where were you at that point?
I was still standing in the tubes.
Were you injured at all?
No.
Did you ever lay a hand on Mr. Miu?
No.
After you realized that folks had been stabbed, did you see what Mr. Miu did?
No.
Did you see where he went?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
Yeah, no, sorry.
We're going to show you still frame 3177. Can you tell us who's in this picture that you know of?
The only person I recognize is myself.
All right, you're in the blue trunks in the middle?
Yes.
Is this the point where Mr. Miu had punched the blonde woman?
Yes.
Did you take a step forward?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
In her defense, to help protect her.
All right. Did you end up doing anything to help protect her?
No.
I think you already testified some other gentleman took care of that.
Yes.
Whereabouts on her body did Mr. Miu punch the blonde woman?
I believe in her face.
Say that again?
In her face, I believe.
All right. At some point then, did you go to the area where Isaac was being laid on the shore of the river?
Yes.
Did you, the rest of your group also end up there?
Yes.
Did anybody call 911 if you know?
Yes.
Do you know who did that?
Not. I think a lot of people did. I don't know specifically.
Were there some folks that stopped to render aid to Isaac?
Yes.
Was one of them a nurse?
Yes.
What kind of aid did she give Isaac?
I wasn't over there. I'm not sure.
All right. Did you see anybody doing CPR on him?
I wasn't close enough.
All right. At some point, did the police arrive on the river?
Yes.
They waded through the water to get to where you folks were?
Yes.
Did you speak to the police officers?
After, yes.
Up on the shore?
Yep.
At some point, was Isaac taken off the river?
Yes.
Was he ultimately put in an ambulance and taken to a hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yes.
Do you remember which hospital they brought him to?
Is it Lakeview in Stillwater?
When you were at Lakeview Hospital, did you speak with an officer there as well?
Yes.
Even though this incident happened almost 2 years ago, do you still remember the face of the person who did this?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom here?
Yes.
Can you point him out and say what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black suit, black pants, brown shoes.
Your Honor, ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Next question, please.
Nothing further.
Please show your office.
Yeah, we didn't either, dude, because we, like, as a 17-year-old drinking and smoking weed, I definitely wasn't trying to attract a bunch of adult attention to me. Fuck it, you know what I mean? I would figure I would have the cops waiting for me wherever I get out of the river or something, dude. What are you doing?
Oh, actually, yeah, it's on Exhibit 2. It's on there.
For one, weed was so illegal back then, especially in Tennessee,
The
that
9-second video was on Exhibit 2
Bro.
also, which the state also moves to admit.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's received. Go ahead.
Very good. Okay, thanks. Junior break.
No, I just don't want it on the, can you, I don't, the jury shouldn't see my screen.
Okay.
It's cleared.
So, Mr. Nelson, you provided an interview with a...
Clear it. Monitor's off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
With an investigator, Dittman. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And to start with, one of the things that Officer Dittman was interested in was how much alcohol you had consumed that day. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he told you you weren't going to get in any trouble for anything. You just wanted the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated to him, well, he initially asked you if you guys were drinking any hard alcohol, right?
Yep.
And you said that you weren't.
Yep.
That's a lie, right?
No, I myself was not drinking hard alcohol.
You guys brought Tito's vodka in water bottles and were doing shots on the river?
I wasn't, but my friends were. Yes.
And you were asked.
He's the only one that
about
wasn't.
Isaac drinking that day.
Yes.
Right? And you had told Officer Dittman that you think you had 3 or 4 drinks.
Yes.
And you said, I think Isaac had about the same.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Isaac's alcohol level was almost a .22?
Check, Your Honor. I was not aware of that.
Hold on.
Foundation.
Come on up.
Damn, dude, that's how much alcohol is that? Yo, they're all lying, man. It's probably like 8 or something. 6 to 8. Like at probably a 2 or 3 hour period. Right? I don't know how high that is, but it seems like it's high. It's like double the legal limit, right? He got that through, though. The jury heard it.
Objection overruled. Mr.
What's overruled anyway?
Mr. Nelson, are you aware that Isaac Schuman's blood alcohol concentration was a .219?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. But you say that you guys were about the
with
same,
weed.
right, in
Good
alcohol?
point.
Well, I was just a guess. He asked me to provide an estimate, and I did. I wasn't keeping track of other people's drinks.
Right, but you provided that your estimate and your drinking and his drinking were pretty close.
Yes.
So you were impaired, yes?
Slightly, yes.
Okay. And you were asked and gave some answers
all
regarding
drunk,
your
dude.
initial contact with Mr. Miu. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay, and you had said, if I have it right, he snorkeled by us and didn't say anything.
Yep.
Okay. Your interview with Detective or Investigator Dittman, you indicated, yeah, so this weird guy, he was wearing a snorkel at first, came up to us and was kind of like talking to us, and we were a little weirded out, right?
Yep.
So he
which
was
one's true?
he was talking
I
to
don't
him.
remember him saying anything.
What?
Okay, so this,
The
when
fuck?
did you give the statement to
Bro.
Investigator Dittman?
Was that the one at the bank or the hospital?
How many interviews did you give?
2.
When did you give them, if you remember?
One was on the bank after the incident, and then one was at the hospital.
Is your memory better back then about what happened, or is it better today?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember things that happened closer in time to the event? Wow. Or as more time goes by?
I think I remember them both the same.
So if something happened 2 years ago, you would remember it the same as if you were giving that statement a day or 2 after?
Yeah, I would try.
Okay. So you don't recall him saying anything to you guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you all were saying something to him, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. You didn't tell that to Investigator Dittman, did you?
I don't remember.
You left out the fact that you guys started taunting him and tormenting him.
After we told him to leave, yes.
Well, talking about the first time, not the second time that we've seen the video.
Aha.
The first time we haven't seen the video for yet. Do you remember that incident?
Yes.
Okay. You don't tell Investigator Dittman about what you guys were doing to Mr. Miu at that point, do you?
No.
Why not?
I just didn't think it was relevant.
You didn't think it was relevant on this person that you're saying did all these things to your friends? Wasn't relevant that you had contact with him earlier in that day?
It was like minutes, seconds before. It wasn't like earlier in the day. It was around the same time.
Right, and you didn't think it was relevant that you would inform him that you guys were taunting Mr. Miu and calling him names, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 2. I'm going to play you a short video and ask you.
Dude, it would make a great movie. That's what I was saying earlier. It looked like a freaking horror movie when there was blood in the river and whatever. Like it was.
Does that mean you're ready? Or
pretty gruesome?
Yes, we're ready, Judge.
Scene.
I apologize.
They could definitely run with that, but it's probably not big enough.
The 9-second video on exhibit 2.
They wouldn't want to glorify it, being that it's a true story. But yeah, it could be like some horror movie.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck, bro? He's a raper.
He's a raper.
So he's
What?
walking by you guys. He's not right on top of you there, is he?
Yo, this is different.
Playing the 9-second video on Exhibit 2. Trying to.
Bruh.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck, bro? He's a raper. Whoa.
Uh-huh.
He's walking by you guys. He's not right on top of you there, is he?
He was
Oh, they
previously,
are?
but not that in that moment. No, he's not.
So your friend just didn't get that on video?
No, we started taking a video once he was being weird towards us. We wouldn't have videoed him just out of the blue.
He
So
walked
was just
past you and that
walking
was
by
being
there.
weird.
And your friend just started saying, you can't have sex with little girls, right?
That was after he was snorkeling under our tubes without saying anything.
Under the
Where do you
tube.
tell Officer Investigator Dittman that he was snorkeling underneath your tube?
By our tubes.
Oh, so by your tubes, not underneath your tubes.
different.
Misspoke. I apologize.
Okay. So he's snorkeling by your tubes.
Yep.
And you guys start calling him names.
No, we asked what he was doing and who he was, why he was there. Because we found it a little weird that he was not in a tube like everyone else, but he was snorkeling right by our tubes. And so we asked him what he was doing. He never said anything. So then we started calling him names, yeah.
Okay. And the purpose of, you don't know him, do you?
No.
The purpose of calling a grown man that you've never met a raper.
That wasn't me.
Okay. The purpose of, do you know why that was said?
No.
To your knowledge, had Mr. Cockfield ever met Mr. Miu before?
No.
Okay. You think it was funny?
No.
Did you ever tell him to stop?
No.
Okay.
They did think it was funny though.
And shortly after this is when Mr. Miu moves toward your tubes, is that right?
Yeah, when he runs at us.
Okay. And your statement to Investigator Dittman is that Mr. Miu was standing over your tubes. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why he came up to your tubes?
No.
Was Jawan Cockfield holding a camera at that time?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Mr. Miu walks, he comes up to your tubes, then he walks around the tubes and actually starts to walk away from you guys, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying, your group is saying, get away, go, and he's doing that, right?
Not really.
You just said he was walking away.
But he didn't leave. He didn't walk away. He just walked a couple of steps and then stayed near.
And you guys follow.
No.
You don't advance toward him? Your group doesn't advance
We
toward him?
stayed by our tubes. As you saw in the still frames, I'm standing right next to our tubes.
You showed us the still frame, or we saw the still frame involving Isaac Schuman, right?
Yeah.
When he's got his arms up in the air like this, right?
Yes.
You're not standing next to his tube, is he?
I don't know. He might be. He might be able to see this tubes in the picture. I can't remember.
He's confronting Mr. Miu, isn't he?
No, had his hands up, raised. He was telling him to leave also. There's no confrontation at that point.
I guess what I'm trying to ask you here, Mr. Nelson, is you guys told him to leave, so he moves away from you. Then your group moves toward him. That's true, right?
I don't think we really, he left. You keep saying he leaves, and he never really left.
Can you just bring it? I'd rather just see the video. Sure. I'm going to show you, I'm just going to play for you a really short portion of the video that you've already seen.
Okay.
Okay? And I want you to tell me when you watch it if it appears to you that Mr. Miu is walking away from your group.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, wait. Keep it out until he's ready. Hold on a second.
Garlic cocktail is a strain. Misspoke and called it garlic cookies the other day, but it's garlic cocktail. Water hash, tier 1.
Yes, we're ready.
So at 27 seconds, Mr. Nelson, I want you to watch this video first for a brief moment.
On camera. Guys, let's script it. I'm scoring. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What did you say?
So he's walking away from where your tubes are.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, but at the end of the video, you can see him turn his body back towards us, and then I assume he walked back towards us.
You don't know if he did.
We could watch the rest of the video and find out.
Well, we will, but your group walks toward him, right? You keep saying they don't, and it's clear they're moving in his direction, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you're moving in his direction because you've testified that you're scared, right?
Our tubes, we're all still right around our tubes. That's our property. We're not like.
How come you don't go around him? You've said that he could.
What do you mean?
Hold on. You said he could leave, right?
Yep.
He could have walked away. You could have walked away, right?
Yeah.
You didn't walk away either, did you?
No.
And that river, anybody can use that river if we're being honest with one another, true?
Yeah.
Okay. So he doesn't have any more responsibility to walk away than you guys do, does he?
Nope.
Okay. And
You can tell he's kind of having a hard time with this, grasping this right now. He's like, but we're the group of kids. We're important here.
You that at some point this other group starts coming over, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, are you guys calling him a pedophile?
I think, yeah, we were previously.
You were previously calling him a pedophile?
Like, we were shouting, and that's, I think, why they came over.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you said you believe that's why they came over?
They heard us shouting, so I believe, yeah.
And certainly to you, shouting pedophile could be something that would draw people's attention, right?
Yes.
So you don't have any information that he was looking for small children, do you?
No.
Okay. You'd agree, calling somebody a pedophile isn't the same thing as calling somebody like a jerk or an a-hole or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
It's like the worst that you could call somebody, actually.
You're telling somebody, you're telling people this guy's looking to have sex with small children, right?
I didn't say that.
That's what a pedophile is, though, you know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys, to a man you've never met before, have no information about, people in your group are yelling on the river that he's a pedophile. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And by your own admission, you believe that draws the attention of another group of people to come over.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember independently, I know you've seen the video now, do you remember independently, he walks away from you guys kind of over to her, doesn't he? Like he's walking toward you. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And she, to your recollection, immediately tells him, go, get your fucking ass, go. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of what you can see, she doesn't wait to find out what's actually happening either, does she?
No.
Right? Yep. She jumps into this and is yelling for Mr. Miu to go without knowing anything about what had happened based on the contact you had.
Yes.
Okay. And you
because of what
describe
he
her
did.
to
Because of
police
what they
as,
did.
quote, getting in his face. Is that fair?
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
She was yelling at him to leave.
Yeah.
Well,
made things even worse.
You could yell at me to leave from here, right?
Yeah. She was right. She was close to him, right in front of him.
Okay, so I won't invade your space, but what you're in
That
your definition of getting in
emboldened
someone's face is getting.
that emboldened the kids when they had an adult come over there and back them and tell him to get away because she heard them yelling pedo, so she thinks, what the hell is this guy over here doing? I better go over and help these kids out. And then they're like, oh, we got an adult on our side. So that's when they got even louder with it, dude. Remember? And then shortly after that's when it all popped off, like seconds.
Close to them?
Her coming over there really helped to inflame the situation, dude. Actually, that bitch. She should have stayed the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it in part based on the volume of her voice too?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I said to you, what you observed is this woman, her name is Madison Cohen, but she is close to his face yelling at him. Is that fair? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. And at that point, he's alone, to your knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's a yes.
Yes, sorry.
And initially, there's 6 guys in your group.
Yep.
And you say that 2 females come over.
Yes.
Okay. More people come over as this continues on. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So at one point, it's at least, if you know, it's at least 10, 12 versus 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you, well, can I ask you this? Do you believe that the situation was getting, that the temperature was rising in terms of the situation as time was passing?
Maybe a little, yeah.
Okay, so it started out maybe here, and as time is going, the blonde shows up, it starts getting more and more heated. Is that fair?
A little, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I just said.
So in a situation where it's getting more and more heated, would you agree that physically putting your hands on another person in that situation could be a show of aggression?
I object, Your Honor. That calls for a conclusion. Sustained.
Did you see Madison Cohen, the blonde girl, put her hands on Nick Miu?
No.
Did you see her at any point move him or redirect him with her hands?
No.
Okay. Can you go to 39 for a minute?
I wish I could talk to Bob with the microphone. That'd be sweet.
So you had said that his presence here made you afraid.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you, do you recall ever saying personally in your contact, you got 10 seconds?
No, I don't.
What was that?
So you're not saying that you said it?
I don't remember saying that, no.
Okay. Do you recall other people in your group? Do you remember hearing that being said?
No.
Okay. To you is a statement, if I said to you, you got 10 seconds, is that something that you would take as a show of aggression?
Objection, Your Honor. It's same objection.
It's what?
It's the same objection. It's sustained.
Can you play the video? So I need you to listen to this, Mr. Nelson, and it might take more than once, but I want you to listen.
Oh, it was them playing this video for a second, probably.
Someone in your group saying that, okay?
I thought it was something on my end.
35-second mark to the 45-second mark. I think it happens at the 39 second or the 39.
Please tell us when you're ready for the video.
Ready.
What did you say?
Did you hear that?
No.
Okay, can you play it at least one more time?
And again at 36 seconds.
What did you say?
So you hear somebody say you got 10 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Based
Hold
on-
up. You got 10 seconds. He does say that.
So you hear somebody say you got 10
Interesting.
seconds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that, based on, that's not Mr. Miu talking, right?
No.
Okay, so somebody in your group is saying you've got 10 seconds.
That's why he took the knife out, probably.
And
Interesting turn of
at
events.
that point, are you still frightened?
I wondered why he had the knife out
Just more
already.
weirded out now.
Okay, so it goes from frightened to weirded out.
Yeah, he'd moved away from us a little bit, so it was more scared when he ran at us and grabbed our tubes, and then it became more like, who's this guy? I'm more weirded out.
Okay. Did it go from then weirded out to not really afraid at all?
Yeah.
Right. There comes a point that you've seen on here where your group has kind of surrounded Mr. Miu, and you're all taunting and pointing at him. Is that right?
I want to object, Your Honor, to the term surrounded. I think it's a mischaracterization of it.
Why not?
Bro, with this filter, I thought I was going to cool it down in here. It's just keeping it to... It's so hot in here.
Objections overruled. Mr. Shropshire.
So you would agree that your group had moved around him, and you watched the video, you're all pointing at him, taunting him, calling him a predator, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say at that point the fear has left you?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you personally feel more confident because the other group has come over?
Maybe a little.
Okay. So fair if I said strength in numbers, the more people that are around, the more confident you're becoming. Is that fair?
I guess I lost fear that he was going to do something weird to us, yeah.
Okay, and the other people coming over helped you lose that fear?
Yeah, we didn't, yeah.
Because you had a lot of people around, right?
Yeah.
Now, can I ask you, I don't want to get too close to you, but you say that, if this is fair, Madison Cohen, blonde girl.
Yep.
Is she in his face when she gets punched?
I would say she's at the same distance she was the whole time, so yeah.
Okay, so she's in his face, right?
Sure, yeah.
Would you say that's in his personal space?
Maybe.
Okay. So, based on your recollection, she may be standing in his personal space yelling at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, you said on direct examination that Mr. Miu punches her in the face with his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes.
You believe that to be true?
I believe he struck her with his right hand, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that at the time that he would have struck her, he was holding onto a knife?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. If I told you that fact is true, would that change your opinion?
No.
You would still say a man who's holding a knife struck her in the face with his fist?
Yeah. The knife is not in front of his fist.
Okay, so you think you think that the knife is in his hand and he comes across and punches her in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember would he have hit her on the left or the right side?
The right side, I believe. She fell down towards the left.
Okay, so
sorry, I'm getting confused. Left side, I guess.
Okay, so you believe he's holding a knife in his hand and he punches her in the left side of her face?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see any marks on her?
No, I didn't. I don't think they had time to pee marks or really check before everything happened.
Okay, but my question is, you don't see her have any marks on her face, true?
No, I didn't check for marks.
Okay. And you say that she goes down, is that right?
Yes.
All right.
The bruise is on the wrong side of the face, isn't it? What's the plan after they get in 10 seconds? Yes,
So
the
I'm gonna
thing.
show you JPEG or the 2644, the photo of it. Okay?
Okay.
So now, at 2644, I think you've testified you're moving forward.
Yes.
Okay. I do. Keep going. Okay, right there. So we've gone from 2644 to 2653, right?
Mm-hmm.
That blonde is the girl that you said was punched in the face and went down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree she's holding on to her drink? See that?
Yes.
And can you go one or two more, Aaron? Looks like she's got a cell phone tucked in her trunks on the top. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree she doesn't go down, right?
If that was the woman that was punched, then...
Well, she's the blonde, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you'd agree now looking at this, she doesn't go down?
Yeah.
Okay. You believed that she did go down, though?
Yeah, maybe it was just a stumble. I guess I'm not sure. My attention was quickly averted to Mr. Miu after that.
Okay. All right. You had provided information or a statement to Officer Dittman. He had asked you about any contact that Isaac may have had with Mr. Miu. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had indicated that you never saw that happen. You never saw Isaac make physical contact with Mr. Miu.
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen, you watched the video, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're aware that Isaac has his hands around Mr. Miu's throat?
I didn't know that he had his hands around his throat, no.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay. Is that something that you saw?
No. That was pretty late. I think Isaac was the last one stabbed on video. And so by that time I was focused on the guy next to me who had his whole stomach cut open.
Okay, but I guess my point is, initially you say you didn't see Isaac make contact with him. You see on that video somebody with their hands around Mr. Miu's throat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know if that's Isaac or not?
No. We can watch it again and I could tell you what I think, but I don't.
Is he wearing a bracelet, like a gold bracelet on his wrist?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, can I ask you this? No, you'd agree with this. On that video, nobody is stabbed until Mr. Miu is punched in the face and knocked in the water, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you would agree that the people that are injured with the knife, that all happens after Mr. Miu has been knocked in the water, punched, slapped, pushed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't attack Mr. Miu, do you?
No.
Okay. And he doesn't do anything to you, does he?
No.
That's all, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, stand.
Exhibit 3.
So Ryan, this Tropacy has asked you about Mr. Miu walking away from your group of tubes after he had run up on you.
Yes.
Did he walk downriver or upriver?
Back up towards the other group that...
I'm asking about when he first stepped away.
Downriver.
All right, and is that the direction your tubes were going?
Yeah.
So he was between you and the exit?
Yes.
You You had indicated that you were holding on to the tubes. You didn't want to lose the tubes, obviously.
Yes.
You paid money for them. Was the natural flow of the river carrying your tubes towards him?
Yes.
A lot of questions about your memory. You do recall giving your statements to the police, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that this has been so long now that your statements to police were given when your memory was probably a little fresher than it is right now?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Is your memory better now? Mr. Terofsky had asked you if your memory is better now than it was back then.
Yes.
All right. Do you think that you remembered things better when you first talked to the police or now? Or the same? I think you said the same earlier.
Probably the same, yeah.
All right. Do you recall talking to the officers about the names that you'd called, Mr. Miu?
No.
All right. You might have done that?
Maybe.
Would it refresh your memory to see a portion or hear a portion of what you told the officers with regard to calling him a pedophile?
Sure.
And the point is, Mr. Terofsky asked you why you left out the fact that you called him a pedophile. Do you remember that? In fact, you didn't leave that out? Your Honor, can I approach the witness to show him a digital copy of the transcript of his interview with Investigator Dittman? It's a transcript that was provided by Mr. Nelson.
Okay. For what purpose?
To refresh his memory as to what he told Investigator Dittman about what they were calling Mr. Miu at the time.
You say had trouble remembering? I lost that if you did.
Mr. Terofsky indicated that Mr. Nelson, Ryan Nelson, did not tell police that they were calling him a pedophile, which I intend to refresh his memory to show that he did tell the police that at the time, immediately after the incident.
Any objection?
If he needs his memory refreshed, he can do that. Judge, I don't know if I missed it either, so.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the magic words is, I guess, what I'm driving at. That this is going to help him refresh his memory.
It's 2 sentences.
I think you're missing the point.
All right. I'll move on, Your Honor. Is it possible that you told Officer Dittman or Investigator Dittman something back then that you don't remember now?
Yes.
And being able to see a transcript of what you said refresh your memory as to what you told them?
Yes.
Now can I do it, Your Honor?
On what issue?
I don't know. Sustained. Objection sustained.
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes.
That's pretty neat, though. That's an AI. It's an AI pic generator. I probably could have given it a better prompt. Charles, what this dude stabbing a bunch of people? So.
Let's continue. Mr. Smithstead.
Ryan, do you remember telling an officer what kind of names you were calling Mr. Miu at the time?
No.
All right, and if I approach her, he's indicated he doesn't remember.
You have to ask him what will help him remember.
But if you saw a transcript of your interview with Investigator Diven, would that help you remember?
Oh, yes.
Now you can approach.
Showing you a digital copy of the transcript, you can just read the highlighted portion.
No.
Don't read it all out, read it to yourself. That help you remember what you told Investigator Diven?
Yes.
What did you tell him about the names you were calling Investigator Diven?
I said we were all calling him a pedophile and saying this is weird and he needs to get out of here.
So that was that information you were trying to keep from the police?
No.
Dude, I'm sorry. I was trying to make it look like the scene a little bit, but
there had been a video
just
made
was
by
bad.
John Coxfield of the incident?
Yes.
Were you aware that the police had it?
Yes.
At the time that Mr. Miu ran up and grabbed onto your tubes, did he grab them in an area where some of your friends had their legs positioned?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Oh
Where
my
did he grab
god,
your-
yeah, that's
your
bad.
tubes?
Now looking even closer, it's worse than I
where
thought. Oh my god.
Were there people in those areas?
Yes.
What parts of their bodies, if any, were close to where he grabbed?
I didn't say anything about there being dead people in the water on the prompt, dude.
Did you know?
I only put fat, for people that couldn't see the prompt because you're on YouTube, I put fat Rambo standing with knife in river next to youngsters in tubes floating in the river. And it turned it into, that was overkill, man.
Whether or not he was trying to grab onto their legs?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Mr. Chirafisi had asked you about someone in your group saying you got 10 seconds. Do you know who that was directed at?
No.
You know who said it?
No.
Did you hear it on the video when he played it for you twice?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Miu being described as the person who had 10 seconds?
No.
Mr. Chirafisi had asked you about whether you had less fear of Mr. Miu once the other folks came up. Why did you have less fear?
I believe they were going to help us and help us get him away.
Were these other folks kids or adults?
Young adults.
After the blonde woman, Madison Cohen, is punched, did you take the time to check to see if she had any injuries to her face?
No.
You've seen the video of the incident here today?
Yes.
You had indicated earlier, I think, that everything sort of happened right after that, right?
Yes.
Did you see where Madison Cohen ended up going after she was punched? You did? Did you, you indicated that you thought she fell down, and then on cross-examination you said that she may have just stumbled backwards. Do you remember specifically whether she fell or stumbled backwards?
No.
But as you sit here today, is that what your impression of what happened was at the time?
Yes.
Mr. Chirafisi had asked you about Madison Cohen, the blonde woman, being in Mr. Miu's face. I'm going to show you a slide, a still. It is number 2593.
Tell us when you're ready.
We're ready. Do you see that still frame from the video?
Yes.
Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
Is that where she was located when he punched her?
I believe so.
Do you remember where you were in relation to this photo off screen at that time?
To the left side of the women, the right side of Mr. Miu.
The women.
When she was
Are they
punched,
women?
did you hear an impact?
Yes.
When you gave your two statements to the police, both one at the riverbank and one at the hospital, did you tell them that he had punched her?
Yes.
All right. Nothing further.
Mr. Shaughnessy?
We would agree that when Mr. Miu moved over to go talk to Madison Cohen, you could have all just went right by.
Yes.
But you stayed, right?
Yep.
And you were asked about just the 10 seconds, right? You got 10 seconds.
Yes.
You didn't believe that was directed at you, did you?
I didn't hear it.
Okay. Would it make sense to you that it would be directed at Mr. Miu based on what was happening?
I'm not sure. I don't know who said it.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that your fear was reduced once more people came, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me if this is fair. When it was the 6 of you, you had, according to you, some level of fear. When it became 13, you didn't have any fear.
I had less fear, yes.
Okay. Through this whole thing, he was alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at one point, you know it's 13 versus 1, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you remember Ms. Cohen falling, and now you think that might be incorrect. Is that true?
Falling or stumbling.
The blonde, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That you say she was punched and she fell.
Some sort of falling or stumbling motion, yes. I believe that's true.
Okay. You'd agree that she never dropped her drink in that picture, right?
Yeah.
And her phone doesn't leave her body, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson, I appreciate your time today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. You can step down. Is he released from his subpoena? No. No? Okay. Is there a coordinator here that can assist him? All right. She'll give you further instructions about what to do and where to go. Please leave the exhibit with the attorney.
All right, move for the admission of 62.
Any objection? 62 is received. Are there other exhibits that need to be addressed?
25, plus 25 admitted.
Yes.
We're waiting for some foundation on 27.
All right. Members of the jury, it's 4:30, so we're going to break for the day. In a moment, the bailiffs will take you out. I do have a few instructions for you before you leave. One, no discussion about this case with others, not amongst yourselves, not with the lawyers, not with the members of the public, not with the media. Do not talk about the case when you get home. I know it's going to be tough, but...
Shut the hell up. What happened on day 2? Oh, I think it was whack.
What me to do now is...
Oh, I gotta fix it myself.
And I said, no, just go have fun with your...
This lady. Oh, it's a mom?
If it is with defense, and he's not on their witness list.
Oh, that's bad. Ooh, that's so much better. I know what I'm doing.
That sounds like a good plan. I know if there's something comes up and he can't testify.
Oh, look, I'm gonna put their hat on.
I think we previously talked about the information that witness had maybe being offered or entered through another law enforcement witness, so I'm sure.
We got here.
Witness chair.
State your first and last name and spell your names for record.
Alina Hernandez, ALINA HERNANDEZ.
Alina, where do you live?
Stillwater.
And how long have you lived there?
8 years.
And do you work currently?
No.
Did you What did you do prior for work?
I owned a salon and spa business for about 20 years.
Now you're a stay-at-home mom?
Yeah.
Who's in your family, immediate family?
My husband, Donnie Hernandez. Alexis, she's 27. Jacob is 21. And Isaac was 17.
So I want to ask you a little bit about Isaac. What did Isaac like to do for fun? What kind of hobbies did he have?
Isaac had a lot of hobbies. He loved his family and traveling. We loved to travel, and he had his own business, and he had recently started, and he detailed boats and cars. He worked down at the marinas and detailed boats. He started a mobile detailing business, and he loved to golf. He lived on the golf course, and he golfed almost every day. He loved boating, fishing. His friends, his girlfriend.
And when Isaac was killed, he was before senior year of high school?
Yes.
Did he have plans for after high school?
Yes. He was an honor roll student, and he loved school, and he was going to go to school for engineering. He was hoping Madison.
Yes, ma'am.
When I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 1, it's 3 photos. Can you just go through them? Or actually, first, can you just tell me what their photos are?
My son Isaac was his junior picture. And then his 17th birthday, his last birthday. And then this one is the day he bought a trailer for his mobile detailing business. And he texted me and said, "Mom, come out and see my new trailer." And the dog and I ran out, and he uses for his business.
What if he was the main instigator, hitting him and shit?
Any objection? What was the number? 1 is received.
Probably, dude. So as much as I want to feel for her, like I feel like her little son might have been a little more of a little shit than she thought. Maybe she was working too much. She didn't realize she turned into a little shit. R.I.P. But what just happened? You know, why did he get stabbed? Was he not one of the ones that hit him? I don't know. Who hit him? Nobody's owned it up to it, are they?
When was the last time you saw Isaac live?
The morning of July 30th, before he left.
Did you know he was going to go tubing with friends?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, he originally told me in the morning that he was going to go golfing, and with his friend.
So he lied?
But his friend had to work.
Oh.
He ended up having to work, so they were going to golf later that evening. And so I was out on the deck having coffee with my sister-in-law, and he came out and said, "Some of the guys are going tubing on the river, and I think I'm going to do that until we can go golfing." And I said, "Okay." And the way I said okay wasn't like I was super excited about it. And he's like, "Why?" And I said, "Well, I was going to ask you to pick Dad up from the airport. Dad got a flight home." And he said, I can pick Dad up. And I said, no, just go have fun with your friends on the river.
She might have been condoning them drinking.
Did you know who Isaac was going with to them?
Yeah. He said they were meeting up at the high school and that Alex was driving. And I said, okay, don't forget your sunscreen. And I grabbed it and I put sunscreen on his ears.
And at some point, did you learn what happened?
Yes, so then my sister-in-law and I went down and they had lunch downtown Stillwater. And then my husband had taken an Uber home from the airport and he was gonna meet us down there. And we were waiting for him and I got a call from Owen's phone. And I thought, maybe Isaac's phone went dead or he lost it or something, and so he was calling me from Owen's phone. But Owen called screaming that Isaac had been stabbed. And he gave me the pin drop of where to get to, and my husband was just pulling up, and I ran out of the restaurant and hopped in his car, and we got there in, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
What happened when you got there?
Well, we followed the ambulances, and I just went running, and I ran up into one of the ambulances thinking that it was Isaac sitting up in there, and I started crawling into the ambulance and I realized it wasn't Isaac, it was one of the other kids. And so then I climbed out and then I looked and I saw Isaac's hair laying on the riverbank. I knew it was him. And they were trying to perform CPR on him.
Did you go to Isaac?
Yeah, I
Damn,
ran to
that's
Isaac.
rough. She saw that. That's rough. Oh, wow. How'd she get there so fast?
And
whoa.
when you got to Isaac, was it clear he was already deceased?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Shropshire?
I have no questions for Mr. Davis.
Thank you. You may step down.
He didn't need to bring her in there, man.
Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Juan Cockfield, Judge.
Dude, that's pretty proper that the defense is like, nah, I'm not even bothering her, dude. Because, like, what does she have to do with it? Unless she brought the alcohol for him. She's not gonna admit that though, right? All the kids are lying, so she'd probably be the same, right? I don't know. What's happening around here?
Mr. Cockfield?
Yes.
Cockfield.
Mr. Cockfield, please come forward.
Cockfield. Hey, this is the dude
Face the
that
clerk, raise your right
filmed
hand,
it.
she will administer the oath.
Oh, look at him. You got the striped pants. Shit. I'm always looking like I'm looking at their asses. I'm just looking at the pants, man. Okay? I mean, how can you not see those? Look at those things.
Mr. Smestad.
Will you please say your name for the record?
My name is Jawan Cockfield.
How do you spell your last name?
Cockfield.
How do you spell your first name?
Jawahn.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Are you a student or you're working or?
Yeah, I'm a student.
Where are you a student at?
St. John's University.
What kind of activities are you involved in at St. John's?
I'm a member of the football team and the wrestling team, and I study global business.
That's your major field?
Yeah.
So these aren't small dudes, man.
Are you familiar with a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yeah.
How did you know Isaac?
Isaac's one of my best friends.
How long did you know him?
Since middle school.
Were you with Isaac the day that he was killed?
Yes, I was.
Were you with the group of boys that were with Isaac on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th of 2022, how old were you?
I was 17 years old.
Had you finished high school at that point?
No, I haven't started my senior year yet.
Was it the summer before your senior year?
Yeah.
That's my understanding. Folks all rode over with Alex Bang to the river?
Yes, sir.
Did you ride tubes at River Edge?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Did you get on the river?
Say it again?
Did you get on the river after you running the tubes?
Yes, sir.
You folks drinking alcohol?
Yes, sir.
What kind of alcohol did you have?
I had a few beers.
Do you remember how many?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Were you drinking any hard liquor at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you use any other substances?
Yes.
That's the second one of them that said they weren't drinking hard liquor, but there was definitely hard liquor there. Who was drinking it? No, you just had it. Nobody's drinking it.
We smoked some marijuana.
Did Isaac Schuman smoke any marijuana?
No, he did not.
We've heard from other witnesses that your tubes are all connected together. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
At some point, I'll strike that. Did you end up taking some video recordings of some things that happened on the river that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you take those recordings?
My cell phone.
Did you specifically record interactions that your group had with Nicolae Miu, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Are those recordings in 2 separate segments?
Yeah.
One short, one long?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we're going to play this short 9-second video here.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, that was my mistake on the screen blacking out. Once you went to your desktop screen, I closed it.
I'm going to ask her to play it again.
That's fine. It's my mistake.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Mr. Cockfield, is that the first video they recorded of Mr. Miu that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your voice?
Yep.
At that point, were you sitting in a tube?
Yep.
They must have kept doing it for a while.
Because he was just kind of looking suspicious from what I was seeing.
All right. Was he? You saw in the video that he was standing a ways away from your group.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
Had he been closer at some point when you started video recording?
Not during that recording, no.
Right.
Like the first one.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say he's a raper?
Yeah.
What was that all about?
He had said like a weird comment. That's kind of why I started recording in the first place. Like, because he was having his snorkel, and it was like 2 feet deep water. So like, what are you doing? And then he just said like a weird comment, something about like some little girls. And then,
did you have any girls with you in your group?
No, I did not have any girls in my group.
Did you see any other girls on the river near where you were?
Yeah, there were some girls on the river.
Child age girls or?
Not that I saw, no.
Did you know Mr. Miu at all?
No.
Did you know whether he was a pedophile or anything like that?
No, I didn't.
Were you making some conclusions based on what you saw him doing?
Yeah.
Sustained.
After you said he was a raper, did he come closer to your group?
Yeah.
Did you restart your recording?
Yeah, because after I said that, I like looked away and was like, whoa, whoa, because he looks really scary when he looked at us. And then I like refloated a little bit. And then
say he looked real scary.
Like when I said that, you could see like his face look at me, and like you could see me go like, oh, and then I got scared and then stopped recording.
Did he appear angry that you called him a raper?
Objection, speculation.
One at a time, please.
Objection sustained.
When you saw the look on his face, did you start recording again?
Yep.
And the second video, was it how long after the first video?
Probably like 10 seconds. We had just floated a little bit further.
I played the second part of the video in your heart.
No, just keep it off. You have to tell us when you want us to play, or display, rather.
I really wonder how long it was in between videos, though. How long did they badger him? Don't they have the timestamps on the phone? Don't they have that information?
What is he on? Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Mr. Cockfield, is that the second video that you took that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your leg in the screen?
Yeah, it is.
And he probably thought they were like, maybe he thought they were old enough to drink because they were all drinking.
Paused at the 6-second mark. John, do you see Mr. Miu's hand grabbing onto your tube there?
I do.
Is he touching your leg?
A little bit, yeah.
Did that cause you concern?
Most definitely.
Did he say anything when he came running up and grabbed onto your tube and by your leg there?
I guess I didn't hear him say anything specifically.
He's laughing about it.
Sitting next to it?
Yeah, I was sitting right next to Landon Wire.
Landon Wire? Did you know whether he grabbed onto any of, or made contact with any of Landon's body parts?
Yeah, definitely.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes and was touching your legs, what did you do?
I stood up.
Were you concerned that he was reaching out for you?
Yeah.
Were you able to get away?
Not really.
Did you stand up and walk away?
No, I didn't walk away.
Did you get out of your tube?
Yeah, I just stood up in my tube so it didn't float away.
Did he make any further physical contact with you after you were able to stand up?
No.
Did you know this person at all?
No.
Do you remember how long you'd been on the river when he ran up and...
I guess I'd have to take an educated guess and say like an hour.
Did you, when you first saw him, was he alone or was he with a group of people?
He was alone.
All right, did he ever indicate that he was with other folks?
No, not from what I saw.
Did you say anything to him at the time that he grabbed onto the...
Yeah, I was just saying like, whoa, what are you doing?
All right, is that on the video?
Yes, sir.
Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No.
Did you hear Isaac Schuman say anything to Mr. Miu?
No. Overruled. Can you say that again?
Did you say anything to Mr. Miu at the time he ran up and grabbed onto your tubes?
No.
Did you and others start yelling at him to get away?
Yeah.
Do you remember the kind of language you were using?
Yeah, we were just yelling, like, saying, like, what are you doing? Get out of here.
Were you calling him some names?
Yeah, calling him like a pedophile.
All right, why were you calling him a pedophile?
Because he was running up on some kids, and he had said a weird comment earlier.
Kids.
Did you grab onto or touch your...
Oh, them, the kids. They're convenient, dude. They're conveniently kids when it suits their agenda, right?
Fair to say you and your friends are making a commotion at that point?
Objection. Yes, sir.
Sustained on leading.
Did somebody else else in the river come over to see what was going on?
Yes.
Did you know those folks?
I did not.
Do you remember how many folks initially came over to look, check in on you guys?
Not like an exact number, but it was probably like 6 people.
All right. The first 2 folks over, were they males or females?
First one was definitely a woman.
All right. Did you see the woman speaking to Mr. Miu?
Yes.
She pulled him?
Yeah, she just told him like get away, like pointing and like get away.
Is that also recorded on the video?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to play another portion, but before that, I'm going to ask you, as you're recording this, were you using your cell phone?
Yeah.
Were you holding it close to your face or at arm's length?
I actually had it attached to my neck with like this, like there's like a tourist thing, kind of like you just put it in the pouch or whatever, and like it's attached to my neck. It probably go out like that far.
All right. Is it fair to say that your recording captured some things that you yourself didn't see at the time?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you're recording, some of the things you're recording, you weren't looking in that direction?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna play from the 6 seconds, Judge.
Tell us when you're ready.
Ready.
It's on the wrong setting. There we go.
It's gonna be playing from 7 seconds.
We up! We up, homie! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What are you doing?
He's trying to get the fucking goggles that fell off. I see what he's doing now. Because they fell off right before that on the other side. And he's hoping to... He's hoping to find them right now. That's why he keeps looking down. And they keep coming towards him while he's trying to find the goggles.
Yeah, what the hell?
He doesn't want to lose his shit. He knows it's probably under.
Yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girls! He said he was looking for little girls!
This guy got his friend killed. See how? Do you see this look he's giving him right now? This guy fucking insisting that he's looking for little girls set everything into motion, dude. Like that look wasn't there just a split second before that, dude. Right here, he's not looking like that. But he heard that, and it was like, what the fuck? And they don't leave it alone.
Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you. He's gonna claim you.
They're screaming predator. And then he's got his camera all up in his face like this too, while he's all fucking the one that started all of it. Wow. All right. Oh, now she's touching him. Now she's touching him, pushing him away, and he's done lost his shit. Now probably it's floated on away. Now the knife's in his hand, right hand. Damn, somebody's already stabbed or what? No, that's when they claim that he punched her.
It's actually more of the video you took that day.
Yes, sorry.
Is that your voice sort of narrating what's going on?
Yes.
Was that you saying for the culture?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
I guess kind of like for the greater good. It's like a new saying, I guess.
What?
Sort of street slang?
Yeah.
For the culture.
As you're recording that, did you see Mr. Miu take a knife out of his pocket?
I did not with my own eyes.
The clothing company.
A few times?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Are you aware now that your video shows him putting up the knife?
Yes.
But you didn't see it at the time?
No.
Oh my God. What black folks mean when we say for the culture? There's a whole write-up on it. I'm good. Wow. Okay. Well, there's that. That's the thing.
Still frame judge is number 2524. We're ready. We're ready. John, is this a still frame from your video?
Yes.
You see Mr. Miu in the video?
Yes.
You see what he's got in his hands?
Yes.
From 2020
looks like
also.
Now, you didn't, your testimony earlier, you didn't see him hold the knife or hold the knife?
No.
Okay, well.
Did you, while you're recording, see him holding the knife down by his side with the blade facing up?
No.
Going back to still judges is 2533. Jawan, is this also a picture from your video?
Yes.
What do you see in that still?
I see him holding his knife.
If you had seen him while you're recording the video holding that knife, what would you have done?
Objection, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
At this point in the video, who's standing in front of Mr. Miu, if you remember?
I guess I don't really know her name, but her, I don't really.
Men or women?
It's a woman.
All right. Was there one or two women standing in front of him?
There was two.
All right. At some point, did you see Mr. Miu do something in relation to one of those women?
Yes.
What did you see?
He punched her.
Which one, do you remember?
I think it was the blonde one.
When you just watched the video, you're aware your video does not capture that punch.
Yeah.
But you saw it yourself?
Yes.
Sustained.
Were you looking in a different direction than the camera was pointing?
The camera was, yeah.
And at the time that you saw him punch the blonde woman, that you handed the camera over to where your friends were?
Yeah.
After Mr. Miu punched the blonde lady, what happened? What did you see happen?
I saw all of her friends kind of like start going towards him and like try to, I guess, fight him.
All right, and did the fight break out?
Yes.
Did you know any of the names of these folks?
No, I did not.
Did you see somebody strike Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Did Mr. Miu go down?
Yes.
Did you at any point touch him in any way?
No, not once.
Other than that, you touched your leg earlier, you did not touch him?
No, I did not.
that portion?
Yes.
And as you watch it here today, you see Mr. Miu stabbing folks with a knife?
Or yes.
The time that you recorded that, did you know that was happening?
No.
Is that you laughing in the background?
Yes.
At one point, did you say you hit a woman?
Yeah.
Was that a reaction to what you described earlier?
Yeah.
Did you eventually realize that people were getting hurt?
Yes.
Did you realize that Isaac Schuman had been stabbed?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I kind of just looked down the line of people that were hurt. I saw the first person, like, that's not my friend. That's not my friend. That's not my friend. The last person I looked at was my guy, Isaac.
As the fight's going on, did you see people bleeding?
Yes.
At some point, did you realize what was happening?
Yes.
And that when you stopped laughing?
Yes.
Judge, we're going back to the video. It'll be from the 2:06 mark up to the end.
What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck? He's dying. He's dying, bro. Wait, what? What?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are we serious? Is this real?
Oh my god.
Who is that?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is this real? Is this real?
Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Is this real? Is this real?
Bike, bro, bike, bike.
That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
Juan, is that the final part of your video that you took that day?
Yes.
At the end, when you were saying that's not Mike, who were you referring to?
Isaac Schuman.
Is that a nickname?
Yeah.
Were you able to see where Mr. Miu went after he stabbed these folks?
No.
Were you concerned about where he went, or were you have other things in your mind?
No.
Did you make your way up to Isaac?
Yeah.
Were you able to see that he had been wounded? Did you try to get some folks to help?
Yeah.
Eventually, did some people stop to help?
Yeah.
Was a nurse one of the people that stopped to help?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you know the folks who stopped to help you?
No, I did not.
Eventually, did police and medical personnel show up on the road?
Yes.
Do you know how long it took for them to get there?
No, I don't.
Did you see Isaac get transported off the river?
Yeah.
Did you follow?
Yeah.
Was he brought up to the road bridge?
Yeah.
Did you speak to an officer? At some point, did you tell an officer that you had video of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you show that officer the video?
At the time, I just played it to the point where Mr. Miu was in it.
At some point, was the officer able to take a screenshot of a still from your video
Yes.
that showed Mr. Miu?
Yes.
That approach?
Yes.
Isaac, I'm showing, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
That's my cell phone with a still frame of Miu on it.
Is that the still frame of the officer, the still picture the officer took of your phone that day? Is that a yes?
Yes.
I'll move for admission of Exhibit 38.
Any objection? Received.
Once you got up off the river, did you speak to a police officer?
Yeah.
Just briefly?
Yeah.
You saw what you saw happen?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Eventually, was Isaac transported to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yes.
Did you speak to another officer at the...
Yes, I did.
Did you tell that officer what happened?
Yes.
Did you see the person in court who you recorded that day and who did this?
Yes, I do.
Point him out and see what he wearing.
He's wearing navy and gray pants with some brown shoes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Trophy.
So, Mr. Hatfield, you are currently a two-sport college athlete, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You play football and you wrestle in college?
Yes.
And what position in football do you play?
I play defensive end.
Defensive end?
Sure.
Can I ask you, how big are you?
I'm about 5'11", probably like 235.
5'11", 235 is what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that what you wrestle at, too?
Heavyweight, yes.
Back in 2022, about the same size?
I was a little bit smaller, yeah.
Wrestle at heavyweight still?
220 pounds, yeah, back then.
Still heavyweight though. So big enough to be a heavyweight man.
Back in July of 2022, you considered yourself to be a fit young adult, right?
I guess I'd like to think that.
Okay. And you, I'm going to ask you some questions initially about the interview that you gave with officers, okay?
Okay.
The interview that you gave with officers at the hospital, you indicated that Mr. Miu told you that he was looking for a snorkel. Is that right?
That is what I said.
Okay. You never mentioned to officers that he told you anything about looking for little girls, correct?
If that's what it says.
Well, in a situation where you say he's looking for little girls, do you think it would be important that you would tell officers that he told you he was looking for little girls?
Yeah.
But you never do that, do you?
I guess I didn't.
Did you think it was important?
I guess there was more things that were more important, but that is important in the grand scheme, yes.
Right, so more important was he was looking for a snorkel.
Not really.
Okay, but you mentioned that, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, if I have it right, you had 3 to 4 beers and were using marijuana.
Yes.
Okay. There was vodka that had been brought in by your group. True?
Yes.
In Tito's and in like water bottles.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any of that?
No.
Okay. So just the 3 or 4 beers and some marijuana.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also, I guess to your credit, tell the police you guys were antagonizing Mr. Miu, right?
After the fact that he hit the woman, yes, we were.
Well, you don't consider calling him a raper antagonizing him?
I mean, based on what he was doing, it looked like that really, like, that made him chase after us afterwards, so who knows what he was really doing.
What?
My question to you is, do you believe telling him that he can't have sex with little girls and calling him a raper would be considered antagonizing?
Yes.
And you were the one who was saying that, right?
Yeah, but that's after he ran up on us and like was doing a bunch of weird stuff. Or like he looked weird, I guess I could say.
Okay, so
I'm saying that, yeah.
this, and you know he's alone, right?
From what I see, he looks alone.
Okay, so, and you know that he's, and what you see, he's kind of an older man?
Yes.
Not very fit?
Yes.
Okay, so you see an older, not very fit man walking alone, and you start calling him names.
As I'm sitting on my tube, like, I'm saying, like, what are you doing with the snorkel in 2 feet water? And then he said something weird after that.
What business is it of yours on the river, what he's doing? He's not bothering you, right?
I mean, I was interacting with every single person we saw that day on the river.
Okay.
Because you're a drunk.
Most people.
Joanne, my question remains, what business is it of yours to bother a man who's not bothering you?
I was just asking a question. What are you doing?
What are you doing? And he tells you, I'm looking for a snorkel.
At that point?
Yeah.
The snorkel was in his hand at that point.
Well, you tell him that, you tell the police that he told you he's looking for a snorkel. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you then say, grown man can't have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? He's a raper. Right?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You have no information as to what this older man is doing, do you?
No.
Okay. And you say, after you call him a raper, he looks over at you, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
Wouldn't you suspect somebody that you called a raper to kind of look over at you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you surprised that he looked over at you?
At the time, yes.
When you were calling him names, you're surprised he glanced over at you?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
Now, can I ask you a little bit about this thing, lanyard or whatever, that you were holding your phone in? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's around your neck?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how long is it?
It's not like that long. Like I said, I could probably pull my phone out that much and it's around my neck the whole time.
So can I ask you, in terms of when you're holding it, about how, I know it's not up to your face, okay, but how far away from your face or your chest do you think it would be?
I guess I could say like 7 inches, 8 inches.
Okay, so you're not able to hold it like right now my arm is extended. You're not able to do that, right?
Not much.
Okay, so, and I won't get too close to you, but, so you're holding it kind of like this?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you indicate to police in your interview, they say to you, are you calling him any names? And your response to the police is, there were a couple of us guys calling him a weirdo, right? You told the police that?
Yes.
Okay. You don't tell the police that you're actually calling him a pedophile initially and a raper.
I said on the thing that whatever else I said would be on the video. That's what I said.
Okay. And you don't know what he's doing walking over by where you're at, right?
No.
Okay. So, calling him a raper and saying he can't have sex with little girls, you're doing that to humiliate him, aren't you?
Not necessarily.
Well, what other reason would you be calling him names when you don't know anything about what's happening?
Trying to figure out the situation.
So the way that you're trying to figure out what's happening is by calling a grown man names, yes?
Yes.
at some point, get away from us.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And that's after he comes up to your group, right?
Yes.
And when he comes up to your group, you're holding your phone kind of like this, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Recording it. Yes, okay. And he walks around your tubes and away from your group, does he not?
After engaging with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to be happy. You wanted him to get away from you, and he is getting away from you, right?
Not much. I mean, we're just standing there, and like, he barely walked past us at all, and like, pretty much in our path. We can't flow past him. He's in our path. We can't.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. He walks past you guys, and you guys continue to move toward him, is that right?
Not necessarily. Move towards him?
Yeah, so
what do you mean by that?
If you're Mr. Miu,
okay,
and at one point he turns his back to you guys, is that true? You saw that on the tape?
Yes.
Okay. So this person that you want to get away from you is walked away from where you're standing and turned his back to you. True?
Walked out of our path, like into our path from where we went from. We passed him, and then he ran up on us, and then went in front of us.
You and your group move toward him, like I'm moving toward you, right?
No. Well, I mean, like, the way you're describing it isn't necessarily how I would feel like we were doing it, moving towards him. It's kind of just, we were there, yeah.
You were moving, your group was moving closer to where he was standing.
After he had moved completely up to us.
I understand. Yes. You want him to get away from you. He's moved downriver a little bit, and your group is moving in his direction. True?
Yeah, the way the river goes, yes, that is his direction.
Okay. And do you remember, Ryan Nelson testified, Mr.
Okay.
Do you remember someone yelling on you in your group? You got 10 seconds.
I don't recall that personally.
Okay. It's a 38. I'm going to play it, and I just want you to listen. You don't have to watch.
Okay.
Just listen, okay? Yes. So, Mr. Kitefield, if you just listen.
What did you say?
Could you play it again? I'm not sure if I did. I'm sorry.
So them new iPhones got that good quality. What did you say?
I actually did not hear it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But you would agree at that point your group is moving in his direction, yes?
As the river would go, yes.
Right. You don't stop, but you're walking with your tubes in his direction. True?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And you say shortly thereafter, you were asked this, you're yelling for the culture, for the culture, right?
Yes.
And you were asked what that meant, and your response was something like for the greater good.
Yeah, along those lines.
What is the greater good of you recording that?
I mean, this guy was, like I said, ran up to our group as we were floating past him, and we were causing a scene like, what is this guy doing? Get away from us. And then people come over to help us. So that's for the culture, for the greater good.
At that point, had the people come up?
Well, when I said for the culture, that's when the people came up. So if that's not at the point where, well, yeah.
Okay, and this is all still...
I said it, yeah.
We try to talk one at a time, okay?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So, this is something that you want to record, right? This incident, you want to record this, don't you?
I mean, not really
really sure what type of question that is.
Well, you don't stop, hold on, you don't stop recording and try to figure out the situation, you just keep recording what's going on, true?
Yeah, I mean, why would I stop it? At that point, it looked like it was like a weird situation. I just want to record it.
I'm sorry, you said it looked like a weird situation?
Yeah.
Okay. And at this point, you see Mr. Miu walk over to this blonde girl.
Yes.
He's cleared a path for you all to walk through, hasn't he?
Yes.
So you have to be excited. You wanted to get away from him. You said he was standing in your path. He's moved out of your path. So your group can just go right by. True?
I mean, that group came over to help us, so why would we just leave them?
I want you to listen to my question.
Can I hear it?
He moves over so your group can go past.
Is that why he moved over?
I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I'm asking you, you said you were yelling for him to get away. You wanted him to get away.
Yes.
You said he was standing in your path, right?
Yes.
He moves over out of your path.
Yes.
So your group, you have to be excited because your group now can go right by, right?
I mean, we could flow by it, yes.
You could have floated by.
Yes.
But you didn't.
Yes.
You stayed.
Yes.
Okay? And you stayed as this other group comes over.
Yes.
Okay? And you, on tape, yelled to this blonde, he's looking for little girls.
Yes.
You don't have that information.
He said that. I remember him saying that. So
he said that. Hold on. You don't have that on tape.
Okay. True. It was not on my video.
And you never told that to the police. True?
True.
Okay. When she comes over and you choose to stay instead of actually moving on with your trip, you hear her yelling at him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Ryan Nelson described her as being in his face. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and her name is Madison Cohen. Okay, just so you know.
He's sweating his ass off right now. You seeing this?
Mr. Miu's face, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree she appears to be angry. True?
Yes. Or concerned, at least.
I'm sorry?
Concerned, at least. Yes.
You don't tell her what's going on. You just say he said he's looking for little girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. So instead of trying to explain the situation, you're just yelling at her, saying this is what he said.
Yelling to her what the situation is, which would be considered explaining, kind of.
So what's the situation?
He said he was looking for little girls, so I told them, like, that's the main concern of the situation. And then he ran after us, so, yeah.
And he ran after you, and instead of passing, you stay and tell her that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, initially, it's the six of you and Mr. Miu. True?
Yes.
You'd agree when this other group comes over, now there's more people involved.
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, an additional 5 people come over to assist.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're at least up to 11 or 12 people against Mr. Miu. True?
Okay. Yeah,
right.
True.
Okay. And during this entire interaction, up to the point we are right now where Ms. Cohen comes over, Mr. Miu's not saying anything aggressively to any of you, right?
No.
He's not physically doing anything to show his aggression toward you, right?
No.
Okay. And you're not afraid of him at that point, true?
Because of the people that came to help, I was not afraid of him at that
Right.
point.
So strength in numbers, right?
You could say that.
So the more people that are coming over, is it fair to say, as the number of people increase, your fear level decreases? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And 11, 12, 13 against 1, you're feeling pretty comfortable at that point, right?
Yeah.
And you, when I say you guys, your group, the young Stillwater people, you begin to taunt him, don't you?
What do you mean by taunting?
Kind of get in a circle around him and all start pointing at him that he's a pedophile.
Object to the characterization of being in a circle around him. That's not the evidence.
That'll be up to the jury to decide. Objection overruled. It's cross-examination.
Right?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You guys form kind of a circle around him, are really close to him at that point, pointing like I'm pointing, gesturing, pointing at him, calling him a pedophile.
Yes.
Okay. And because of the way your camera is situated, you're pretty close to him as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. And the purpose of taunting him and calling him a pedophile and pointing at him in that situation is what?
Kind of just to let them know what he was doing.
You already let them know what he was doing.
Yeah, but I guess it was just still going on.
What was still going on?
What you just described.
I know what you're doing.
Okay.
The question is, why are you doing it?
I guess I don't know. It was 2 years ago.
Were you doing it to taunt him and humiliate him?
Not necessarily.
So why are you doing it?
I guess I don't necessarily know.
Any other explanation that you can think of as to why you would go around somebody pointing at him, taunting him, calling him names, other than to humiliate him? Now, you had mentioned that he had punched the blonde girl, Madison Cohen.
Yes.
Okay. You agree that's not on tape?
Yes.
Are you saying that you saw it, though?
I did.
Okay. When you say that you saw him punch her, she's in his face, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens, if you know, what happens to her?
Like after he punched her?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see how he punches her?
I kind of just see like a hand come over towards her face or at her face, and then I just see like the follow through. Because I didn't really see anything after that.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about that? And what I mean is, I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying, okay? Do you know which hand he uses?
No, I can't really think about which hand he used.
Okay. And when I think of a punch, maybe you and I think of it the same way. I think of a fist and somebody kind of putting their weight into it and punching somebody in the face. Is that how you think of it?
I think there's, I guess, a bunch of ways to punch people.
Okay. How do you see it?
Like a punch?
How do you see this punch?
Just like kind of like a hook.
Okay, so you see him, and you used your right arm, right?
Yeah.
In that situation. So do you believe that he uses his right arm and throws kind of a hook across?
I'm not sure which arm, but it kind of felt like I saw a hook. Yes, a hook.
A hook. Okay.
Yeah, that thing is pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm not.
You don't see her go down, do you?
No.
Okay. And at that point, you see this group of people attack Mr. Miu, right?
Yes.
You see him get punched in the face and fall backwards into the river.
Yes.
You think that's funny, right?
After he had hit a woman, I think he was sort of getting what he deserved, yes.
So you thought it was funny?
Funny, yes. I guess I was laughing.
Yeah. And in fact, you had moved up. You got your camera. You're kind of right up in his face with this now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And as he's being attacked, you're laughing throughout that portion of the video, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. When he gets pushed back in the water, you're still laughing after somebody had already been stabbed, right?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
But you're still laughing, true?
True.
Because you were never scared. The fucking people were antagonizing the whole time. They thought the whole thing was funny until they realized they were getting stabbed.
You agree that, from what you've seen, Mr. Miu doesn't stab anyone until he's attacked. True?
After he had punched the girl and then was attacked, yes, then he started stabbing people.
Okay. Before that, would you agree the temperature kind of in what's happening is going up and up and up?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. More people are showing up?
Yeah.
She's getting in his face?
Yeah.
Right? It's feeling more volatile to you?
Yeah.
And you're feeling more comfortable because of the numbers, right?
Yeah. I was gonna throw these away if I had a trash, but appreciate it.
Thank you. My last couple questions, Mr. Cockfield. There's a point on that video that you say, I'm paraphrasing, but you hit a woman, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That's not at the point in the video when you believe he struck Madison Cohen, right?
What do you mean?
Well, there's two.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood what you were saying there.
Fair enough. You know there's two women involved in this?
Yes.
Okay. When you say he struck a woman, is when he makes contact with Riley Madison, not Madison Cohen. Do you know that?
The knife.
Say that again?
Yeah, it's later in the video.
He made contact with me. Yeah.
There's two women, okay?
Okay.
If we're going to do this sequentially, you say he strikes Madison Cohen with a hook.
Yeah.
On that video, you don't say anything about him punching Madison Cohen.
No.
Right?
No, I don't have to. Like, as it happens, I didn't.
Yeah, why not?
Right. You don't mention that on the video.
It's kind of weird.
Not right away.
You would have,
What
wouldn't
you
you?
mention on the video is that at the time, sequentially
Stabbing.
in the video, he makes contact with Riley Madison. Then you say he hit a woman.
Yep.
Object, Your Honor, that's not.
It is what.
Sustained.
What?
I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Cockfield, thank you for your time.
Mr. Smestain?
That's what happened, though.
You were asked about how big you are, that you're a football player and a wrestler. Do you ever touch Mr. Miu in any fashion?
Not once.
Did you ever cock a fist at him or anything like that?
Nope.
Did you ever tell him you were going to give him a beat down?
Nope.
It only takes one of them saying that 10-second shit, and they're all involved, though. That he doesn't know who's going to come after him at that point.
You told Mr. Trophacy that you told the police that at one point he said he was looking for a snorkel. Did he actually say that at some point? Mr. Miu, I mean?
I'm not sure at this point.
When he ran up and grabbed onto your tube and made contact with your leg, did he have his snorkel in his mouth?
Yeah, that is. It's like trying to put
Did he drop it out? So
Yeah.
you were asked about whether you heard someone say you got 10 seconds. You indicated you didn't hear that. Did you ever say that?
I never said that. For sure. Yeah. No.
Did you ever hear anybody in your group say that?
I did not.
Overruled.
Did you ever hear anybody in your group say that?
No.
Mr. Trophacy had asked you why you didn't float by him and get away from him, and instead you continued recording. Did you have any idea that any of this was going to happen?
No, I did not.
In your wildest dreams, did you ever think would happen?
No.
As you sit here today, are you glad you recorded it?
Yes.
I'm going going to show still frame number 2593.
Right. It's him recording and instigating it is the reason his friend's dead. So there's that, you fucking moron. He's still glad he's got it though. Like,
Do you see that, John?
Yes, I do.
Is that a still frame from your video?
Yes.
How many people are confronting Mr. Miu in that still frame?
2.
Males or females?
Females.
Do you see 11 or 13 other people encircling him in that photo?
I do not.
Do you see anybody behind him?
No.
What do you see behind him?
Open. Looks open behind him.
I'm going to scroll through some of the stills from after this picture. We'll start. This is starting at 2593. Stopping at 2643. That sequence of stills, is that when you panned over to your group of friends?
Yep.
Or your group of friends surrounding him?
Yeah.
And the photos you just watched, was your group of friends surrounding Mr. Miu?
No. No, it wasn't. Overruled.
What was your answer?
No.
Were you all standing in a line?
Yeah.
Sustained.
How was your group standing in relation to Mr. Miu in these stills that you just watched?
We were just standing kind of by our tubes. Line.
When you spoke to the police, you told them that he punched a woman?
Yes.
Did you sustain? When you spoke to the police, what did you tell him happened with the woman?
That he had hit her.
And that was right after the incident?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Mr. Prophecy?
You were asked, you're this kind of big guy, did you touch Mr. Miu? And you said that you hadn't, right? He never touched you either, did he?
Besides the very beginning when I was sitting down on my tube.
Right, but otherwise, in terms of being physically aggressive, you weren't physically aggressive toward him, and you weren't harmed in this at all, were you?
No, I was not.
Okay. And you were asked on redirect about, do you recall telling the police that you were looking for a snorkel, and you said you didn't really recall that, right?
Yeah.
Why did you say it?
No, I'm saying I didn't really recall telling the police that.
But you believe that to be true, that he told you he was looking for a snorkel, right?
I guess I don't recall that.
Well, if he did, my point is, if you don't believe that he told you that, why would you say it?
I don't know.
The picture that you were shown with the 2 females standing in front of Mr. Miu, you remember that?
Yes.
You'd agree there's approximately 11 people standing behind those 2 people, right?
At that very moment, I'm not sure.
You'd agree that there's a group of people, 2 groups of people, your group of people, and the other group of people have come together, right?
Not necessarily all together. They were like kind of on their way, I guess.
Okay, but there's your group, and then I think you testified, plus at least 5 or 6 others that come over.
Yes.
Okay, so overall, at that point on that video, that still that you were shown, it's 12 on 1, right?
In that still frame, no, it wasn't.
There weren't 12 people standing there?
In that still frame, it was 2 standing next to him, if that's what you're asking me.
With 10 right behind him, right?
I don't know about right behind him.
Well, you saw the video, or you saw the still of you and your group moving forward once you say that Madison Cohen was punched, right?
Yeah.
You're all right there.
Like, they're right here, and then he's right here. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, you were asked, well, it's open behind him, right?
Yeah.
There's a point in the video where you pan back. Do you see where Mr. Miu's group actually is?
No.
You don't know if he was by himself or with other people, right?
No.
You don't know if your group or the group that had come over had cut him off from getting back to his people, right?
I don't know.
Mr. Caulfield, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions about things you were asked on redirect. I'm going to show you picture or still 2623. Okay. And that's a picture of your friend Alex Vang and a picture of Isaac, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you looking at them when you're running this camera?
At this point, I'm just like panning around and like looking all around, I guess.
What I'm interested in is your head, your face, your eyes looking at where your camera's looking?
No.
Okay, so
I guess I don't recall technically exactly where my eyes were looking while I was panning around right at this still frame.
Okay. But you'd agree that at this point, Mr. Miu and Ms. Cohen, there would be I'm looking at it, they're to the right of this, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And your camera's, you're holding it like this, right?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yep.
And do you know at that point, in order to see what's going on over there, you're holding the camera straight and you're turning your head like I'm turning my head to the right? Yes?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Well, what you testified to was that your eyes aren't necessarily in the same place as they are.
Yes.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, you're holding the camera showing Mr. Vang and Mr. Schuman.
Yes.
Okay. You're not looking at the camera, you're not looking where your camera's being pointed, is that what you're saying?
Not at every second. No.
I understand, there are points that you're moving around.
Yes.
Right. But your head, in order to see what's going on with Mr. Miu, your head is turned in this direction in order to see this confrontation that's going on.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
While you're keeping your camera here.
Yeah, like I guess I can move my camera, move my head, everything can move.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Caulfield.
Thank you. You may step down. Is he released? No. All right. Please see the coordinator. She'll give you further instructions.
Judge, in case I didn't already ask, I'm moving for admission to 38. I think we would have already done that.
38's been received.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a short recess. We'll come back at 10 o'clock. Please take the jury out.
All right, the jury.
Do you go to school? Do you work?
I can do it.
Mr. Vang, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give us shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Judge Piper.
Mr. Smestad.
Can you say your name for the record, please, or your last name?
My name is Alex Vang, V-A-N-G.
How old are you, Alex?
I'm 19 years old.
Do you go to school? Do you work?
I'm a student at St. John's University.
What are you studying?
Global Business Leadership.
What year are you at St. John's?
I'm a first year.
Were you familiar with a person named Isaac Schuman?
I was.
How did you know him?
He's my best friend.
How many years were you best friends with Isaac?
7th grade, I first met him.
Were you with Isaac Schuman on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you part of a group of your friends that tubed down the Apple River near Somerset, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Were you with Isaac when he was stabbed and killed that day?
Yes, I was.
It's my understanding from other testimony that you were the driver. You drove everybody to the river?
Correct.
You ran tubes at River's Edge?
Yep.
Do you remember if you got a receipt for the tubes?
I don't think so, no.
Do you remember what time you got on the river?
Estimate maybe around 1:30.
Was your group together in the tubes?
Yes.
Were your tubes connected together?
Yes.
What's the plan to float down to Village Park in Somerset?
If that's at the end, yes.
Do you have plans for a return trip back to River's Edge?
Say again?
Did you have plans on how to get back from Village Park up to River's Edge?
Yeah, we were probably gonna find a ride.
While you were tubing the river, you were drinking alcohol?
Yes, I was.
What kind of alcohol did you have?
Just some beers, some Michelob Goldens, and maybe some the like ultras or something, whatever they're called.
Did you have any hard liquor?
I did not.
Nobody had any of the hard
Anybody
liquor.
in your group was drinking hard liquor?
I don't recall.
Did you use any other drugs that day?
Yeah, I smoked some weed.
All right. By weed, you mean marijuana?
Yes, please. Or, yes.
All right. As you were floating down the river, did you eventually have contact with the defendant, Mr. Miu?
Yes, I did.
All right. Do you know whereabouts you were in the river when you first saw him?
I don't recall. I just know we were a little bit a ways from a bridge.
Had you been on the river before?
I have.
How many times?
Just a year previous.
When you first saw Mr. Miu, what was he doing?
He was just looking in the water with some snorkeling gear.
All right. Did you ask him what he was doing?
I did.
What did he say?
He said, you're snorkeling in some pretty short water, like, what are you looking for?
And how did he answer?
He said something along the lines of, he responded with looking for little girls or something like that.
All right. Are you aware that, we'll strike that, did you record any part of your interaction with?
I did not.
Now, let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
Is this your first time testifying?
It is.
Are you a little nervous?
Yes.
All right. Did you yourself record any part of the incident on the river?
No, I did not.
All right. Are you aware that somebody else in your group was?
Yes.
Who was there?
Jawan Cockfield.
Have you had a chance to review that video?
Yep, I watched it once.
And did you see yourself in the video?
Yes.
What you talking about, fool?
At the time that you asked Mr. Miu what he was doing and he responded like that, is any of that on the video?
No.
At some point, did Mr. Miu run up on your group?
He did.
Did that cause you concern?
Yes, I was very scared.
Did you bail out of your tube?
I did.
What did he do when he ran up?
From what I remember, he ran up to us and grabbed our tubes and stopped us from carrying on.
All right, were you floating at that time?
Yes, we were.
He stopped you from floating?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a still frame from the video. 056. Or do you put it on the screen? Alex, I'm showing you frame 0156 of Jawan's video. Are you in that picture?
That's me, yes.
Does this describe when this picture was taken? I mean, what's going on when you're in the water there?
This must have been when he was running towards our tubes and was just about grabbing our tubes, and I was off the tubes at that moment.
Whose leg is in the foreground of the picture?
I'd assume at the very bottom that's Jawan's.
All right. At that point, had you separated yourself away from your raft of tubes?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I was concerned for my safety. I didn't know what his intentions were running up on our tubes.
All right. Is it fair to say that prior to him running up, Jawan called him some names?
Yes.
All right. Were you involved in calling him any names before he ran up on the group?
Yes.
Do you know whether he was alone or with a group?
From what I saw, he was just by himself.
Did he have a tube?
No, not that I saw.
When he ran up on you, were you able to see whether he had anything in his pocket?
No.
At any point during this interaction with him, did you know he had a knife?
No.
Did you know Mr. Miu at all?
I did not.
Do you remember how long you'd been on the river by the time you had this run-in with him?
I'd estimate maybe an hour, hour and a half.
When he ran up and grabbed onto your raft of tubes, did he say anything that you heard?
I don't recall.
Did he, I know from the still we just looked at that you had gotten off your tubes, did he make any physical contact with you at all?
Not me, no.
At any time during this incident, did he ever have any physical contact with you?
No.
As he's grabbing onto your tubes, did you say anything to him?
I don't recall.
Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No.
Did you tell him he had 10 seconds to leave or anything like that?
No.
You did call him some names?
Yes, I did.
What kind of names did you call him?
Pedophile, predator.
Maybe a dumb question, but you don't seem to remember that.
No, sir.
Do you agree that you boys probably weren't very kind to him?
Yeah, I agree.
In the context of what happened, though, did you know what his intentions were?
No.
Eventually, did you and your friends start yelling at him to get away?
Yes, we did.
Were you using raised voices?
Yes.
You've seen that all on the video?
Yes.
At some point, did other folks come over to see what was going on?
They did.
Do you recall who was or can you describe the first person that showed up to?
The first person I saw come up was maybe a small white lady.
All right. What did she do?
She pretty much just confronted him face to face, saying to leave these kids alone. You could leave right now. Just leave these guys alone.
Did she swear at him?
I don't recall.
All right. Did she have dark hair or blonde hair?
I don't recall, but my best estimate would be blonde.
Right. At some point, did you see two women from another group confronting him?
Yeah.
And what was the other woman doing, the second woman?
From what I remember, she was just next to the other lady. I don't know what she was running away. People were telling him to leave.
Including you?
Yes.
At some point, as you reviewed the video, do you realize you guys are laughing at him?
Yes.
Why was that, if you know?
You know, he felt like it was kind of those situations where, like, you know, yeah, we like caught someone doing something wrong, and you know, it's something like that.
Did you think that he was getting in trouble from this other group?
Yes, I was thinking that he was finally about to leave and stop all the commotion that's going on.
Were you feeling relieved?
Sustained.
Say again.
I'm sorry. There's an objection. I have to rule. Sustained means don't answer.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Next question.
As Mr. Miu is talking to the two women that are, were they standing in front of him, behind him? Where were they?
The two women?
Yes.
They're in front of him.
Did you ever hear him say, you know, get out of my way, let me go?
I did not.
Did you ever hear him call out for help?
No.
Did you and your group of friends surround him?
I want to.
By that I mean encircle him.
I'm going to object. I'm going to ask him to go ahead and answer the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that all. I didn't hear.
I'm going to let him answer the question. He was trying to answer the question and he was interrupted.
Well, it's his witness. I'll let him interrupt his own witness.
Did you encircle Mr. Miu before any of the fight started?
I wouldn't say circle. I would say we were standing near to him. We weren't. Yeah.
All right. If we can go to slide 2593. If we can turn it on. All right, Alex, I'm showing you a still frame 2593 from Jawan's video. Is this what you saw when you described the two women standing in front of him?
Correct.
Were any of your friends behind him?
No.
In relation to this picture, where's your group of friends located?
I would say maybe to the back and to the left.
All right. Were you within arm's reach of him?
From this picture, no, I wasn't.
Was anybody else in your group at this point within arm's reach of him?
No.
All right, so as he's being scolded by these women, what did you see Mr. Miu do?
Say again?
What did he do? Once this frame is up, once these women are standing in front of him, did you see him do something?
Yeah. From what I remember, these two women were confronting him, and he decided to punch one of the ladies, which I remember being the blonde one, right in the face.
You saw him do that?
Yeah.
Did you know that lady at all?
No, I did not.
Did you ever met her before in your life?
No, I did not.
Did you even talk to her on the river?
No.
She was a complete stranger to you?
Complete stranger? Yes.
What part of her body did he punch?
The face.
Do you remember, and I know this was 2 years ago, but do you remember which hand he used?
The right hand.
At that point, do you know whether he used a closed fist or an open hand?
I don't recall, but I know he struck her in the face.
All right. And how did she react bodily?
Well, I mean, a lot happened when that first happened, but from what I remember, she reacted how anyone else would react to getting hit in the face, is maybe holding the part where she got hit.
Did she go down?
I don't recall.
After Mr. Miu punched the blonde lady in the face, did her friends react?
They did.
What happened?
Well, after he punched her in the face, their friends hopped on him, trying to pretty much retaliate from him hitting her in the face.
Was Mr. Miu likewise struck in the face? If you saw?
I don't recall. I knew he was getting hit.
Did you see him go down?
Yes, I did.
At any time while this fight had started, did you see him holding the knife in his hand at all?
No.
Did he eventually get back up?
Yes, he did.
At that point, did you notice that there were some folks that were injured?
I'd say within 5 seconds, I realized that there were people stabbed.
All right. Do you remember who the first person was that you saw stabbed?
I saw the blonde white lady get stabbed first.
Not the same one who got punched, or the same one that got punched?
I don't recall. I just do remember seeing a blonde white lady stabbed first. I can't tell you if it was the same one, but
okay. We're gonna look at a still frame here. Still 2944. As you had watched the video and saw yourself laughing, at some point, was there a point in the video where your expression changes?
Yes.
We're going to show a sequence of slides. Start at 29:15. All right, Alex. So this is slide 29:15 from the video.
Who's coming with
Do
me?
you see yourself in that video?
Yes, I do.
Is that you in the back center?
Yep.
You're looking off to your right?
Yes.
I'm going to object. It's not a question, actually.
Okay. Which direction are you looking?
From where I'm, from my point of view to my right, or a bit, pretty much like around like this direction.
And we're going to go through it here.
So y'all want to smoke?
Right back. I gotta put noodles in water.
Slide 2944. Do you see yourself in that still as well?
Yep.
What's the expression on your face?
Completely shocked.
What had you seen at that point that made you have that expression on your face?
I'd seen a stab wound that was actively bleeding, and it was nothing.
Man or a woman?
Woman.
Is that the woman that you testified earlier that you had seen get stabbed?
I would need to see again, but I don't completely recall.
Were you injured in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Miu do anything to you?
No, he didn't do anything to me.
All right. Did you ever lay a hand on him?
No.
At some point, did you realize that Isaac Schuman had been stabbed?
Yes.
Did you actually see that happen?
I didn't see the action of him getting stabbed, no.
When did you first realize that he had been stabbed?
I noticed he got stabbed when he fell into the water.
Were you near him when that happened?
I was close. I was a couple feet away from him.
What did you see on Isaac as he fell into the water? And I know this is hard.
Yeah, so when he fell into the water, I knew he was holding the left side of his chest, and so when I picked him up, I noticed he had a huge gash in his chest that was bleeding out.
We're going to play a portion of the video starting at the 2:15 mark. While that's getting set up, when once you realized that Isaac was injured, did you go to him?
Yeah, I immediately grabbed him, saw that he was injured and wasn't able to completely move, and that's when I decided I needed to hold pressure onto the wound and drag him to the shore.
Did you do that?
I did. I apologize.
At some point, did some folks stop to help you care for Isaac?
Yeah, some adults came by and helped us out.
Did you, were you present while they were trying to render aid to Isaac?
Yes, I was.
Eventually, did EMTs and police arrive on the river?
They did.
Did you see them take Isaac off the river?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yeah, my sister and my brother-in-law picked me up and drove me to the hospital where he was getting sent to.
While you were at the hospital where they brought Isaac, did you speak to police?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember if you spoke to police on the side of the river as well?
Yep.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes.
Gotta play to win.
Where are the tears at?
Right,
Was there any liquid?
The screen, we're playing the video starting at 2:15. Alex, I'm going to ask you to review this, and I know it's going to be difficult.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying. He's dying.
The beginning of the video, was that you running towards where Isaac was in the water?
Yes.
Dude, imagine your friend just instantly going, he's dying.
Towards Isaac,
bro.
For you.
What?
Who else?
Owen Peliquin.
Was he in your group that day?
Yes, he was.
I know it's been almost 2 years, but do you remember the face of the person who did this?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom here?
Yeah.
Can you point him out and say what he's wearing?
He's right there.
What's he wearing?
Suit jacket, dress pants, brown shoes.
Far left of the table from your
Yo, they want him to go to prison for life. You see it in his eyes. Yeah.
While you were at the hospital, is that when you and your friends were informed that Isaac had passed away?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Prophecy. Mr. Vink, you're a student at St. John's?
Correct.
Okay. You go to school with Joanne Cockfield?
I do.
Okay. Are you guys roommates or anything?
No.
Just friends?
Yes.
Okay. And you acknowledge that you provided an interview to police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
And that interview was given the day of the incident, is that true?
It was.
Okay. Is your memory better on the day of the incident, or is it better 21 months later?
I'd say it's just about the same.
Okay. You would agree that in your interview that you gave on the day of the incident to police, you never mentioned to them that you had a conversation or heard Mr. Miu talking about little girls in any way, right?
Yes.
You never tell them that, do you?
I didn't. I was still in shock. There was a lot of little details that I could have explained, but there was still a lot going through my head, and I couldn't possibly process every single little detail that happened, but I tried to give them the best I could at that moment.
Well, the good news is we've had 21 months since then. In those 21 months, did you ever follow up with them and say, you know, I left something out. He told me he was looking for little girls. Did you ever do that?
I made sure to tell my team that a couple weeks before this happened when we were talking.
You told the prosecution a couple weeks before this happened.
My
this
team?
Testimony
Yes.
that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. You never tell the police that, right?
No, not at those moments, no.
Okay. And you never follow up with them and tell them, right?
No, I didn't.
What you tell them is, you see a guy snorkeling by himself and we're just saying, oh, he's snorkeling by himself, right? That's what you tell police.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yeah, he looked like he was about to do some snorkeling activities, yeah.
Okay. And then you just say he was chirping back at us and we were chirping at him, right?
Yeah, I made a little joke like the water's super short, you know, like what you looking for, maybe just a little chirping like, yeah, the water's short, you know, maybe it's not, maybe like, I don't know anything about snorkeling. It was a little joke.
Okay. And did he respond to you?
Yes, he did.
Shallow is
I
the
asked him what
word.
he was doing, looking in the water. He said he was something along the lines of, I'm looking for little girls or something.
Okay. Now, of course, that's not on tape, right?
It's not.
And Juwan Cockfield has testified, and he agreed that your group was antagonizing Mr. Miu. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Would you agree that, at least on tape, the loudest antagonizer is Juwan Cockfield? Would you agree with that?
He was the closest to the phone.
I mean, you can hear his voice the most.
Yes.
Right? And do you recall Juwan Cockfield on video saying grown men cannot have sex with little girls and calling him a raper? Remember that?
I don't recall.
If you could just listen to this, Mr. Rand, you can watch it too, obviously, but listen. Now, before we start, can you bring it up? Is that you?
That is.
Okay.
Sorry, I pulled up the wrong video. Can you turn it down? I apologize. Can I just get exhibit 2? Sorry. Thank you.
Can I ask you, Mr. Bangs? You see any little girls around there?
I did not. Yes.
Okay.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You remember that now?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, Mr. Miu's not bothering you guys at all, is he?
No, he's walking away.
Okay. Walking away, and you guys, at least Mr. Cockfield, starts calling him a raper. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you tell police that you say, we almost started calling him a predator and a pedophile, right? You didn't almost, you did, right?
Yes.
So you have no idea why he's there, right?
No.
And you guys take to just humiliating this man. True?
We wouldn't say what we said if he didn't say what he said.
I know, but as we've already established, you don't tell that to the police and it's not on the video, right?
Say again?
We've already established you don't tell the police that he said that, and it's not on any video that was recorded.
Objection, Your Honor, has been asked and answered.
It has been. We're plowing the same ground.
Okay. So, do you, when he walks up to your tubes, you said that you were, if I have it right, you were very scared. Is that right?
Yes, I would say he ran up to us, and I was scared.
Okay. Did your fear dissipate as time went on? Or did you remain very scared throughout the incident?
I was still internally as scared as I was.
He walks around your tubes and starts walking away from your group, is that right?
Maybe a few steps.
He turns his back to your group? He turns his back to your group, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you just want to get by? You just want to be able to get past him? Is that fair?
Yeah, we were floating down still. From where he was, it would just be like this.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Going with the flow until he ran up to our tubes and stopped us.
I'm going to need you to listen to my question. My question was, what you're hoping for is that you're able to get past him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there comes a point where this blonde woman that you've mentioned, she's testified, Madison Cohen, where she starts to come over, right?
Yes.
And he moves from where you guys are over to her, doesn't he?
Yes.
Okay. He gives you that path that you're looking for to float on by, right?
Yes.
You don't take it though, do you?
He already stopped us.
That's not my question. My question is, you've admitted he gives you a path and you don't take it, right?
Yes.
You stay, right?
Yes.
It stays, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys who have the ability to go past him, do you hear this woman yelling at him?
I do.
Okay. And she never tells you guys to go past, does she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you hear Jawan Cockfield tell her he's looking for little girls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Ryan Nelson describes her as getting, and Jawan did too, by the way, as getting, the blonde girl, as getting in Mr. Miu's face. Did you agree with that?
Yeah, she was face to face with him.
Okay. Ryan Nelson said that she was in his personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I've asked some of your group to listen. You can watch, but you need to listen to hear if you can hear on this video someone say the words, "You've got 10 seconds." Okay? So I just want you to listen to it and tell me if you hear it. You can say it twice if you can. We're ready. So I would just ask that you listen, okay, Mr. Ray?
What did you say?
You can play it.
What did you say?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so somebody in your group says you got 10 seconds, right? Do you say that?
No.
I'm going to object. You didn't let him answer the first question about if someone in his group said that.
Sustained. Can you ask? Sure. Go back and just clean it up.
Do you say that?
I do not.
Okay. You hear someone's, on this recording, you hear someone say it, right?
On the video, yes.
Okay. You'd agree that you don't believe it's Juwan Cockfield because he's holding the camera, right?
No.
So, fair to say it's someone else in your group, yes?
I don't recall if it was our group.
Okay. The other group wasn't over there at that point, right?
I didn't know where that point of the video was.
Okay. As the blonde girl comes over, she comes over with a couple other people, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so, and at that point you believe that Mr. Miu's alone? True.
Yes.
So, when she comes over, she brings a couple people with her, so it's, and you have 6, so at that point it's at least 8, 9 people versus 1, right? Is that fair?
Yep.
Ryan Nelson said that changed his fear level, that the more people that showed up, the less his fear decreased, and so did Juwan Cockfield. Is that how you felt?
Yeah, I would say it slightly got better, but I mean, there was still commotion in front of us. I mean, it helped that a different group came to help us out, but I mean, the threat level was still there from what I saw.
You don't see Mr. Miu with a knife, right?
I don't.
Okay, so the threat level, you have 9 people around you, he's by himself, and you felt the threat level was high. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you number 2440, okay? Is that you?
It is.
Is that you? Are you in this picture? Do you appear to be concerned or afraid in that picture?
No.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you're not afraid or concerned because the numbers of people have increased in part?
Say again?
You initially said that you were very afraid and very scared, right? You just said on that photo that you don't appear to be very afraid or very scared. True?
Yeah.
My question to you is that because the number of people that have shown up has increased?
Yeah.
Yes. So the more people that show up to assist, the less afraid you're becoming.
Yes.
You are, right? Okay. And you would agree that Mr. Miu's not doing anything in terms of being, at that point, being physically aggressive to anyone, right?
Yep.
He's not saying anything aggressive either, is he?
I don't recall.
If he would have said anything aggressive, do you think he would have, I know you didn't remember everything, but do you think you might have put it in your statement?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't completely remember what's going on through my head when I was giving my statements.
Did you ever ask to maybe do it another time when you felt a little better?
Not.
Okay. Now, you agree there comes a point when you and your group come around Mr. Miu and are pointing at him and calling him a predator, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing that to humiliate him, aren't you?
I'd phrase it as calling him out.
Calling him out. That's why you were doing it.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the blonde girl that you say you see get hit, I want to make sure I got it right. You said right hand?
Yes.
Okay. And today, I don't want to misquote your testimony, punch or slap?
I'd say punch, but I don't know all the way. I'd say I'd estimate a punch.
Okay. So, fair to say that if he hits her with his right hand, he hits her on the left side of her face, right?
Yep.
So he hits her on this side of her face.
This side, yes.
Yeah, okay. There's been various statements on how it happened. Juwan Cockfield referred to it as a hook. Is that how you would refer to it?
Yeah, it was a pretty good punch.
Okay, so pretty good punch with his right hand, punching her in the left side of her face.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that he was holding a knife in his right hand?
After the video, I did, yes.
Okay. So your testimony under oath today is that he would have had to punch her, right? He couldn't slap her. How would you slap her holding a knife, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with a knife in his hand, with a closed fist, he makes a hook motion and punches her in the face. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You told police that he slapped her in the face, didn't you?
Yeah.
So, under oath today, you're changing your testimony?
For after yeah.
Because your memory's better today than it was 21 months ago?
Say it's about the same or a little better.
Okay. So, he's holding the knife, comes across her like this, and punches her in the face. That's your testimony? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree you told police he slapped her to the ground, right?
Yes.
You're saying that's a lie?
Well, I've seen the video. But I mean, according to my statement, that's just from what I remembered when the moment happened.
So are you tailoring your testimony today based on what you've seen on that video?
No. But from what I remember is that she didn't fall, but she did get hit in the face.
Right, but it's much different than what you told the police that day, right?
Once again, I was in a lot of shock, and there was a lot of details that I completely didn't process at the moment. I apologize, but that was the best I could have gave at that moment at that time.
And I think you told police when you see Mr. Miu get hit, you believe that he's, quote, almost knocked out, right?
Yeah, he fell to the floor.
Okay. But in your opinion on that day, he's hit to the point that you believe that he might be knocked unconscious.
Yes, when I see someone fall to the floor after they get, I can assume that they might have fell unconscious or they might have gone dazed.
Okay, and certainly falling into the water unconscious, that would be dangerous, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And he's a big guy, isn't he? Like on that day, he was a big guy.
Yes.
All right. So when you see a man the size of Mr. Miu get punched in the face, knocked in the water, you believe potentially unconscious, He's getting his butt kicked, isn't he?
Yeah, I would say he got hit, yep.
I mean, he's getting his butt kicked, right? There's multiple people hitting him.
Objection to the term multiple.
You can agree or disagree with the characterization. It's cross-examination.
Can you give me the characterization again?
He's getting hit multiple times. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
He's getting hit, knocked on the ground, and then hit again across the face. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Right? You see on the video him getting pushed from behind, right?
I don't recall if that was on the video or not.
Okay. And my question to you was, you believe he's getting his butt kicked, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if he did anything to you. And you said no, right?
No.
You didn't do anything to him either, did you?
Correct.
One question. You agree that when he gets knocked into the ground, when he gets knocked on the ground in the water, you'd agree at that point he's surrounded by people. You'd agree with that. People have moved around him at that point, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a place to go at that point. True?
True.
Nothing else.
Mr. Smithstead?
Alex, Mr. Troffs, he'd asked you about Mr. Miu getting his butt kicked. When he stood up out of the river, did you see him bleeding anywhere?
No.
Did you see any marks anywhere?
No.
His face looked swollen at all?
Not that I recall.
In contrast, did you see other folks bleeding?
Yes.
Do you remember how many? At that point when he...
From what I remember, I saw the lady who got stabbed, the man with the stomach open, and my friend Isaac. But there was blood all over the water.
Did any of those people who were stabbed at any point have a knife in their hands?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Troffs? Thank you, Mr. Vang. You may step down. Is he excused? No. All right, please see the witness coordinator on your way out. She'll give you additional instructions. I understand lunch has arrived, so I think this will be a great place to break. Before you go downstairs, members of the jury, do not begin your deliberations over the lunch hour. You may talk with one another, but you cannot talk about the case. Do not interact with the attorneys, with the media, parties, members of the public. Do not conduct any independent research. And do not attempt to conduct any investigation. We will reconvene in 1 hour, so that'll be 12:45. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Daddy calling stuff.
No, those are...
I'm going to take my cord back.
Please be seated. Before we break for lunch, is there anything that needs to be put on the record outside the presence of the jury?
Not from the state.
No, sir.
All right.
Dude, I'm just thinking, I bet he's getting fucked with heavy in jail. He's probably in protective custody, and I bet he's still getting fucked with. Because he's looked at like a pedo / kid killer, dude. Bro, that's why he's so skinny now, probably, bro. I bet he's got his ass kicked a few times, and the deputies let it happen. Alright, I think this is the dad, maybe, that people were talking about before. Oh, maybe. No, man, he's been locked up all this time. They just put everybody in a suit like that so the jury doesn't know, so he doesn't look as guilty. Oh, man.
Sir.
My birthday.
Been locked up for what? 2 years almost?
Are you in the yellow shirt there?
I am.
So you were tubing with these folks on July 30, 2022?
Yeah, my birthday.
Was that your actual birthday?
Yes, sir.
Was tubing on the river kind of a tradition for your birthday?
It was. It was something my wife had started before she passed. So it was our 6th year going down the river.
And had you tubed on that river before?
I had, but not in years. Normally we went down the Namakagon, but due to some issues we'd had there, we changed the venue.
And while you were tubing, at some point, did something catch your or your group's attention?
Yes.
What was that?
We had come around a bend and noticed a group of teens that were calling and beckoning us to come help them. At that point, I had told my boys to stop our tubes, and I observed for a minute, and at that point I saw Mr. Miu charge their tubes and stop the tubes from progressing down the river. I saw him acting in an aggressive and drunken manner, and I just thought that it probably was going to end badly if it didn't de-escalate. I asked my 2 boys to go over there and make sure nothing happened. I never dreamed it would turn into what it did.
And what was did you have a specific fear regarding escalating, whether that was Miu or the boys, both, one or the other?
At that time, the boys were all sitting in their tubes, but the way he was acting and the way he was, he was just literally standing, the tubes had kind of wrapped around his legs, and he was stopping the tubes from going down the river. And I thought at some point, the boys at that point were still calling out for us to come help them, but I thought if those boys get off their tubes, they're going to beat the brakes off of this guy. And he's drunk and, obviously wasn't making good decisions. So we own a bar, and my boys are good at de-escalating fights and calming people down. And so I told Tony to go over there, and I told Dante to follow him. The girls were the first off their tubes and had run over there ahead of it. But it was Tony and Dante that I had asked to go over there.
And did you, at some point, did the incident turn physical?
It did, and to be honest with you, I was still across the river. The river was very rocky at that point, and I don't walk so well. But Matty had come running to me. He punched me, and the next thing I knew, I had a string of boys running at me. First my son Tony, and then Dante yelling, "Daddy, stab me!" And I just remember thinking, "Stabbed you? Stabbed you with what?" I was bewildered, and I just didn't realize what was going on until I saw AJ literally disemboweled. And at that point, it just erupted into chaos, and we tried to get the kids to the riverbank. And Dante went running upriver for help. It really it was a matter of seconds, and the whole thing had changed.
And today you used Nicolae Miu, I think you called him Miu, but fair, you didn't know his name at the time.
No, I had no idea who he was.
You didn't know the other group of tubers either?
No.
So were you kind of over by your tube still?
I was still on my tube until Maddie came running over. It was after she said that he punched me, and I started looking at her face, and then literally within seconds, the boys were coming at me, and I was trying to assess their injuries and trying to make sense of it all, in mere moments.
Did you see anything on Maddie's face of injury?
Yeah, I mean, her eye was red and swollen.
Like skin around the eye, or what do you mean?
I mean, her cheek was all puffed out. I mean, it was clear that she had been struck.
Given how far away you are, you didn't actually see any of the stabbings or the...
No, I saw Dante strike Mr. Miu, and I had yelled out, to stop, because I didn't know what was going on at that point. That was prior to knowing that he had hit Maddie, and prior to knowing that anyone had been stabbed.
Did you see where Nicolae went?
I didn't. I honestly was worried about my kids. I wasn't paying attention to where he went. I was looking at my kids, not looking upriver, not looking at what was going on. AJ's injuries were so severe, and I hate to admit it, but I was worried about my son Tony, and my son Tony was taking care of AJ, and there was nothing going to pull Tony off of AJ, and so I really was just very focused on Tony. I know I had sent Sheena and a couple others, Sheena and Janelle upriver after Dante to make sure he was okay and to try and get us some help. I knew that shortly downriver there was a sheriff's stand where they monitored the river. I just didn't know how far it was. I had actually thought it was closer than it was. And so I hoped that they were able to get a hold of the sheriff there.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Carlson? I want to ask you some questions about your birthday, okay?
Sure.
It wasn't just your birthday, it was also celebration of Madison Cohen's birthday as well, correct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Would it surprise you if Madison Cohen testified that it was a celebration of her birthday?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
I mean...
Do you know her very well?
Through my kids.
Okay.
I've gotten to know her much better since this incident.
Sure. On that day, though, fair to say, it was you and your friends, there was including you, there was like 11 of you, is that right?
I mean, I can count it for you. It was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 of us, yeah.
And the 11 of you were celebrating, correct?
Correct.
And part of that celebration involved consuming alcohol.
I get where you're going with that, but the reason we went to the Apple River, I put a limit on how much alcohol the kids could bring because we'd had a problem with drinking on the Namakagon, and I didn't want a bunch of drunken people at my birthday that year.
Sure, understood. But in the past, you...
I wasn't drinking at all, so...
Understood. A couple of things there. So you said that in the past you had trouble with people maybe in your group drinking too much when they were on the river.
Absolutely.
Okay. And when people were drinking too much on the river, in your experience, that caused problems, for lack of a better term?
Well, the group size had grown to 50, 60 people in the past, and so we wanted to keep it a small, controlled group.
And I'm asking about the previous time. I'm going to get back to July 30th, but you mentioned something about the Namakagon, so I want to ask you some about that. Make sense? That experience of yours was when... relevance in the past. It goes to his credibility about what he's saying about today and his impressions.
It was raised indirect. I'll give you a little bit of latitude to explore it.
Your experience on the Namakagon was that when people on the river tubing drink too much, it causes problems.
Yes.
Okay. So now back to July 30th. Okay. On that day, you're with your 11 people and everyone's celebrating, correct?
Okay.
Yes? I wasn't there. I'm trying to gather facts.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know what you mean by celebrating. We were quietly floating down the river until we were called upon.
Lots of different ways to celebrate, correct?
Sure.
Sometimes it's just you celebrate with your words, right?
Sure.
Sometimes people consume alcohol as part of that celebration, correct?
Absolutely.
Sounds like you weren't doing that, right?
That's correct.
But other people in your group were, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there's a photo that you have in front of you which they're actually consuming alcohol in the photo, correct?
That is correct.
Is part of that photo in order to document not only the celebration but the consumption of alcohol on that day on the river?
I don't think anyone was trying to document the consumption of alcohol.
It's just a coincidence that of the people in that photo, 4 of the people are actually consuming alcoholic beverages while the photo's taken?
Yeah, I guess I don't think it was, I don't know that there was any exact intent in that. You know, they were having fun.
Sure, and part of having fun was for them to drink alcohol, right?
I think you're putting a lot of emphasis on it when the emphasis wasn't there.
I appreciate that maybe the emphasis wasn't. I'm just trying
Bro.
to gather the fact. They were drinking alcohol, yes?
Yes, we've stated that a couple times.
Okay. Now, as you know, there's a couple of videos involving what we're here to talk about in this trial. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you seen any of the videos regarding what happened?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay. So there's some things that you've said that are maybe in the video, and so I'm trying to put things into context with you, even though you haven't seen the video, if that makes sense, okay?
Sure.
What I gather from you is you were watching, and at some point you see Nicolae Miu approach this group of 6 teenagers, is that right?
Charge, yeah.
Okay. You use the word charge. Whether there's a video on it, we'd get to decide that, correct? But that's what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as he goes towards them, he's coming from upstream, walking downstream. Is that right?
No, he would have been downstream coming upstream.
Okay. So your memory is he's coming...
He was in front of them and ran back up river at them.
Okay, that's what your memory is.
Well, that's what happened.
It may or may not have been what happened, but that's what your memory is, right?
Okay. Yes.
You would agree if we were going to rely upon your memory or the video might be more reliable?
Certainly.
Okay. At some point, you look over there, and Nicolae Miu and these 6, did you know how many there were other than you said a group?
No, they were sitting in their tubes, so I mean, I didn't take a head count.
Sure. If I told you that there's been identified 6 people in that group, would that surprise you?
No.
Sound about right?
Certainly, I would have thought there was more, honestly.
Okay. And at some point, you look over to there and you see Nicolae Miu standing in between the tubes in the direction that the tubes are trying to go downstream. That's what your testimony is?
Correct.
Okay. Can I show you what, can I have permission to approach? Yes. Showing you what I've marked as exhibit number 101. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And you see on the bottom of this, it says upstream.
Okay.
And you see up there, it says downstream.
Correct.
And there's a red circle that says G2.
Yep.
And then there's 6 red dots over here. Do you see that?
Yep.
And then there's a blue dot with an M in it, correct?
Correct.
So if I were to tell you that G2 represents your group, number 2, and that G1 represents the group of the 6 people, and the blue dot is Mr. Miu, does that make sense to you?
Yes, I would say it's a little inaccurate, but we were directly across the river, not behind them.
Okay. So I'd move this G2 up to here?
Correct.
that more accurate?
Yes.
The 6 dots over here, does that appear to be accurate? Again, you weren't documented, but does it look like what you saw?
At what point? Because during my viewing, they were all still sitting in their tubes. It wasn't until after Madison had been struck that everyone got up out of their tubes.
Okay.
And Madison was running towards me. So at that point, I really didn't see that. I was watching the kids. I had lost
I'm going to go back
view of them.
I'm going to leave this up here.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that the 6, the other group, I'm going to call them the teenagers, the 6 teenagers, they stayed in their tube until Maddie came over there?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were sitting in their tubes calling for help.
Okay. So your memory is 2 things. One is they were sitting in their tubes until Maddie came. Agreed?
Yes.
And your memory is that they were calling for help. Agreed?
Agreed.
And if the playing of that video contradicts that, would you agree your memory is wrong?
Yeah, I mean, if it contradicts it.
Everyone's memory's wrong, bro. What is going on?
What you remember is that whatever you saw, it raised concerns that you wanted to make sure that something got de-escalated, correct?
Correct.
And so as a result of that, you told your 2 sons, Dante Carlson and Anthony Carlson, to go over there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you spoke with the police about that, right?
Yes.
And what you told the police was, I was worried about that group of kids against one guy. I was worried that they were all going to gang up on him and something bad was going to happen to the old guy. Is that what you told the police?
Absolutely.
And the reason you told that to police is because that was what you were thinking. That was your actual worry, correct?
Wow. Interesting.
That was
That's
my
a
concern.
twist.
And my concern was because he wasn't walking away. He was drunk, and he was
a drunk, though.
Absolutely being aggressive to those kids. At one point, their tubes had wrapped around his legs, and he was just refusing to walk away from them, even though they were screaming for anyone on the river to help them.
Okay. Again, I appreciate that that's your memory. I want to unpack some of that. You said that it was your impression that Nicolae Miu was drunk, correct?
Yes.
And that was based upon your observation from 150 feet away for about 90 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. You don't actually know if he had consumed how much alcohol, do you?
Well, I've had a lot of experience observing drunk people.
Sure.
It certainly fit the bill.
Okay. But my question, sir, was you did not know if at all he had drank any alcohol. Agreed?
I didn't know, in fact, he had drank any alcohol.
Dude, check it out. It's really easy to look drunk while trying to walk barefooted on boulders in a river with a current. You know what I mean? Even if you haven't had anything at all to drink. So I can see him looking like he's drunk, though, trying to run through that shit and maneuver and whatever, but...
It's essentially him perhaps unsteady on his feet in the water, correct?
No.
Well, you couldn't smell him, agreed?
No.
And you didn't observe him drinking alcohol,
Right, dude, the lawyer just gave him the same out that I just did. I didn't know he was going to say that, but he said the same thing. You observed him being unsteady on his feet in a river. And he was like, no, it was more than that, apparently. What is it?
Agreed.
You couldn't hear him say anything, agreed?
Agreed.
You didn't hear him have slurred speech, agreed?
Agreed.
So whatever your conclusion was as to his drunkenness, it must have been based upon how you observed his body moving around, agreed?
It was more his behavior.
Okay. And his behavior is your observations of his body moving around, correct?
Again, it wasn't because he was unsteady on his feet. Okay. It was the way he charged at the tubes. It was just the way he carried himself.
Okay. And again, this is all based upon your memory, right?
Yes.
You gotta be drunk if you get pissed off, apparently.
So you sent the boys over there because you didn't want...
What the fuck, man?
I think as you said here, to get the brakes beat off of him.
I'm pissed off all the time when I'm not drunk.
I think we've heard different expressions here. Maybe, would that be similar to get a beat down, correct?
Yes.
Or maybe some other people call it to get beat up? Would that be the same?
That would be the same.
And I think one witness called it getting his butt kicked. Same thing?
Fair.
Those are all kind of interchangeable terms?
The same thing.
All right. That's what you were worried about, right?
Yes.
And part of that was based upon the fact that you saw that he was one man and there were these 6 teenagers, correct?
No. I just thought it was because he was drunk.
Sure. Okay. Would you have been worried about one drunk man on the river if there was one teenager standing there?
I don't know if I would have or not.
Okay. The words that you used to the police was, I was worried that they were all going to gang up on him, correct?
I was.
And the reason that you used the word gang up on him is because you were concerned he was outnumbered. Agreed?
Again, that wasn't my thought process.
Okay. You just used the word gang up even though it wasn't your thought process?
Yes.
Okay. And then
I thought he would continue to provoke them until they did something.
Okay. And this is, again, your observations from 100 feet away?
Sure.
Did you hear any words that he said?
No.
All you heard was the boys screaming for help?
Correct.
Did you hear the boys say he's a predator?
I heard him say that he's a pedophile.
Okay.
I didn't give it much credence at the time.
Okay. You had no reason to believe that, correct?
Bullshit, he didn't.
You had no basis to know why that they were screaming pedophile, correct?
No.
But you would agree that you're hearing them scream at this one man on the river pedophile, that increased your worries for that one man, correct?
Sure.
And that part of that is because when you call somebody a name that dehumanizes them, that might mean that crowd is more willing to be violent against that person they've dehumanized.
Yo.
Fair to say?
That's good.
Speculation.
Overruled.
You agree with that?
No.
So the word pedophile to you didn't have any particular concern for you?
No.
It was the same type of word as jerk or some other pejorative term?
I believe the kids were just throwing it out there, yes.
And you didn't believe the kids were speaking the truth?
I had no...
He has kids that do that shit.
What they were speaking or what they were saying. I just saw a situation and didn't want it to escalate.
And as a result of that, you sent your 2 boys over there, correct?
Correct.
And and Dante and Anthony, they're not teenagers, right?
No.
They're adults, correct?
Correct.
And you thought your 2 sons would be able to de-escalate the situation, correct?
I did.
Did you observe Dante go over there?
I did.
Did you observe Madison go over there?
I did.
And when you saw Madison go over there, did you see Nicolae Miu walk towards Madison?
No, what I saw was Madison walk between the tubes and Nicolae and tell him to move on down the river.
Okay. Can I approach you? Yes.
You're welcome to use the fresh markers in the package.
Carl, do you have a preference where I do this?
Somewhere I can see it. Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to make some drawings up on here. You can't see it.
Judge would be okay to him stand there to observe if he needs to?
If he needs, can you see there?
I think I can see it okay.
Can the jury see? Everyone on the jury see the? There is a sweet spot in this courtroom where everyone will be able to see.
Like, happy for you to tell me that, Judge.
I'm wondering where it is.
Oh, okay.
I think you'll have to push it all the way up against the wall.
Okay. All right. downstream on the top, and upstream down here?
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I use that,
And it's backwards from where I'm sitting now versus when I was then. so.
at that time you were over in this position where I had G2 before, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And then the 6 tubes were over in this direction, is that fair?
Correct.
Randomly, but does that look about right?
Yep.
And then Mr. Miu, would he be in this position?
No, he was directly in front of the tubes.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Is that what you saw?
I mean, maybe 6 to 8 feet in front of him if we're talking spatial distance, but I mean, he was indirect.
Generally that position?
Correct.
All right. And what you then saw was Madison Cohen come from this position and stand in between him and the tubes?
Correct.
So if I put an MC here, would that be correct?
Yep.
She came from over that way?
Yep.
That's what you saw?
Correct.
Okay. What did you see her do then?
She was pointing downriver and telling him to go, get the fuck out of here, go.
Okay. Did you hear her use the F word?
I did.
Okay. She was that loud?
Yeah, because he wasn't, I mean, he was just staring at her blankly at that point.
Okay. And you could see that from over here?
Yes.
And did then Dante come over there too?
I don't remember the order that everyone went over there after
Did
that.
Eventually Dante get over there?
Yes.
Did Riley Madison get over there?
Yes.
Did Anthony Carlson get over there?
Yes.
Did AJ Carlson get over there?
AJ is not Carlson.
I apologize.
Sorry.
AJ Martin?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I'd love to call him my own, but.
Appreciate that. And then Janelle, what's Janelle's last name? It starts with a D, right?
Yeah.
Call her Janelle D?
Fair enough.
Okay. And then there's a Gabby K as well?
Yeah.
All right. So
and I believe there was another, there was some of the kids' friends I didn't know, so.
Okay.
All right,
They were all in the same area around Madison?
I don't know where they were standing. I mean, they were behind and to the right of Madison.
I think some people had said they told the police that they created a wall between Nicolae Miu and the tubers. Is that what?
That's possible.
Is that what you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay, but we know we have at least, if I put a Riley Madsen, one person somewhere in this direction.
I think Riley had actually walked up and stood next to her.
Okay, so Riley could be here?
Yeah.
And then Dante's over in this area?
Again, I don't remember.
Okay, can I just, I mean, I know, I'm just trying to make sure we have enough bodies over here, right? So can you put a big D here for Dante?
Sure.
And then we have Tony's there someplace?
Yep.
AJ's there someplace?
Yeah, yep. And I think Scotty stayed back and held the tubes with me.
Scott's over here.
Yep.
Gabby K's over here somewhere?
I don't remember where Gabby was.
Okay, well, maybe just put her in the middle for now with a question mark.
Yep.
Janelle D is somewhere over there?
Yeah, again, I don't remember.
Okay, so somewhere here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people from your group walked over there? That's how you remember it?
Correct.
And then there was the 6 teenagers, correct?
Correct.
So at least as we have it drawn here, at some point, it looks like there's 6 of them, 5 of them, maybe 2 more that are standing there in Mr. Miu's space, right? Or in front of him, I should say.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were in his space, but.
In front of him. Yeah.
Sure.
Other witnesses have described Madison Cohen as being in Nicolae Miu's face. Would you agree with that?
Judge, I'm going to object to the line. I think they can just ask the witness and not what they agree with the previous testimony.
Sustained. Do you rephrase the question?
Do you agree that Madison Cohen was up in in Nick Miu's face?
I guess I wouldn't describe it like that.
If somebody else described it that way, would they be lying? Objection.
Sustained.
During this time when you're making these observations, you're still sitting in your tube over there at G2, is that right?
I think I might have stood up out of my tube by that point, but yes, I was still with the tubes.
Okay. Fair to say you did not see Mr. Miu touch Madison Cone. Agreed?
That is correct.
It was reported to you later by others, correct?
It was reported to me by Maddie.
Sure. And also by others, correct?
I don't think anybody else told me.
Well, didn't you originally tell the police in fact, do you remember speaking with investigator John Schultz? Do you remember speaking with him?
I remember speaking to an investigator at the hospital, yeah.
I told you this man over here with the badge on and the tie and the gray shirt with the folder in front of him is investigator John Schultz. Does that refresh your memory as the person you may have spoke with?
No, but I'll take your word for it.
You spoke with a police officer at the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you told the police officer she came, and I think you're referring to Maddie. She came. The next thing I know, she's like, he punched me, Quentin. He punched me. They said he slapped her, but whatever. Do you remember saying that to Mr.
I don't
Schultz?
remember saying that, but I may have. I won't argue that I didn't.
And if you did say that, it was because that was the truth. Agreed?
Agreed.
And the truth on that day was that Maddie told you he punched her, but others said they saw a slap, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see anything, correct?
I did not.
And as you sit here today, you don't know who said slap, you just know some people said slap, correct?
Correct.
And the only person that told you, excuse me, let me say that, when you spoke with the police, when you told the police that Maddie was punched, you told her that's the only person that said that was Maddie, correct?
Correct.
And then you used they as a plural to say what the other people said, correct?
Correct.
Has anyone since then told you that they observed any of that group, Riley Mattson, Dante Carlson, Tony Carlson, AJ Martin, Gabby K, or Janelle D, told you that they saw a slap and not a punch?
I don't recall that anyone has. I don't recall having a conversation. Well, then, obviously there was more severe injuries, and those were the concern. Sure. And it was clear that she had been struck. You could see the mark on her face.
You've said that before. Let me ask you some questions about that.
Sure.
Where did you see that mark on her face?
It was that her cheek was visibly swollen. There was pictures taken, and they were offered, but I don't know whatever happened to them.
Okay, and we'll get to the pictures. Let me just put that aside here for a second. Can you point on your face where it is you saw the mark on her face?
No.
Okay. You don't have a memory of that?
I remember her cheek and around her eye being swollen.
When you say you have a memory, I mean...
I don't know if it was her left or right cheek. I don't...
So do you have a memory of actually seeing it? Because when I have a memory, I see a picture there, and then I could see your face, and I could see the mark on one side or the other. You don't have that in your head right now?
She was coming at me, so I would say it would have been the left side of her face.
Okay. So,
left side.
again, it's not a quiz, but I just want to make sure that we're the same, because somebody else had said they didn't get left and right correctly. And so can you just reach your hand up and touch the left side of your face where you think you saw it? Okay. And again, for the record, you used your left hand to reach up and touch your underneath your left eye on your face, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, I apologize, but I couldn't tell from, I have a little scar under my left eye. I couldn't tell from back there if you did. It doesn't
No,
look like you
just
did.
bags under my eyes. I work nights.
Nope, sometimes we project on our own onto others, and I apologize for doing that. So what you recall is, did she point up to her left side of her face?
She came over holding it.
Okay, she came over holding the left side of her face, right?
Yep.
And when she's holding the left side of her face, I imagine she's holding the left side of her face like you did with her left hand, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. When she walked over to that group, she had things in her hands, correct?
I guess, I suppose she probably did.
Yeah, I mean, she had a phone, right?
I don't know.
She had a vape.
Again, I don't know.
And she had a White Claw. Right? If I showed you photos that said that she had those things in her hand, would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't, but okay. I can't say that I know what she had in her hand because I don't.
When she came back to you, she still had the phone, correct?
Objection, Judge, I think it said it doesn't remember.
I'm asking now when she came back. I'm asking a different time frame.
Fair enough. You can answer the question.
I still don't remember.
Okay. When she came back, did she have the can in her left hand?
Again, I don't remember what she had in her hand.
Would it refresh your memory to see a still frame of her standing by the tubes afterwards speaking? Can I show that to you?
Sure.
I'm just going to object that. We know what's in the video. He doesn't remember.
Sustained. I don't think this is a good use of our time. He doesn't remember. The photos may or may not show something different.
Would you agree if she's seen after she says that she got punched in the face on the left side of her hand and she walks over to you at G2?
Yeah.
Right? And if she's seen in the video over there holding a can in her hand with the phone in her right hand, right?
Yeah.
She's got her hands full, correct?
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I mean, if her hands are full, yes, I would agree that her hands are full.
And if her hands are
speculation on what might be.
It's a hypothetical.
Well, come on up, please. We're going to start over. So yes, sustained.
What's happening?
Judge, I want to use two different photos. I'm going to ask the first photo. I want to show 2657.
Tell us when you're ready.
I'm ready, Judge. Showing you picture 2657, and I believe the evidence is that this is at approximately 1 minute and 50 seconds into the video. Is that Madison Cohen that you see in front of you with the blonde hair?
That is correct.
And she has a drink in her left hand?
Yep.
Wait, them stew pictures in Discord, Bill. There's a food channel for you to post your food. Post it in there. We gotta see everybody's food creations in the food channel from now on, man. What are you waiting for? I know you took a picture of it. I don't know, actually. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you will next time. I don't do it enough. I don't know. I show it on here every now and then.
I want to show you slide 4235. Is that you in the yellow shirt, sir?
Yep.
And then over here, does that appear to be Madison Cohen with the blonde hair and the one-piece suit?
It's really not clear enough to say for sure, but...
The person who's got the blonde hair in the upper corner there with the one-piece suit, does it appear as if that person has something in their left hand and something in their right hand?
I couldn't say from that picture. I'm not sure that matters. She came over clutching her eye, whether it was with the back of her hand, her forearm, or the front of her hand. She came over holding her eye.
So your previous testimony when you said she had her flats of her fingers up against her eye, you're saying...
I didn't say that.
That's what you showed.
So you asked me where on the face, and I used my hand to show where on the face. I didn't say that's how she was holding her hand.
You did. I thought I did both, and if I was wrong, that's fair. So tell me now, tell the jury now, what did you see her do in relation to the place on her face where she said she was punched? What did she do?
Again, I don't remember. I just remember she was clutching her eye.
Okay.
Whether it was the front of her hand, the back of her hand, or her forearm.
Post your ramen, Ted. Post everything. Post your hot dogs.
Very quickly.
Do I need to start just posting every random meal I eat?
Able to see that she was okay. There was people stabbed, and that was my concern.
And I appreciate that. If it seems like I'm judging you, I'm not trying to give that impression. I'm just trying to gather the facts so that the jury can make their decisions. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. You'd said that there was a photo taken of this mark on her face.
You put those in a bowl.
This photo?
I did not. Her mother did.
Okay. And this is something that was told to you?
I'm serious.
Yes.
You didn't see the photo, did you?
I think I did.
Okay. Who showed you the photo?
I believe her mother showed it to me.
Okay. And when did her mother show you this photo?
We all went and had lunch after the bail hearing.
Okay.
And I believe it was that time at lunch that she showed it to me. It may have been here at the courthouse, but it was that time frame.
Okay.
They came to the bail hearing?
Are you aware that Madison Cohen
Dude,
gave her
he
phone
was
to
at the
police?
bail hearing. That's interesting. He wasn't even really a victim. I mean, maybe. And the other dude that said our team, he didn't mean our football team. He actually meant the prosecution was his team. Bro, it's a trip. They really want this dude to get locked up.
She very well may have. I mean, I'm not aware of that, but.
Is it your were you told by somebody that the police just didn't want it? Is that what you were told?
Well, it wasn't her phone, it was her mom's phone.
Your friends have probably used it, MIA.
And yes, I was told that the photo was offered up and they said they didn't need it.
The police just said, we don't need that photo in a homicide case.
I don't know how they said it.
Okay, that's fine. But that's what your testimony is.
That is my testimony.
That's what you were told by the Cohen family.
That is what I was told by her mother, yes.
Okay.
But they had a photo? They didn't show anybody? I'm confused now.
That's all. Thank you.
Man, what was all that?
Mr. Carlson, do you have a photographic memory?
Absolutely not.
Remember some details of events without remembering every detail?
I do.
Remember how you drove here today?
I do.
Remember how many lefts versus right turns you took?
Nope.
You remember some things from this incident, but not every single incident detail?
I would say that's fair to say. Some things were burned into my brain that day.
Let's see what a photo.
You said on cross that you thought Nicolae was just a drunk idiot. Remember that?
I don't believe I used the term idiot, but I think that's fair.
I might be misremembering too, so I don't mean to put words in your mouth. If you think I'm wrong, you feel free to correct me. And I think you said that your fear was he was going to keep antagonizing the boys until they did something.
From what I witnessed, yeah. I'd watched them walk away from their tubes 2 or 3 times and then reapproach them.
And your memory from your vantage point was that you could see Nicolae, Maddie, and then the tubes. So like,
I mean, I could see everything from my vantage point, but what I was focused on and paying attention to at different times varies. You know, I think I was mainly focused on Mr. Miu and watching what he was doing versus, and obviously I could see Maddie interacting with him because I was watching him. But if you asked me what the other kids were doing at that point, I couldn't tell you.
And your view is not a bird's eye view like that drawing?
Absolutely not.
So if there's parts you're walking over or standing in between parts of your view is obstructed?
Yep.
And so Attorney Nelson drew some locations of people up there. Do you actually remember that that's where those people were?
No, I mean, I remember where we were in relation to their group. We were almost in front of them when I got the boys to stop our tubes. We were on the opposite side of the river, and
I want to. So Attorney Nelson asked you which cheek was it on Maddie? You remember that line of questioning?
Yep.
I think you said a couple times you didn't remember. Then he told you about how his memory works, and then you said left.
Well, again, I didn't want to say anything that I wasn't absolutely certain about. I remember it being the left-hand side, but I didn't want to state that without being absolutely certain, and I wasn't absolutely certain that it was the left-hand side.
He asked you to pick a side, and you picked?
Correct.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
So just, again, when you say you remember it being on the left-hand side, do you have an image in your mind of Madison Cohen's face on the left-hand side having a mark? Is that what you see when you say, I remember it being on the left-hand side?
Correct.
Okay. You don't see anything else in your head other than that, right? You don't have any other memory, correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Poor question. Fair enough. I'm asking in particular about your memory regarding Madison Cohen's mark. And the only memory that you have about Madison Cohen having a mark is the memory that you've told us about it being on her left side. That's the only memory you have, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. You'd said you watched Nicolae Miu walk away 2 or 3 times, correct?
Correct.
And was that before, during, or after Madison Cohen had walked over there?
Before.
Okay. And when Nicolae Miu walked away from that group of teenagers those 2 or 3 times, did you see the teenagers just float downstream away from him?
No, because he was in front of them.
Okay. So when you said you saw him walk away, you mean he walked downstream from him?
He walked downstream. At one point he walked around the side of him and around the back. He grabbed the tubes and stopped them from behind. And then he walked again in front of them. And he had started to walk downstream from him at that point, and that's when he turned around and charged at them. And I believe when he charged at them, Madison was off the tube and on her way over there, and the boys were following.
And you'd said that you had an obstructed view, but you could still see things, certain things.
Well, I didn't say I had an obstructed view.
Okay, I thought you did, and so...
No, he asked me as they were walking over there, is it fair to say that at times it was obstructed?
Okay, so at times it was obstructed.
Correct.
One of the things that wasn't obstructed is you observed your son, Dante Carlson, hit Mr. Miu, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw Mr. Miu go down into the water, correct?
I saw him fall back onto his backside. I don't know that I'd call it going down in the water. The water was very shallow at that point.
Sure, the water was flowing over the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's still the river, correct?
Yeah.
How deep the water is, he went into the water.
Yeah, it was probably 10 inches deep at that point.
Okay, he went into those 10 inches of water, agreed?
Yes.
And when you saw Dante hit him and he go down into those 10 inches of the water, that's when you yelled stop, correct?
Correct.
And your son didn't stop, did he?
I don't know that I can say whether he stopped or not at that point.
Did you see your son, Dante Carlson, hit Nick Miu when he was down in that 10 inches of water?
I did not.
Did you see AJ Martin come up from behind Nick Miu and push him when Nick Miu was sitting in that 10 inches of water?
I did not.
Did you see your son Dante Carlson swing and hit Nick Miu in the front while AJ's pushing him from the back?
I don't know if AJ was pushing him from the back when Dante struck him or not. I did see Dante strike him from the front. I was unaware of the situation at that point. Didn't know why Dante had struck him. It was very out of character for Dante to hit someone, so I immediately yelled stop.
Because you were worried?
Because I didn't want it to escalate. That was the whole point of sending him over there, so that hopefully it wouldn't escalate.
But it had escalated, right?
It had.
They escalated.
You wanted it to stop, correct?
Absolutely.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. You may step down. Is he released?
They definitely came over and helped people get
Is he under
stabbed.
your subpoena?
They blew it up.
Court subpoena, if I,
That's why they're.
I can tell the court at the end of it.
That's why they're invested in him being guilty, because that takes the guilt off of their conscience.
Sit in the hallway. All right.
So you're free to leave. You may be asked to come back on a different day. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. While we're in between witnesses, I'd like to have the illustration marked as an exhibit. So let's get a number assigned.
I think it would be 102, Judge.
Okay, 102.
Move for the admission of exhibit 102.
Okay, and that'll be admitted for illustrative purposes only.
Judge, are we talking about the handwritten diagram or the printed diagram?
The handwritten diagram.
I marked exhibit 101 and I did not offer it because I didn't have a basis to offer it.
All right, who is the next witness?
Dante Carlson.
Gotta pull Simon's food up. He didn't eat any dinner.
Mr. Carlson, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Dante Carlson.
And Dante, do you work?
I do.
What do you do?
I am a cook.
And how old are you?
I am 21.
How old were you on July 30, 2022?
I was 20 years old.
And on that day, were you tubing on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
With your dad and some other people?
Yes.
Were you consuming alcohol?
Yes, I was.
Do you know how much you had?
A Budweiser, a White Claw. I think I had just opened a Truly when this all started.
And at some point, did something catch your attention as you were tubing down the river?
Yes, we heard screams for help.
And did you, what happened next?
My dad told us to post up and then wait, and then he told us to go over and see what was going on.
Did he say to try to de-escalate?
No, he didn't say de-escalate. He just asked us to figure out what was going on.
And did you go over there?
Yes.
And could you hear the teenagers yelling?
Yes.
Do you remember what they were yelling?
At first it was help, then it was cheering, and then they were calling him names.
And did you try to ask Nicolae what was going on?
Yes.
Did he answer you?
No.
Were you telling him to leave also?
Yes.
At some point, did you see, did it change from verbal to physical?
Yes.
And can you describe what you remember about, like, what you were doing, what you saw?
I had asked Nicolae Miu what was going on, what's going on. He didn't answer me, so I turned to the kids group and I went, what's going on? And they shouted, he's looking for little girls. And I'm like, he's looking for little girls? Confused. And then I went again to turn back and get his side of the story, and that's when he punched Madison in the face.
Did you, what do you remember next after that?
I punched him.
Can we, actually, let me get it ready first. So did you punch him in response to him hitting Madison?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start on slide 2553. I'm going to go through these and ask you some questions. I'm ready. And
Try clearing it out and starting again.
I'll try to.
Plugged in?
Yeah. My screen flashed. There we go. And so we're on 2553. Did you ever see Nicolae with a knife in his hand?
No.
Obviously, at the time, you didn't know Nicolae or the teenagers?
No.
I'm scrolling to the right. So is that you?
Yes.
In 2557?
Yes.
So you're standing right to the right of
Madison and Riley.
I'm going to keep going. So 2661, is that where you're hitting him in response?
Yes.
Who's that in the yellow shorts just on the right?
That would be AJ Martin.
And then the last he was on the camera, he was walking over?
Yes.
Is that you? Is that you
Yes.
again? Okay. You didn't notice the knife there either? Okay, I'm going to just show you 3 frames here. 2744, 2745, 4 frames. 746, 2747. Does that look like you're hitting him again there?
Could be.
How many times do you remember hitting him?
I remember punching him, and then I believe I may have smacked him twice.
Continuing to go through. And now, where you are on this, I'm paused at 2781. You're off. You'd be off to the right of the screen here.
Yes.
And at 2828, who's that?
That would be my brother, Tony.
Who's that in the back on the top left?
Oh, that's Riley.
And I'm on frame 2880. Have you seen this video?
Yes.
Can you hear Tony yelling anything at this point in the video?
Yes.
I'll ask it a different way. I'll withdraw the question. If you recall, is Tony yelling anything at you at this part?
Yes.
What was
I believe he was yelling at us to stop.
And so he's facing you at this point in the video?
Yes, I believe so.
stopped at 2939. Now I want to play the video so we have audio. You can mute the screen or block the screen. After you saw Nicolae strike Maddie, did you yell something about it?
Yes.
Do you remember what you yelled?
You never hit a woman.
All right, I'm ready. I'm at 156 in the video. Do you hear you saying that in that portion of the video?
I do.
And now I stopped at 157. I'm going to keep going forward. So Riley, now we see I'm at 202. Riley clutching her side. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember if you saw that at the time or not?
I do not remember.
But it was after, when she's seen with an injury on the video, it was after you yelled.
You don't hit a woman.
Did you do an interview with law enforcement?
Yes.
Well, actually, let me back up. So, at some point, are you stabbed?
Yes.
And what do you remember of, actually just, what do you remember in your mind, not from the video, about what happened after, well, I guess first let me ask, do you remember Tony telling you to back up or get back?
I remember him pushing me away from the commotion.
Okay. And what do you remember after that?
I was pushed away, and then I heard screaming going on behind me, so I had turned around, and then I was looking at Nick, and he was standing maybe 6 feet in front of me. He just walked towards me and stabbed me.
And what do you recall happening after that?
I went to my dad.
Did you see what Nicolae did after that?
No.
Do you have a memory of the sequence of when people were stabbed?
At first I thought it was Riley, me, Isaac, AJ, and then my brother, but as video has shown, that wasn't the order.
So when you were interviewed by law enforcement, were you trying to remember and tell them what happened?
I believe that's the order I had used. I can't exactly say. I was...
Were you in the hospital when you were interviewed?
Yeah.
It was the same day of the stabbings?
I think I was at the hospital for maybe 2 minutes before I was interviewed.
So after the scene, how'd you get to the hospital? Were you rushed away in an ambulance?
I remember leaning up against the cop car, and then coming to, I was in an ambulance. And then the next thing I know, I was on the highway being put into, I think, a helicopter.
And sometime shortly after you got to the hospital is when you were interviewed?
Yeah.
And did you tell law enforcement that you saw that it was Riley who got hit by Nicolae?
I could have.
You don't remember what you said in your interview?
Not by heart.
Where were you stabbed?
In my lower abdomen, I guess, my lower chest area.
Can you stand up and just point?
Right here. I mean, I can show you if you want.
Are you comfortable showing you do have a scar?
Yeah.
It shows the exact spot?
Oh yeah, we like scars.
That looks like a little bit off to the center, to the left, right below your rib cage?
Right below my rib cage, yeah.
Got lucky. We got lucky, man. He was going for hearts.
31. Showing when it's been marked as Exhibit 31.
Actually, I think he was just going for get the fuck away from me.
Can you identify what that is?
That is my stab wound, I think 2 days after I got home from the hospital.
Permission to publish.
Any objection to 31?
No objection to publication.
Received.
You just do that one more.
Are you drunk, Ted? Is everybody fucking drunk tonight?
I have to turn it on.
I'm not digging it. You've seen the video, is that right?
Yes.
Do you see yourself get stabbed in the video?
No.
And Dante, if your medical records say that your BAC was the .119, does that seem probably about in the ballpark?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have anything. How tall are you and what do you weigh?
6 foot and 185.
That's pretty big, dude.
I think 4 or 5 more questions. Did you know if Nicolae was alone or in a group?
I didn't know.
Did he ever say he had a group upstream that you heard?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone threaten Nicolae before you saw the strike on Maddie?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Your testimony was that you had 2 beers prior to walking over there with the Truly in your hand?
Yeah.
And I would imagine you didn't consume really any of the Truly then, correct?
Correct.
So your testimony to the jury is the extent of the alcohol that you drank that day was 2 beers, correct?
But I was asked, yes.
I'm asking you now under oath, is that truthful testimony?
I had 2 beers, yes.
Okay. In the medical evidence, the medical chemical evidence is that your blood alcohol level was 0.119, correct?
Yes.
Do you understand that it would take a lot more than 2 beers to get to a 0.119 blood alcohol concentration?
I would.
Do you have any explanation how you can reconcile your oath, your under oath testimony that you only had 2 beers and the medical evidence that your blood alcohol concentration was 0.119?
Yes, I had some hard liquor as well.
Okay, so when you were asked questions about how much you had to drink, you chose to only say...
I was asked how many beers I had.
Okay. Okay, and so unless somebody asks you specifically an exact question, you're not going to just volunteer information that's hurtful to you, correct?
No, I was not asked the question, so I didn't answer. I figured he was going to ask it next, but...
You know, and it's been 21 months now?
Yeah.
And over those 21 months, you spoke with law enforcement numerous times?
Yes.
You spoke with the district attorney's office numerous times?
Wow.
Yes. You spoke with victim witness people numerous times?
Yes.
And you were just waiting for somebody to ask you that perfect question?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Were you just waiting for somebody to ask you that perfect question?
Same.
Sustained. You made your point.
The photo, have you seen the photo of the 10 of you guys on the river that day?
Yes.
And in that photo, you're drinking a beer, correct?
I don't know.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit, oh, nope, you're not. Is it 26C, do you see that, correct?
Yep.
You're not drinking a beer, I had that wrong, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's other people drinking beers, correct?
Yes.
All right.
It should be 26A, that's what we call the other one.
That's all right, I couldn't read it. 26A, not 26C. The hard liquor that you were drinking, what was that consumed in?
It was off on a riverbed shortly before we got to where the incident happened. There were shots of butterscotch schnapps out of skis.
Okay, and so you had consumed those just prior to this, right?
Yeah.
Out of what? Skis.
Perfect. Thank you. To show you what's been marked as exhibit number 25A, can you see that from where you're standing?
Yes.
You see here that there's a position here that says hideaway bar. You see that?
Yes.
And then you see this here is incident location, correct?
Yep.
And from the start until you got off the river, you had 2 beers, correct?
Yes.
And then you had hard alcohol as well, correct?
Yes.
All of that hard alcohol you say was consumed at the hideaway bar?
I don't know if it was the hideaway bar. It was a point where people could camp and they offered us shots as we were riding down.
Okay. Do you know of any other place on the river where you can buy shots at a bar other than there?
It was a campsite.
Okay. And so who offered you these shots?
I don't know.
Okay. A stranger offered you those shots?
Yes.
How many shots was it? 10?
No, like 2.
2 shots?
Yes.
So your testimony is that you had 4 alcoholic drinks that day, correct?
Yes.
Do you think 4 alcoholic drinks for a man who's 6 foot tall, 185 pounds, over the course of numerous hours would get your blood alcohol level to 0.119?
I'm not a scientist.
What was the objection?
Foundation, yeah, it's a foundation to calculate it on the BAC.
Sustained.
Did you think you were intoxicated?
No.
The alcohol test that you took at the hospital, that was hours after the incident, correct?
I do not know when it was administered.
Did you have any alcohol after the incident?
No.
Do you know if your alcohol rate goes up or down after you've consumed alcohol?
I would assume it would go up.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you some things
You didn't
about
understand
what
the question.
dad told you, okay?
Over time it goes down.
You said, first off, did your dad
It was higher. You're right, man. It was way
did you
higher.
hear him say, go over there and make sure they don't attack that guy?
That's his name.
Your dad didn't say that?
Not that I had heard.
Okay. If he told the jury that, would he be lying?
Objection, Judge. Sustained.
We approach, Judge?
Yes.
His hair is triggering me, dude. Vidal Sassoon. I soak my hair in it. That's my secret. I get the oil, the VO5 oil. And I soak it. I soak it all night. I put it in a plastic bag. I sleep with it. Yeah, it stinks in the morning, but I like it.
I'll move on, Judge.
I like the way it smells.
What you heard your dad say was go over there to try to figure out what's going on, correct?
Yeah.
That's what you understood your task was, correct?
Yeah.
And because at the time when you were over at the tubes, you didn't know what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And the best way to figure out what's going on is to ask questions and gather information, correct?
Correct.
And once you gather in that information, then you can make more decisions, correct?
Everybody say goodnight to Bubba. He needs some,
Police
he needs
that
some
you went
good
over there
vibes.
because you were acting as a good Samaritan. Is that right?
He's begging for some attention.
So you recall, what did you observe before you walked over there?
Him hanging around her tubes, grabbing onto the tubes, them screaming for help.
Okay. You've watched the video?
Yes.
You've listened to the video?
Yes.
Fair to say that there's no time on the recording in which it can be heard that those 6 teenagers are screaming for help. Agreed?
On the video, yeah.
Okay. So it's your testimony that sometime prior to that video, they were screaming for help?
Yes.
Were you shown the video that happened 2 seconds before that in which the teenagers are yelling at Nicolae Miu and calling him a raper?
Yes.
Were you shown that video?
Yeah, I believe I was.
Okay. And on that video, did you hear them screaming for help?
No.
So it's your testimony that prior to them calling this grown man a raper, they were screaming for help on the river?
Yes.
And after they'd screamed for help...
Yo, fucking Bob's acting like Bubba's on the payroll or something. See you in the next stream. You better be here or you're fired. Huh? Yeah.
Decided they're going to call him back from when he's walking away and call him a raper. That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see Nicolae Miu walking away upstream from them and hear them call him a raper?
I didn't hear them call him a raper.
Did you see Nicolae Miu walking away from them upstream?
Towards the bridge or away from the bridge? Or are they going with the current, against the current?
Sure.
What do you mean by upstream?
Give me a second. So over to your right there is a diagram we drew with your dad, which has been marked as exhibit number 102. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see on the top of that it says downstream?
Yeah.
And on the bottom it says upstream.
Yep.
I believe downstream would also be the position of the bridge, 3564 bridge. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And as your dad described it, G2 would be your group, group 2. Make sense?
Yeah.
And then the 6 black circles, just for our conversation, would be the teenagers. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Did you see, just before, at some time, did you see Nicolae Miu walking away from those tubes upstream, away from the boys?
No.
You didn't see that?
No, I saw him walking downstream.
Okay. What you heard when he was walking downstream, is that when you say the boys were screaming for help?
Yes.
So was this sometime prior to the video in your memory?
It could have been right before they started recording.
Okay. Because I just want to make sure we're established. You agree that they don't scream for help anywhere on that 3-minute and 23-second recording. Agreed?
Agreed, as far as I've seen.
Yes. And you agree that in the video just before that, which was started 11 seconds before, lasted 9 seconds, in which they call him raper, they don't scream for help in that video, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that when you watched that video, he was walking away from them upstream, correct?
Yeah.
So what I understand your testimony to be is sometime prior to these two videos, they had screamed for help. That's what you're saying?
Yes. And then, or in between the ending of that one video and that 3-second interval, they could have screamed for help there too.
Okay, so you think that they maybe paused or stopped the recording in order to scream for help, and then they started recording it then and just didn't say help at all?
Could have.
Could have, sure. All right. But the other scenario is that you heard this scream for help prior to the raper video, right?
Could have.
And if that was the case, you would agree that in the raper video where they're calling him raper, he's walking away from them upstream, correct?
It would look like that.
Yes. Okay. So you're going over there in order to gather information, right?
Yes.
And leading the charge from your group is Madison Cohen. Agreed?
Agreed.
And when Madison Cohen goes over to that group, you see Nicolae Miu walk towards Madison Cohen. Agreed?
Sure.
Yes?
Yeah.
And as he does that, the teenager's tubes are free to go downstream. Agreed?
Agreed.
Yes?
But yes.
When you see Nicolae Miu walk away from the teenagers, clearing a path for them downstream, what do you see the teenagers doing?
I wasn't paying attention to them. I was paying attention to Nicolae.
Okay. Did you gesture to the teenagers to float downriver? We've got this guy now?
Like I said, I wasn't paying attention to them. I was paying attention to Nicolae.
Okay. Did you encourage the teenagers to leave at that point?
No.
Why not?
I was just there to figure out what was going on.
Okay. And so when you got there to try to figure out what's going on, did you hear Madison Cohen immediately say to Nicolae Miu, go, get your fucking ass, go, something along those lines?
Yes.
Fair to say Madison Cohen wasn't asking questions, agreed?
Agreed.
Fair to say Madison Cohen was giving orders, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And she gave it in a loud, strong voice, correct?
Yes.
And when Madison Cohen was occupying Mr. Miu, telling him what to do, what were the teenagers doing?
I do not know.
Did you in any way gesture to the teenagers to continue on downriver?
Once again, I was not paying attention to them. I was paying attention to Nick.
Okay, but weren't these the group of people that you said you were going there to help?
Yes.
Weren't you concerned about their well-being?
Yes.
And so you didn't pay attention at all to the group that you went over there to help?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered twice.
Did you, I'll rephrase, did you pay attention at all to this group of people that you would, okay.
I did pay attention to the kids. I did not tell them to leave. I did not tell them to stay.
Okay, so what were they doing when you and Madison
standing by their tubes?
Hold on, I'm going to call a timeout here. Because everything is being written down by the court reporter. We have to have question completed before you start your answer. Please let the witness finish his answer before you start the next question. There's a lot of overlapping talk.
Dante, I get a little into a rhythm and I might have cut you off, so I apologize.
Same here.
We'll both, all right. I want to talk about other things that you may have observed in that interaction there initially with Mr. Miu, okay?
Okay.
Did you see, you said you're looking for an explanation. When Mr. Miu walked over to you and Madison, did you see Mr. Miu gesture to that other group?
Not like that, but I did see him like turn around and point at them, but he didn't say anything. All he did was sit and point.
Okay. There was a time, you watched the video, right?
Yes.
And at about 1 minute and 7 seconds into the video, you say, it doesn't matter to Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that the reason you would say it doesn't matter to Mr. Miu is Mr. Miu is giving you some sort of explanation, correct?
No, he was pointing at the kids.
Okay.
And I said it doesn't matter, they're just kids.
All right. So your purpose was to go over there to get information. information.
Yes.
And he gave you information in a nonverbal manner, right?
We can call it that.
What else would we call it?
A gesture.
Okay. And when he gave you that information with the gesture, did you listen or did you tell him it doesn't matter?
I told him it doesn't matter.
Okay. So when you initially said you were going over there to gather information, maybe that's not really what you were doing?
Maybe not from him, but from the kids.
Okay. So you weren't really interested in his side of it?
Not really.
Okay. And is part of that because they had called him names?
No, it's because they asked for help. I went to go see what
They
the
didn't
people
ask for
doing
help.
were wanting.
Okay. And if you perhaps misheard that and they weren't actually calling for help, maybe that's how this got off on the wrong foot?
Oh.
Maybe, but I'm pretty sure they were screaming help.
Okay.
What? You're pretty sure? What? They just said, you just admitted that they weren't
heard them
screaming for help.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And was the cheering in response to you and Madison walking over?
Yes.
Would you agree that a group of 6 teenagers cheering doesn't sound like a group that needs help?
No, it sounds like a group that got what they wanted.
Okay.
Some people to come over and help them.
Okay. When you heard them cheering, did you hear them laughing?
No.
Did you hear them giggling?
No.
Did you hear them cackling?
No.
Did you hear them use the expression, for the culture, repeatedly?
I did not. I just heard, woo.
Okay.
That was pretty much all I heard from them.
When you heard the term woo, you took that as the cheering, correct?
Yes.
Certainly doesn't sound, woo and asking for help are very different things, right?
Yeah.
At some point, did you observe Mr. Miu turn his back on you and Madison?
To face the kids again, yes.
Did you see him turn his back on basically you and the kids and look downstream?
No.
You never saw that?
Not that I can recall.
Fair to say you saw him walk over to you and Madison and the path downstream was clear for quite some time, correct?
Yes.
During that, would you agree that it's probably clear for upwards of 60 seconds?
Yeah.
During that 60 seconds, did you ever take the time to tell the teenagers who were cheering that they could just leave and go down the river?
No.
Did you ever gesture to them to say, move along?
Objection asked and answered like 10 minutes ago, I think.
I think this is the 60-second entire time, Judge. And once I do, then it's...
Let's wrap it up.
I do not.
Wait for his, he's going to ask a question.
My bad.
You can go.
I do not remember gesturing to them.
Okay. Why not?
I wasn't focused on them at that time.
Even though they were the ones calling for help?
Yes.
You were focused on the man that they were calling a pedophile?
Yes.
And I imagine when you heard that, that made, I think as you told the police, that made you mad, right?
No, I was confused.
Okay. And when you were confused, did you stop and gather more information?
I tried to.
Okay. What did you do?
I asked, what do you mean by that? Because they said that he was looking after little girls. I went, he's looking after little girls? What do you mean?
And did they respond?
No, they did not.
Did you hear the group say in response to your question, yeah, he's looking for little girls, we got it on tape, something along those lines?
That sounds like their answer, yeah.
And when you heard that, did you believe that to be true?
I didn't know what to believe.
Were you upset at Mr. Miu?
No.
Did you hear them call him a pedophile?
No, I did not hear it. At least not that I remember.
Fair to say you're not a fan of pedophiles?
I mean, who is?
Agreed. And if you did understand him to be a pedophile, you would think less of him in that position, correct?
Understandably, yes.
Yeah. You would think he's got less right to be in the space that he's occupying, correct?
Especially with children, yes.
And you didn't, there were no little girls around, were there?
No.
And the children that you referred to, it's like this group of 17-year-olds, correct?
Yes.
Group of 17-year-old football players who are pretty fit and tall. Agreed?
I wasn't looking at their statures or builds. They looked like children to me, so I had assumed they were children.
They look like children. He's barely older than them.
17-year-old, somebody that's a children?
I would say between at least under 18, but they looked 13 to 17 to me.
Okay, that's what your position was.
They look 13? Who? Okay. Oh, what? Well, they didn't.
You made some statements to the police, correct?
Yes.
You made some statements about the observations that you made on that day on the river, right?
Yes.
And the statements that you made to the police were that same day in the hospital, agreed?
Agreed.
And they were statements that you made about your friends that you were there on the river with, correct?
Yes.
You were on the river with Riley Madison, correct?
Yes.
She's a friend of yours from high school?
Middle school.
So you've known Riley Madison for years and years, correct?
Yes.
And you were on the river with Madison Cohen, correct?
Yes.
Same thing, a friend that you'd known since middle school, correct?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So somebody that, you know, and Madison's clearly got blonde hair, right?
Yeah.
And Riley's clearly got a brunette or a different color hair than blonde, right? Very different?
Yeah.
Their body shapes are different?
Yeah.
Their personalities are different?
Yeah.
You can distinguish between the two of them, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. And what you told the police, on on July 30th, they were asking you about what happened, is that right?
Yes.
And you told them, I thought he had hit my friend Riley and I automatically reacted. That's what you told them?
Yes.
You used the name Riley, correct?
Yes.
Then you also said to them, me and Riley were standing right next to each other and he got up close to Riley and Riley pushed him away and he did a swift motion towards her, correct?
Yes.
And the her you're referring to that sentence is the only name that you used, which was Riley, correct?
Yes.
When asked again about it, you told the police, I don't know if Riley pushed him or something. I didn't see that. All I saw was him make a motion towards her, and I saw her fall down, so I reacted and hit him. You said those words?
Yes.
And the name that you used in that situation was Riley?
Yes.
And the description that you gave in that situation is you saw him, Mr. Miu, make a motion, correct?
Yes.
And that as a result of that motion, you said you saw Riley fall down, correct?
Yes.
And then in response to that, the officer asked you, can you describe Riley to me? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said she is a brunette, skinny, has tattoos down her arm, correct?
Yes.
And that, fair to say, accurately describes Riley Madison, correct?
Yes.
Madison Cohen is not a brunette, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't use, again, I apologize to, you wouldn't necessarily use the same description of Madison's body as you used when describing Riley, correct?
Correct.
And you also said the person had tattoos down her arm, correct?
Yes.
That accurately describes Riley, not Madison, correct?
Yes.
That's what you told the police on that day, correct?
Yes.
And then lastly, you told them later in that same interview, I think it was Riley who went like that, but I'm not 100% sure. And then all I saw was the swift motion. Riley fell to the ground. I hit him. He fell. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
So again, the fourth time, you described it as something happening to Riley, correct?
Correct.
And in each of those 4 times, you never used the word punch. Agreed?
Agreed.
Each of those times, you used the words swift motion, correct?
Yes.
That's what you described that you saw on that day about this, correct?
Yes.
Now today, 21 months later, you're saying something different. Agreed?
Agreed.
Now today, you're saying it's not that you saw Riley, not that you saw a swift motion go to Riley, but that you saw Madison get punched. That's your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
In those 21 months, from the first story to the new story, you've talked to Madison Cohen?
Not really, but yes.
You've talked to Riley Madison?
A little, yes.
You've talked to others in the group?
My family, yes.
You've talked to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And since you've talked to all those people, you now have a new story, correct?
I have a better recollection of when that happened, if that's what you're asking.
That's
yes.
so weird that happens.
The fact that you were at a .19 on that day, you now have a better recollection today than you did on that day. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, they also questioned me when I was on pain pills from the hospital.
Okay. I thought your testimony was that they came there and saw you within 2 minutes of your arriving.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And so in those 2 minutes, you'd consume those pain pills and it's your position?
Whatever they gave me on that helicopter.
Okay.
What? They gave you pain pills on the helicopter?
You had said, going back to your statement to the police, I just want to dial in on one of the things.
Maybe.
The last
Probably,
time
I
you
guess.
spoke, you said, I think it was Riley who went like that, but I'm not 100% sure. I want to ask you about that sentence, okay?
Probably, man.
There's a video of you making that verbal statement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And in that video, it shows you move your hand kind of like this. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had both of your hands up in a manner in which someone would push out towards another person, correct?
Or push away from.
Sure. They were extending their hands, which were close to their body, to push outward towards what's ever in front of them, correct?
Yes.
That's what you demonstrated when you said, I think Riley went like that.
Yes.
Can you just show us that demonstration now? Okay. And you were able to show us that demonstration because that's what you remember as you sit here today. Riley did that, correct?
Yes.
And in response to Riley doing that, that's when you saw the swift motion.
No. I remember it differently now, but
after talking to other people, you remember it differently. But the thing
after thinking about it for the last 21 months and seeing it every night, yeah.
But what you absolutely know, because you said it then and you say it now, is you remember just before Nicolae Miu getting punched by you, you saw Riley Madison push her hands out towards him, correct?
Yes.
That's for sure, correct? Had you seen Riley Madison get up in Mr. Miu's face?
No.
Had you seen Madison Cohen get up in Mr. Miu's face?
Not up in the face, but she was talking to him face to face, yes.
Would you be heard others say it's in his personal space? Would you agree with that?
In his bubble, yeah.
She's right there in his bubble, correct?
Like, not in his face, but like talking to him like a normal distance would be.
Okay. But you use the term in his face. You'd agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. I want to ask you about what you did to Nicolae Miu, okay?
Okay.
You said you saw a swift motion and you reacted and punched him, correct?
Yes.
You laid him out, correct?
I guess.
Well, those are the words that you used when the police asked you to describe what you did to him. You said, I laid him out, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that when you used the term, I laid him out, you said it with a sense of pride.
I guess.
I mean, you were proud of laying this man out in response to what you observed regarding the swift motion, correct?
No, I was proud of defending a woman.
Okay. And so I want to get into that, right? And so what you understand is you're defending a woman, correct?
Yes.
Which woman?
Madison.
Okay. And the woman that you say you're defending, she fell to the ground.
I believed at the time she did, yeah.
Okay. And you believed that because that was your memory?
Yes.
And you say that now, I believed it at the time because you know that the video shows she didn't fall down, correct?
Correct.
So what we know is your memory is wrong, at least in regards to that, correct?
Yes.
So there's times that your memory is wrong about what happened that day, correct?
I guess, yes.
There could be many explanations for why it's wrong, correct?
Yes.
Just the human memory is not perfect, agreed?
Agreed.
Because he was lying and didn't know they were filming.
Intoxicated.
A little.
0.119, right?
Yeah.
You're over the legal limit, correct?
Yeah.
You would agree that that might have impacted your ability to accurately perceive things?
I guess, yes.
That might have impacted your ability to accurately recall things?
I guess, yes.
Another thing that might have affected your memory is perhaps the stress and the trauma of everything that happened afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Another thing is that you could just be intentionally telling an untruth. That's possible too, correct?
No.
That's not possible?
No.
Okay.
Let's take a recess.
Dude, did you
We'll come
see
back in
his
15
eyes
minutes.
shift really fast right when he asked that? He shifted down and to the right instantly when he asked that.
That you could just be intentionally telling an untruth. That's possible too, correct?
No.
That's not possible?
No.
Okay.
They weren't moving like that any other time, really.
Yes.
See, they're calm. What was that a light? Was that a light
A
tell?
little.
0.119, right?
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're over the legal limit, correct?
Yeah.
You would agree that that might have impacted your
Because he was
ability to
thinking.
accurately perceive things?
I guess, yes.
That might have impacted your ability to accurately recall things?
I guess, yes.
Another thing that might have affected your memory is perhaps the stress and the trauma of everything that happened afterwards, correct?
Yes.
See, the eye movement is
Another thing
different
is
with
that
those.
you could just be intentionally telling an untruth. That's possible too, correct?
No.
That's not possible?
No.
Okay.
Let's take a
Different
recess.
eye
We'll come back
movement
in
with that
15
question
minutes.
than the other ones.
Please take the
The other
jury out.
ones were truth.
Oh, shit.
That's his light tell. His eye kind of like jittered a little bit. Jitterbug. I did a jitterbug. I Is that it? Oh, he comes back. Hold up.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking hurt.
Mr. Nelson.
I'm not doing that again. What have I done?
Mr. Carlson, I want to ask you about, going to get into what you've done in response to what you saw, but I want to go back just a little bit.
Okay.
Your testimony today is you saw Madison Cohen get punched. I'm just putting us all in that same space.
Yes.
Describe this punch.
It came from his left side. I would say it was a pretty fast, swift motion like that.
Okay, so are you right now going on a memory that you have in your head of what you remember
Yes.
seeing? And what you've just shown us is you used your left arm to move forward in what I would describe a jabbing motion. Would that be fair?
I used my right arm.
You used your right arm. Okay. Did you see Nicolae Miu use his right hand?
Yes.
And so your testimony to the jury is Nicolae Miu punched Madison Cohen with his right hand.
Yes.
And trying to use words, the best thing is I've heard it described as a hook. I saw you do something different. Can you just show us again what it is you saw?
It was like, it started from his side and it went out like that.
Okay. kind of straight forward, so his hands in front of him, down at his side?
Down at his side, and then it, like, I guess you could say it was like a hook, but it wasn't. It was like a jab.
It came down and it went up. Agreed?
Agreed.
And it came from his body position outwards towards the other person, correct?
Correct.
And it seems like, as my arm's kind of in my body plane, you see that?
Yes.
It stays essentially within the body plane, is what you're saying?
No, it was kind of off to the right.
It went like this?
Kind of. It was... as it went up, it curved to the right.
Okay. So, again, trying to use words.
I don't know the correct words to use to describe it.
We'll sort through it. Seems like you're saying basically not a full hook, not a full jab, something in between.
Yes.
Okay. But it's clearly with his right hand, correct?
Yes.
You aware that prior to that, what you say happened at about 150 in the video? Is that about right? Do you remember watching the video and it's around the 150 mark?
Sure.
Sound about right?
Yeah.
And do you know that in the video you can observe Mr. Miu standing in front of Riley and Madison with the knife in his right hand?
Yes.
So it's with the hand that's holding the knife that he punches her?
Yes.
And where does this punch that you say he hits her with the hand with the knife, where does that land on her?
The left side of her face.
Okay. On the left side of her face?
Yes.
Okay. And okay. Looked to be a forceful punch?
Yes.
More than just like a little tap?
Yes.
Like a full-grown man punching a woman square in the face, correct?
Yes.
And it must have punched her, I think you indicated up like on her eye level, is that right?
I would say so, yes.
Like, and so it would have been near her left eye?
On her cheekbone is, I guess, would probably be the best place to put it. Around this area.
Okay. Around, and when you just said around this area, it was your hand, I think, went
I'm sorry, like the cheekbone.
Sure. Just under where your glasses protect your face, correct? Correct. You have on a pair of, would you agree, rather small eyeglasses, correct?
Yes.
And on that day, Madison Cohen had some oversized sunglasses on, correct?
Yes.
And so the area that you're pointing to on her face would have been covered by those oversized sunglasses, correct?
I wouldn't say covered, but sure.
Sure. So this grown man holding a knife in his hand reaches out and punches her in the eye where her sunglasses are, correct?
Her cheekbone, but yeah.
Okay. Right near her sunglasses, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that her sunglasses are in perfect condition?
Objection, assuming facts on evidence.
Sustained.
I'm asking if he's aware of that.
No.
I think that's
No, definitely.
Okay.
Sustained.
Do you know the condition of her eyeglasses?
No.
Would you expect a woman standing in front of a man with oversized eyeglasses that got punched in the manner that you did, would you expect her glasses to be bent, broken, disturbed in some manner?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When you're standing there and you see this, you must have been ready to respond right away.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you said you hit him immediately, correct?
Yes.
So there wasn't any time for you to type of assess anything, you just hit him right away, correct?
After I saw him punch her, yes.
So you saw it and had to have your body like process what happened, and then you moved into action, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't as if you saw it happening and at the same time you started swinging, correct?
You
weren't violent until you saw this, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw this violence, it must have surprised you.
Yes.
It must have shocked you.
Yes.
It must have taken you a moment to assess what are you going to do, correct?
No.
You just, after you made that observation, you then moved your body, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that your moving that body from making that observation would have taken you a second or two?
Sure.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You agree that when you saw this, well, let me say this. So why you punched him, you said, in defense of her. Is that what you said?
Yes.
What were you feeling at that time?
Anger, I guess.
Okay. And the anger was at Nicolae Miu, correct?
Yes.
You've, fair to say, never described to anybody, even today, that your feeling was of fear, correct?
I would say, yeah.
You agree, you've never described your feelings on that day as to why you punched him was you punched him out of fear?
Correct.
Because you weren't fearful, you were angry.
Yes. Yes, he hit my friend.
Sure. And so you hit him in response to hitting her because you were angry, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't because you believed her safety was in danger, right? You agree?
I don't know. I reacted in case it was.
Sure. And you reacted by hitting him, not tending to your friend, correct?
Yes.
After you hit him once, he fell in the water, correct?
Yes.
And as he fell in the water, you moved to get over him, correct?
Yes.
You moved to position yourself in a way that you could strike him a second time, correct?
Yes.
And you moved to position yourself to set yourself up for that second strike to be with your right hand, correct?
Yes.
That was your dominant hand, correct?
Yes.
You wanted to make sure the force that you hit upon him was the most dominant force you could use, and that would be with your right hand.
I wouldn't say I did it purposely. I just think my body naturally went to the right side.
Okay. To set yourself up to hit him a second time, correct?
Yes.
Clearly, when he's down in the water on his back, Maddie's safe, right?
Yes.
She's not in any danger, agreed? You agree?
For now, yeah.
In that moment, she's not in any danger, agreed?
Agreed.
And you're not in any danger, agreed? He's down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
You're not in any danger. You agree?
I would say, yeah, sure.
Okay. You would agree that you and Maddie and the 11 other people there are not in danger when Nicolae Miu is down on the ground in the water after you hit him. Agreed?
I wouldn't say agree to that.
Okay.
He was still a danger.
Okay. He was a danger while he was on his back in the water, surrounded by you and your friends.
Yes.
And because you believe, that's what you believed at that time?
Yes.
And you believe that because of the one time you saw him hit your friend, correct?
Yes.
So you observed one act and you thought he's still a danger even if he's down and in the water, correct?
Yes.
That's what you were fearful at that time. Or were you still angry?
I believe it was a little bit of both.
Okay. So when you punched him the first time, it wasn't out of fear. You weren't afraid until he was down in the water.
Yes.
But when he's down in the water, you're fearful and angry, and then you hit him, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with your right hand so that you can make sure you hit him with enough force, correct?
I wasn't making sure to hit him with enough force, but my body just naturally positioned itself to the right side.
Okay. And after you hit him the second time, you saw your friend Anthony Martin come up behind Mr. Miu, right?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Are you aware that that happened?
Yes.
Now that you watched the tape, you understand that Anthony Martin was coming up behind him, correct?
Yes. I was also being pushed away at the same time, though.
Who was being pushed away?
I was.
Okay. You were being pushed away at the same time. Let me just make sure. While Anthony Martin is pushing Nicolae Miu down from back,
yes,
you're being pushed away by somebody else.
I believe I was, yes.
And that somebody else was your brother.
I think that was a couple of seconds later, but yes.
Who pushed you away?
I don't know. They pushed me from behind.
Okay. Well, let me show you some of the, let me just. Can I have the screen? I'm showing you slide 2699. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see, is that Nicolae Miu in the water?
Yes.
Do you see a shadow of an arm across Nicolae Miu's chest?
Yes.
Is that the shadow of your arm?
I would believe so, yes.
And then I'm going to move forward here. And that's us, those slides up to 2707, that's your right hand hitting him across his chin, side of his face, ear, head. Agreed?
Agreed.
And then in response to that, Nick Miu head goes back to touch the water again, correct?
Yes.
And then as we watch here on the video, Anthony Martin is coming up behind, is that right?
Yes.
And we see 2 feet in front of Nicolae Miu, is that correct?
Yes.
Those are your feet, correct?
Yes.
You're standing in front of him, correct?
Yes.
And you're at this time preparing to hit him for a third time, correct?
I believe so.
And that 2745, that's your hand or your elbow forearm that we see in the upper left portion of that frame, correct?
Yes.
And then here, this is your right shin, your right leg, is that correct?
That looks like the top of his head, but I would say it's...
Go back a couple, maybe it's...
Oh, yes.
This guy should be charged, man.
Agreed, nobody standing behind you here that we're aware of at least?
Yes.
And then you swing through and we see through the middle there, your hand at 2747 hitting Nick Miu again in the front of his head somewhere, correct?
Yes.
And while you're hitting him in the front, A.J. Martin is pushing him down from behind, correct?
Yes.
That's the third time that you've hit him, correct?
Yes.
You're hitting him out of anger. Agreed?
Yes.
You're not hitting him in defense of anybody there, right?
False. I was.
You believe that at that point you feared for your safety?
No, I feared for everyone else's safety. I didn't fear. Okay, you're getting me confused.
All right, well, let's take a step back. I'll ask it again, okay? Tell me in this photo when you're hitting him the third time, whose safety do you fear for?
My friends.
Okay. Which friends in particular?
Madison, AJ, Tony, Riley, Janelle, Scotty, my father, Sheena.
Okay. So let's go through that list. Do you know where Madison is there?
No.
Do you know where Riley is there?
No.
Do you know where your brother Tony is there?
I believe he was walking up right behind AJ.
Okay. You know where AJ is, correct?
Yes.
AJ's behind Nicolae Miu, pushing him down from behind, agreed?
Agreed.
But in that situation, you were worried for AJ's safety?
Yes.
And as a result of your fear for AJ's safety, that's why you hit Nick Miu a third time, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that amount of force was necessary?
Yes.
Do you think that's reasonable?
I did.
You did in that time?
Yes.
And you did in that time because of the escalated nature of everything that was going on there. Everybody was just fearful around there, correct?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you about that, because you say you're in fear, but when you hit him the first time, you had a beer in your left hand, right?
Yes.
And when you hit him the second time, you still had the beer in your left hand, right?
Yes.
And when you hit him the third time, you still had a beer in your hand, correct?
Yes.
Have you heard the expression, hold my beer?
Yes.
And is that basically like, I'm going to go do something, you should hold this, I'm going to need two hands, correct?
Yes.
In this situation, you didn't even ask somebody to hold your beer, right?
I didn't have time to.
You were confident enough that you could do this while holding your beer.
No, I wasn't confident in it at all.
Okay. So why did you keep the beer in your hand?
I was just holding it.
Okay, that's I want to ask you some questions about your confidence level as the time passed, right?
Okay.
Before he, as you say, made a swift motion towards a person which you now say is Madison, were you afraid?
I wouldn't say it was fear, more as confusion.
Okay, so up until that moment, you had no fear, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine at some point, you knew what the numbers were, correct? You knew that there were 6 people in the original group, correct?
Yes.
And that you and Madison went over there originally, correct?
Yes.
So that makes 8, agreed?
Agreed.
And then Riley Madison joined, that makes 9. Yes?
Yes.
And then Gabby and Janelle were standing around there, correct?
Yes.
Makes 10 and 11, agreed?
Yes.
And then Anthony, your brother Anthony Carlson joined in, correct?
Yes.
That makes 12?
Yes.
And then AJ Martin joined in, that makes 13, correct?
Yes.
13 against 1, correct?
Yes.
Imagine you were feeling pretty confident then, correct?
No.
Didn't feel confident?
No.
Were you afraid?
In a way, yes.
And we're to believe that in that situation, that's fair. I'll withdraw. You said, while this was going on, your brother was telling you to stop, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did he tell you to stop before you hit him the second time?
No.
Did he tell you to stop before you hit him the third time?
I don't think so.
I didn't catch that.
I said I don't think so.
Okay. So your brother was telling you to stop, though, correct?
I think he was just talking to everyone in general.
Okay, but at that point, when you heard him say stop, you had hit Mr. Miu 2 or 3 times, correct?
Correct.
And you'd said your brother Tony came up and started to push you away, correct?
Yes.
So at the time that he's pushing you away, he's also yelling stop.
Yes.
Fair to say he's telling you to stop and he's pushing you away because you're giving a beat down to an old man?
I couldn't say what he was doing.
Okay.
Or what he was thinking.
All you know is you heard stop and you heard him try to push you away, correct?
Yes.
Had your brother not told you to stop and pushed you away, would you have kept beating on him?
No.
You were just, all your anger had gone out?
Yes.
It took 3 hits to get all your anger out?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
You got him to say it was out of anger. You just try not to say that. You want to say it was out of fear.
Show me what's been marked as exhibit number 103. This is a drawing somewhat similar to that. Does it at least over here make sense to you? Do you see the G1 and the G2 in the different groups?
Yep.
Do you see the red dots?
Yes.
Do you see the initials inside the red dots?
Yes.
Do you see the one blue dot?
Yes.
And then over on the left, you see a frame number and a time, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree at about 1:39 in the video and frame 2:38.7 that that's a rough approximation of where the 13 people and Mr. Miu are on the river?
I guess it would be a good estimation.
You agree?
Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 104, do you see the same kind of configuration? People are a little bit different, but the same general idea?
Yes.
And you see in the upper left-hand corner, it's frame 2592 at time 1:49.
Yes.
And same 13 red dots and 1 blue dot. Agreed?
Yes.
And agree, again, that this accurately represents the approximate position of the 13 people and Mr. Miu on the river.
Approximately, yeah.
Move for the admission of exhibit 103 and 104.
Any objection? I assume this is for illustrative purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, they're both received then.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Judge, I just, for accuracy, one of the red dots depicting the group of the 6 teenagers has the initials LM. was correctly told that the initial should be W. I apologize. I just want to make sure that the record reflects that.
Let's turn on the document examiner.
This is Exhibit 103, frame 2387 at 139. And then showing Exhibit 104, which is frame 2592 at 149. Can I also just publish in the old-fashioned way so we can move on? Can I
Just, hand it to one of the jurors and they can pass it along.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. I'm going to start out kind of on this subject here. So I'm looking at 104, and I'm just going to try to create part. More or less kind of what's on 104. All right. Can we get the monitor? I'm on frame 2592. Yes. No, you got it right. Okay. So here, I don't know if the jury can see this board. Can y'all see that? So at 2592, Riley and Madison are standing in front of Nicolae, right? Kind of like the drawing?
Yes.
I'm gonna go forward. Nope, I'm on the wrong one. I gotta go back a little further.
Hell, man.
Can we have the screen? On 2546, I think on cross you talked about Riley having her hands up like that.
Yes.
Do you know if this is what you're talking about, if it was something else?
I think it was when I had punched him.
Okay. I'm going to scroll forward. So that's you, kind of like the drawing.
Yep.
And Riley and Madison are shoulder to shoulder, like the drawing defense showed. Okay, I'm going to keep going forward.
Why are the chicks in his face? The kids are all riled up. Having a great time. A lot of them look scared.
Now, in this frame, 2659, it's more like that. Agree? Where you're shoulder to shoulder with Riley facing Nicolae and Madison's behind.
Yeah, but I think those are opposite, the stance on that.
What's that?
So I think it's just like Riley and me were like crisscross.
You're on the right of Riley in that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In my drawing, DC is on the right, Riley, RM is on the left. Right?
Well, if you're sitting this way, it's up.
Oh, you're kind of looking at it backwards? Over your shoulder?
Yeah.
You want me to turn it a little bit?
Oh, I see what you meant now.
Kind of matches the...
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was MU at the bottom.
Oh, gotcha. So, and you were asked on cross if when Miu punched Madison, you told law enforcement, you said it was Riley then, that she fell back, fell down. You remember that? If she got hit, she testified she got knocked back like that. And if you're...
Objection. Sustained.
If you just saw the beginning of her going back, and then you respond, would you have seen what happened behind your back?
No.
defense asked you on cross, essentially the line of questioning about help's not audible in the video. Do you recall that? You can't hear somebody saying help in the video.
Yes.
Defense gave you, there must be two options, and the defense asked you about one option being they said help before the videos started. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then they asked you, and then you said another possibility is it was in the seconds between the two videos. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is another option that you just can't hear it in the video over other yelling?
Maybe.
Do you know which one it is?
I do not.
You just know you heard them yelling for help?
Yes.
And did you tell the officer multiple times that you didn't see, that you were looking away and didn't see exactly what happened until you turned back and that's when you saw the strike?
Yes.
And then defense asked you about alcohol. So you would have been on your 5th drink, as far as you remember, how many drinks you had on the river?
Yes.
Do you know if a drink is 0.02 per drink, 0.03? Do you have any idea?
No.
Okay. So you testified on cross, you were responding to, when you hit Nicolae, you were responding to him hitting Madison. Remember that?
Yes.
And up until you saw him hit Madison, was there any, did you see any punching or pushing?
Not really pushing, but like...
Touching?
Yeah.
And in response to the punch, you punched, is that right?
Yes.
And then 2 open hand slaps, strikes?
Yes.
Did you pull out a weapon?
No.
Knife, gun?
No.
Put him in a chokehold?
No.
Did you, he was down on the ground, did you kick him?
No.
Did people pile on top of him?
No.
So defense asked you about 13-on-1. As far as you remember, and from everything you've seen in the video, was it 13-on-1 or you hitting him and AJ doing a push? So 2.
Yeah, I would say that's fair. I didn't really see anyone hit him or try to go after him.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
You agree that there were 13 people standing there in the position that we showed on Exhibits 103 and 104, correct?
Yes.
You were one of those people, correct?
Yes.
You were ready, willing, and able to use violence, correct?
Yes.
And you did, correct?
Yes.
AJ did too, correct?
I wouldn't categorize a push as violence, but...
If you're pushing somebody down while their friend smacks them across the front of the face, would you think that's violent?
Yes.
Fair to say that Madison Cohen was standing there in a position that may have been ready, willing, and able to be violent?
I don't think so.
She'd already pushed him and pulled him and screamed in his face, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't really gracious with him, was she? You wouldn't characterize that, would you?
No.
She's screaming in his face, correct?
She's screaming at him, yes.
And same with Riley Mattison, same thing, correct? Ready, willing, and able?
Objection on speculation.
Sustained.
Did she appear to you to be in a position that she was ready, willing, based upon her gestures, and capable?
Same objection.
To cause
Wait,
violence?
no, sorry, there's an objection. Sustained.
I believe you said, and I want to give you a chance because I couldn't understand it on redirect. Did I understand correctly that you said you were not in a position to say whether she fell or didn't fall? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Originally, you told the police she fell, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell the police something that you knew was wrong?
Because at the time I had remembered it differently.
Okay, so at that time when you said that, you had a memory in your mind that she'd fallen, correct?
Yes.
And since that time, your memory has changed, correct?
Yes.
And that's changed based upon conversations that you've had with friends?
No.
Based upon your watching the video?
No.
Just on your own, your mind said it wasn't the way I originally saw it, correct?
Yes.
And it's just coincidental that your change is helpful to the state's case?
No.
You had said that when you were asking about this help, right? Remember they were asking about, you heard help, but it wasn't on the recording.
Yes.
I just want to touch this briefly, right? On the exhibit, can I publish 103? Yes. So I'm just going to put a sticker here because I want to ask you about a different time, but I just want to use the G2 and the G1. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So there was a time when you were over in that position where the circle is G2, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you said you heard the teenagers yelling for help, correct?
Yes.
It was when you were over there by that position, correct?
Yes.
At that point, the phone would have been with Jawan Cockfield over here by G2, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree, let me ask this, all of the people in Jawan Cockfield's group were closer to the phone than you were, correct?
Yes.
So if any of those people, including Jawan Cockfield, had have yelled help, that voice would have been closer to the phone to pick it up than it would have been to your human ear, which was farther away, correct?
Yes.
Could be that you're just wrong.
No.
You for sure heard it.
Yes.
Even though it's not on the recording, which was right by the voice.
Yes.
And you're as confident as that as you are in all of your other testimony.
Yes.
Even if we didn't see it on video, you're still confident that it was a punch.
Yes.
Nothing else. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. You may step down. Is he released? No. Right. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll give you instructions. Who's the next witness?
We'll call Landon Wire. Landon? W?
The oath. Keep going. All the way into the well. There you go. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Smestad.
Always state your name for the record, please.
Landon Wire.
How do you spell your last name?
W-E-Y-E-R.
How old are you?
19.
What do you do for a living?
I play football at UMD and go to school there, but I'm in the process of transferring right now.
By UMD, do you mean University of Minnesota Duluth?
Yeah.
For a living, buddy.
Where do you live when you're not a student up in Duluth?
Stillwater, Minnesota.
Do you live at home with your parents?
Yep.
Were you familiar with a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yep.
How did you know Isaac?
We were friends since I was like 7th grade.
You described your relationship as close?
Yes.
Do you recall the day of July 30th, 2022?
Yes.
Were you with Isaac that day?
Yes.
Were you with him on the river when he was killed?
Yes.
Were you part of the group that had met at Stillwater High School and rode over with Alex Bang's vehicle to River's Edge to rent tubes?
Yes.
Were you with the group the whole day?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got on the river? About what time?
I do not.
Were your tubes tied together?
Yes.
Did that create one big raft?
Yes.
Were you all sitting on the tubes?
Yes.
As you were going down the river?
Yes.
Did you have any alcohol to drink?
Yes.
What did you personally have to drink?
A couple beers and maybe a couple shots.
What kind of shots did you drink?
Tito's.
Is that a vodka?
Yes.
Did you have any use any other substances?
We also smoked.
When you say you smoked, is that referring to marijuana?
Yes.
Did you see Isaac Schuman using any marijuana that day?
I don't remember.
At some point, let me ask you this. Despite the alcohol you drank and the marijuana you used, do you have a recollection or a memory of what happened that day?
Yes.
At some point, as you were going down the river, did you have contact with the defendant, Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you know whereabouts that was on the river?
Towards the end.
Do you remember any landmarks being in the area?
Not really.
Had you ever been on the river before that day?
Yes.
When you first saw Mr. Miu, what did he appear to be doing?
He was standing in short water with the goggles and a snorkel.
All right. Did you ask him or anybody in your group ask him what he was doing?
Said something along the lines of, yeah, what are you doing?
Okay. Did he answer? Did you hear him answer, I guess?
Not right away because we were too far away.
All right. As you got closer to him, did he say what he was doing?
He mentioned something about little girls.
Okay. Do you know how close you were to him when he said that?
Not necessarily, no.
All right. At some point, did Jawan Cockfield call him some names?
Yes.
Are you aware that Jawan Cockfield had been recording what happened?
At the time, not necessarily, no.
All right. Have you seen that video since this happened back in 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to play the first portion of the video and I have some questions about it.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Landon, do you recall this moment on the river back in 2022?
Yes.
What is Mr. Miu doing in that portion of the video we just watched?
Looks like he's about to reach over me and stop to grab our tubes.
Are those your legs in the video where we're stopped? And I guess the timestamp is 4 seconds. 4 seconds.
It's like a female's foot.
Are you sitting next to Jawan?
Yes.
Dude's got women feet.
Does Mr. Miu come running up to where you are sitting on the tubes?
Yes.
Does he grab at the area where your legs are?
Yes.
Did he physically touch your legs?
Direction leading.
Sustained. Did Mr. Miu make any kind of contact with anybody on the tubes?
I believe when he was reaching over, he touched me a little bit.
All right. We're going to continue the video from 04. We stopped at 12 second mark. That portion of the video, what do you do when he comes up and grabs onto the area where your legs are?
I was just scared, just got up.
Did you bail out of your tube?
Yeah.
Did you have some concerns about what he was doing when he came up and reached towards you?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I was scared.
Did he say anything as he came running up to you?
I don't remember.
All right. Did he give you any kind of explanation for why he was grabbing at your legs?
No.
Did you have any adults with you in your group?
No.
Everybody in your group 17 at the time?
Yes.
After he grabbed onto your tubes, did you see what he did next? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
All right. At some point, did he take several steps away from your group?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you say anything to him as he was interacting with you originally?
I don't necessarily remember.
Can you keep your voice up, please?
I don't remember.
All right. You know whether you called him any names?
I mean, I might have said that he was a pedophile or something like that.
Did you swear at him at all?
No.
Did you threaten him?
No.
At some point, did another group on the river come over to see what the heck was going on?
Yes.
Did you know any of those people?
No.
Were they older than you, if you know?
I didn't know, but they appeared to be adults.
And what did you see happen when the adults came over?
They had been saying the same thing we were saying, telling him to leave us alone and go away.
Right, and did you ever see him leave?
No.
At some point, do you recall laughing at him?
Yes.
Why were you laughing at him?
Once more people came, I felt a little bit more comfortable and with adults being around, so I felt more comfortable.
Did you ever hear Isaac Schuman say anything to Mr. Miu that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
All right. Did you ever see, I'll strike that. When the other group came over to check to see what's going on, do you remember the gender of the folks that came over initially?
Both boys and girls.
All right. At some point, did you see the girls having an argument with Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of that?
Yes, I remember she was telling him to leave us alone and go away.
All right. Do you recall where you were standing at the time they were having that conversation with him?
I was standing in front of him next to Jawan in the video.
Do you have an idea of how far away you were?
Probably feet away.
All right. At some point, did you see Mr. Miu react physically to these women that are yelling at him?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
I saw him strike her.
Okay, which one did he strike, if you remember?
She had blonde hair. She was standing right in front of him.
Okay, did you know him at all? Or know her at all?
I did not know.
Did you see which hand he hit her with?
Not necessarily, no. I think it was his right hand.
All right. Did you see whether it was a closed fist or a open palm?
I did not.
Did you see whether he had a knife in his hand at the time that happened?
No.
All right. After he punched the blonde woman, what happened next? What did you see happen next?
I saw him get punched after, and then I saw people stabbed.
All right. When Mr. Miu got punched, did he go down in the water?
Yes.
Did you or any of your guys jump on him, hit him, kick him while he was in the water?
No.
How many people did you see actually hit Mr. Miu when he was in the water?
I only saw him get hit when the first initial strike.
All right. At some point, did he get up out of the water?
Yes.
Did you notice at that point if he had a knife in his hand or not?
No.
Eventually, did you realize that there were some people? Did you see some injured people eventually?
Yes.
Do you know how they got injured?
The first thing I saw was someone holding their stomach. That's the first thing I saw.
Did that cause you concern?
Yeah, that was very traumatizing.
Did you flee the area?
I was standing there for a while, and then I ended up going further away next to the tubes.
All right. We're going to to show you a still frame from the video, Juan's video, and I'm going to ask you to some questions about it. All right. This video, do you see two people?
Yes.
One in the foreground, one in the background?
Yeah.
Which one? Is one of them you?
Yes, I'm in the background.
All right. Can you estimate how many feet you are away from the person in the foreground?
Sorry, what?
How far away are you from the person that's in the blue shorts there?
I'd say maybe 10 feet.
All right. We're going to scroll through from, that was 2596. I'd like to, pardon me. We're going to try to scroll through from 2891, and I'll ask you some questions about those pictures too. We're starting at 2891. You can stop it there. We're at 2926. Landon, do you see Mr. Miu in this frame? Or at least his arm?
Yes.
Do you see if he's holding anything in his hand?
Looks like there could be a knife in his hand there.
Had you moved from your previous position that was shown in 2891 where you were standing?
I don't remember.
All right, you remember rushing up towards him or doing anything like that?
No.
Did you ever lay a hand on him?
No.
Did he ever lay a hand on you, other than when he grabbed onto your tubes?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you ever get close enough to him where he could have done that?
Yes.
At least in this video, this part of the video, you were, I think by your estimate, about 10 feet away. Is that right?
Yeah.
At some point, did you realize that Isaac had been stabbed?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I believe Jawan screamed out his name, and I looked and saw.
Were you with Jawan by the tubes later on in the video? You heard Jawan call out?
Yes.
Did you go to where Isaac was?
Eventually, yes.
Did you see that he was wounded?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw a cut in his chest.
Did you or other folks in your group try to assist him?
Yes. Jawan and Owen. Owen has hands on the wound, and Alex was holding him up.
All right, did you eventually move him over to the shore?
Yes, that was on the shore when they were doing that.
At some point, did some other folks stop to help you guys?
Yes.
Did they provide care to him, medical care?
Yes.
I'm going to back up here a little bit. Prior to Mr. Miu punching the blonde lady, did you see anybody strike him in any fashion?
No.
Did you see, let me ask you this, did you have a knife that day?
No.
Did you ever see anybody within your group with a knife that day?
No.
Did you see a knife on anybody that was involved in this incident?
No, not until I saw that people were stabbed. I never saw anybody have a knife.
Did you see where Mr. Miu went after he was done stabbing folks?
No.
At some point, was Isaac taken off the river by medical personnel?
Yes.
Did you go with him, follow him?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Was Isaac first taken up to the road near the bridge?
Yes.
Did you speak to any police officers while you were still near the river? Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember, no.
Was Isaac taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you go to the hospital with him?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to a police officer at the hospital?
Yes.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes.
What you saw?
Yes.
Do you still remember the face of the person who did this?
Yes.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out? See what he's wearing?
Yes.
Can you say what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit, blue suit with gray pants.
Nothing further.
Mr. Trofsky?
So, Mr. Ryder, you are, I want to make sure I got this right. 2 of the 6 of you that were there that day are now college football players. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cockfield plays college football, and so do you?
Yes.
Okay. And what position do you play, sir?
Safety.
Okay. And how big are you?
5'11", 187 pounds.
And you indicated on direct examination that you had been consuming alcohol that day, is that right?
Yes.
And you had been using marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked by officers questions about your drinking and how much you believe you had to drink, is that right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you were asked that by officers in comparison to what Isaac had been drinking that day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you had said that, in your opinion, Isaac was the least drunk person out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you believe, in your own mind, that you were more intoxicated than Isaac, right?
I believe that Isaac seemed to be composed. That's why I said that he seemed to.
So to answer my question, do you believe that you were more intoxicated than Isaac?
I don't know.
Do you think you had drank about the same as he drank?
I don't know. I wasn't keeping track.
Okay. Now, you just testified on direct examination that I'm going to talk to you about the first contact you have with Mr. Miu. Okay. That first contact, you testified that he's standing in shallow water, right? Mm-hmm. And you guys are asking him questions?
We were saying something along the lines of, why is he standing in shallow water with snorkels on? What is he doing? Yes.
And your answer was, today, he told us that he was something about little girls, right?
Yes.
You also never mentioned that to the police, do you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not you told the police that this gentleman was looking for little girls? You don't have any recollection of whether you told them that?
I believe I said that, but I don't remember.
So you believe under oath today that you did tell someone that?
Object, Your Honor. He says he doesn't remember. Overruled. Let's clean it up.
I don't remember. I thought I said it to the cop at the hospital.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, sir.
I thought I said it to the cop at the hospital, but I do not remember.
If I told you what you said to the cop at the hospital wasn't that he was looking for little girls, but rather, I can't even tell you what he was saying.
He said something about little girls, but I couldn't recite exactly what he said.
You'd agree that's not what you tell the police. What you tell the police is, he was saying stuff, I can't tell you what he was saying. Right? That's what you tell the police, though. Right?
That's what it says.
What a joke,
You
dude.
here, let me ask you this. Mr. Cockfield acknowledged that your group was antagonizing Mr. Miu. Would you agree with that?
Object, Your Honor, to do so on other witness testimony. Sustained.
Do you believe your group was antagonizing Mr. Miu?
I believe that we said things to him.
Well, we all know you said things to him. Did you say things to him to antagonize him?
I don't know.
Calling him a raper and a pedophile and a predator. You would say those are things to antagonize someone, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge,
He's
by
blinking.
himself, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this, and you see that he's a little bit older and a little bit out of
Blinking
shape,
his
right?
ass off.
Yes.
Okay. And your group, you've already said, has at least future college football players in it. And you were scared at that point?
I was a 17-year-old kid. I was scared.
So the answer is you were scared?
Yes.
Okay. And you were scared of what physically could happen?
Yes, at the time he was much bigger than me.
Okay. And we've heard on the tape that someone says, you've got 10 seconds. Do you recall saying that?
I don't know.
Calling him a raper and a pedophile and a predator. You would say those are things to antagonize someone, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, he's by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this, and you see that he's a little bit older and a little bit out of shape, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your group, you've already said, has at least future college football players in it. And you're scared at that point?
I was a 17-year-old kid. I was scared.
So the answer is you were scared?
Yes.
Okay. And you were scared of what physically could happen?
Yes, at the time he was much bigger than me.
And we've heard on the tape that someone says, you've got 10 seconds. Do you recall saying that?
I do not.
Do you recall someone in your group saying,
I do not.
You've got 10 seconds?
I do not.
Okay. So I think you told the police that once Mr. Miu comes over, you'd agree he comes over to your tubes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that he had a snorkel in his mouth at one point?
I don't know. I just remember he had one.
Okay. And he then walks around your tubes. Is that true?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Do you remember him leaving your tube, where your tubes were, and walking what would be downstream a little bit? You remember that?
I do not remember that.
Do you remember him turning his back to your group? You remember that?
I remember that.
Do you remember your people in your group approaching Mr. Miu?
I do not.
Can I ask you, what do you remember about that? About that particular part of the incident? Do you remember anything about it?
I do.
Okay. So after he walks around your tubes, what do you remember?
I remember that we walked away and then people came to us and then we were standing in front of him and I'm standing by my tubes. We're all standing by our tubes in front of Miu and people were talking to him.
So I want to make sure I understand it. You said you walked away, or you said he walked away initially?
I was by my tubes.
Okay. So you don't remember him walking away from your tubes?
I do not.
You don't remember him turning his back to you?
I do not. I do not.
You remember the blonde person, the blonde woman come over though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Miu walking over to her? Remember that?
I do not.
I'm going to object to the comments that are coming from the defense table. You're obviously getting...
Hold on. Please, gentlemen, it's late in the day. We're tired. I just want to have a clean Q&A. Please keep the side conversations, the table talk to yourself. That's where I'm going to end it.
So, Mr. Wire, I'm going to show you, we're going to start this at 51 seconds, okay? And I'm going to stop it and just see if that maybe that does anything in terms of helping you remember anything, okay?
Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that?
So you see Mr. Miu walking away from your group, moving over toward the blonde person, the woman, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, are you still scared?
When more people, adults start to come, I felt a little bit more secure.
Okay. You agree that when he walks over toward the blonde, you guys can pass on by, right?
Yes.
Don't you want to get away from it?
Yes.
So passing on by would be a way to get away from it, yes?
Yes.
But you don't. Your group stays, right?
We stayed there, yes.
Yeah, and you stay, right, because you see this woman coming over and she's giving it to him, isn't she? She's yelling at him.
She's telling him to leave.
Right, she's telling him to leave, but you agree you just could have left, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said this. You're becoming, as the numbers increase, your fear level is decreasing, right?
Because they were adults and I was a kid, yes.
So the answer is the more people that show up, the less fearful you're.
They were drinking. They were acting like
Your confidence
adults.
is rising as well.
Your Honor, the relevance. I don't understand the question.
Sustained.
Your confidence in the situation, in terms of what's going on, you're becoming more confident in your position there, right?
Same objection.
Sustained. Come on up if you have questions.
Oh, okay, Judge. That's all right. Thank you. Do you feel safer with more people around?
I felt safer with the adults around, yes.
Okay. And with the adults around, does your behavior to Mr. Miu change?
Yes.
It becomes more taunting, right?
Becomes less fearful.
Okay, well, do you show signs that you're becoming less fearful?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that by taunting him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this? There's a point where your group is kind of around him. You're all pointing at him in his face, calling him a predator, right? You remember that?
I remember that people had called him that, yes.
And that happens after these other people come over, right?
Yes.
Okay. So once you see, and tell me if I'm right, there's about 4 or 5 people initially that come over, right?
I do not remember how many people came over.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you. So I just want to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 105, and we can show you. Can you tell me, is there a picture next to the diagram there?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And in that picture, can you tell the jury if you recognize, what do you see there?
I see Nicolae. I see Isaac. And I think that's Ryan.
Ryan Nelson?
In those swim shorts, I think that is. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Is it fair to say those are some of the guys that you're, minus Mr. Miu, some of the guys that you're with, right?
Yeah, that's tubes as well.
Okay. And your tube, there's pictures of your tubes there, some of them?
Yes.
Okay. To the right of that, you would see where it says G1 and then there's a G2. See that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I tell you that the blue M stands for Mr. Miu, and these initials are the people in your group, okay?
Okay.
Do you think that that is, in this particular picture, a fair estimate of where people are? For example, Mr. Schuman's in front of Mr. Miu, Mr. Nelson is over to the side, like you mentioned. Is that a fair and accurate representation?
It seems roughly correct, yes.
Okay. And so I guess I would move 105.
The objection?
Well, I know the objection, Your Honor, and I'm looking at it.
What's the objection?
Ryan Nelson's listed twice. It's not accurate.
So the objection is foundation?
Foundation, it's not the evidence.
Officer, do you want to clean it up with him?
I will, Judge. So, Mr. Meyer, in terms of making sure I have it right, Mr. Nelson was labeled twice. What wasn't labeled on there, if you can take a look at it, we've changed it. You were with a gentleman by the name of Owen Pelican, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's now written in there. He wasn't written in there before, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, with the change of changing Ryan Nelson twice to now adding Mr. Pelican, does that appear to be a fair and accurate representation?
If LM is me, yes. My last name starts with a W, though.
Understood. And I'm getting your name wrong, so. But otherwise, it's a fair and accurate representation.
Objection? Received. What was the number again?
I'm sorry, exhibit is 105. Judge.
105?
So, Mr. Meyer, at one point where, and you, I guess I'll ask it this way. You hear the blonde, her name is Madison Cohen, she comes over and she's, you describe her as being in Mr. Miu's face, right?
She was standing by me in front of him. She was standing in front of his face, yes.
Right. You use the description in his face, yes?
If that's what I said.
Okay. And to you, does in his face mean she's kind of in his personal space?
Just means in his face, face to face.
And during the time that Ms. Cohen's doing this, Mr. Miu's not reacting in any type of violent or aggressive way, right?
He's standing in front of her, not doing what she's asking him to do.
In a non-violent, aggressive way.
Yes.
And when you guys surround him and start calling him predator and pedophile, what's the purpose of that?
He said something about little girls, so with him being a grown man, he said something about little girls, so that had us feeling like he was a predator.
So you felt like he kind of deserved it, right?
I felt like we were saying that because of what he said.
Was that captured on video by chance?
I don't believe so.
So, other than your statement today, there's no other recording or written documentation of that happening, right?
No.
And as you see Madison Cohen and the other woman, Riley Martin, as you see them in his face or in front of him, as you described, I'm going to bring up 2611. Tell me if that's you.
Tell us when you're ready.
Ready? Oh, yes, ready. That's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, if you remember, moments before Madison
He's
Cohen.
bigger than me. This dude's got a fucking 8-pack.
I saw her get punched, yeah.
No.
And I'm going to run you from 2611.
He said he was bigger than him.
And move it forward. But before I do that, I want to ask you this.
He's fatter?
That's Joanne Cockfield holding the camera, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You look like you're looking at him. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall, are you guys like looking at each other laughing about just what's happening?
I don't necessarily know what we were laughing about or looking at each other, just looking at each other.
Okay. You're not sure why you're laughing, though, right? That's what you said?
For the specific reason, no.
Okay. All right. You're not, is it fair to say at this point you are not looking at Mr. Miu or Ms. Cohen? True?
Yes.
That's true?
Yes.
Okay. Use that. Now, if I told you right there, the group moves forward, and there's been information that that's the point where Mr. Miu strikes Ms. Cohen. Would that be fair? Would you recognize that as that's the timing?
I don't know. I can't see.
Okay. Well, we'll play it a little more. Right now, you see Mr. Miu going down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe the woman who's in the front here with holding the alcoholic beverage, she's the one that gets hit? Yes? The other person?
I can't remember. I was behind her, so I just knew she had blonde hair.
You were behind her, and you were looking at Joanne Cockfield, right?
I was looking at Joanne before he struck her.
Okay. What I want to know is, can you say whether or not that blonde woman in this picture is the person that you saw get struck?
I would think that's her if that's the only girl with blonde hair that was in it talking to him right before.
Well, there's another woman in the picture as well. See her leg there?
Yes.
Tattoo on it?
She had blonde hair as well?
You can't ask me questions, but what I can do is just say whether or not you can pick out which one of those two people was struck.
I can't. I don't know which one it was.
Okay. Do you know how she was struck?
Just remember him striking her. I don't exactly know how.
Which hand?
I don't remember. I believe it was the right.
Okay. And do you know where on her body she was struck?
Her face.
Okay. There's been various demonstrations as to how that happened, meaning what type of punch it was. How would you describe it?
I don't remember. I just remember him striking her.
And you, I think you said she went down, right?
That's what I thought I remembered seeing, yeah.
That you saw her fall to the ground?
I thought she fell to the ground, yeah.
Okay. And do you think that because that's what you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. You'd agree that blonde girl right there, she's got a drink in her hand, right? You see that?
She has a drink in her hand, yes.
Yeah, you see the cell phone in her swim top? See that?
Yes.
Okay. And she looks like she's yelling, right? Speaking, doing something?
Her mouth is open, yeah.
Okay. You're saying that you saw her fall down?
I don't remember exactly which girl it was. It was the girl with blonde hair. I was behind her, so I don't know if that's exactly the...
But what you're certain of is one of them fell?
One of them for sure got struck, and I thought they fell to the ground, yes.
Okay. And then you describe to officers as a bunch of guys came and got on him, right? That's how you use the descriptive, right?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay. So you see him get...
I saw him get punched, yeah.
Okay. And then you say a bunch of guys came and got on him, right? What do you mean by that?
I just saw people flock towards him after the woman got striked.
Did you see anything else after that? After he went down?
After he went down, then I started seeing people who were stabbed.
You saw people stabbed after he went down?
After he went down, got up, then I just saw people stabbed.
Did you see him struck while he was on the ground again?
I did not.
Did you see him get struck when he was being pushed in the back?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did it appear to you that he was getting the worst of this? He was getting beat up?
I remember that after he punched somebody came and punched him.
Right, I get that. The question is, when you say a bunch of guys came and got on him, are you saying that you believe he was getting beat up?
I believe that people went towards him after he had already struck somebody.
And were beating him up?
I saw him get punched. I didn't see anything. After that, it was a commotion.
Okay. Now, you said that you were close enough. You got close enough to Mr. Miu that he could have hurt you, right?
Yes, I was standing feet away from him.
Okay, but he didn't hurt you, right?
No.
And you didn't touch him at all, did you?
During when he was standing over there, no.
At any point, do you put your hands on Mr. Miu?
No, I never touched him.
Okay. And so he never touches you, does he?
He touched me earlier on.
I mean, he never touches you in a way that causes you any injuries?
I never got injured, no.
Okay, go ahead. Sure, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Smith,
Mr. Cole, Judge, Wayne, did you ever call Mr. Miu a raper at any time you had interaction with him?
I don't remember specifically saying anything, but I do remember hearing things on the video. People.
I want to ask you exactly what you remember yourself saying. Do you remember yourself ever calling him a predator?
No.
Do you remember other folks in your group?
I remember hearing people say it, yes.
Did you ever call him yourself a pedophile?
Sorry, what?
Did you ever yourself call him a pedophile while this was going on?
Not that I remember.
Were other people in your group calling him a pedophile?
I just remember someone calling him something along the lines of that pedophile, yes.
Why can't they say it now?
The blonde girl falling down.
They loved saying it back then.
As you sit here today, is that something you remember happening, or is that something you think might have happened?
I remember her getting struck, and I just thought she fell to the ground, from what I remember.
Is that your recollection of the event?
Yes.
Mr. Chiropsky asked you about your statement to the cops that a bunch of guys got on him. Do you know how many guys got on Mr. Miu after he fell in the river?
No, I just remember as soon as she got punched, several guys.
Were any of those guys people from your group?
No.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofficy? No? All right. Mr. Wire, you may step down. We see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll give you further instructions about where to go.
Yo, what's he grabbing on his dick for? What are you doing?
We are just about at 4:30, so we are going to recess for the day. The bail will take around a moment.
Playing with
My instructions for you tonight are the same as yesterday. Do not begin your deliberations. Do not talk with others about this case. Do not interact with the attorneys, the witnesses, an exhibit sticker.
I'm gonna be able to get up. Be here when it starts in the morning, but I'll be here eventually. Hopefully. Gotta go though. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks everybody for your support. Good night. Mark, Bungle, T, Ted. Night, everybody. See you soon.